Tired of the same old different day?
Welcome to Cashville, Kentucky at the Mid Gaming Hall. Here we don't just celebrate winners, we make them famous.
I love winning.
Now that's brunch with benefits. And every date night, you're destined to score big.
That's my kind of special.
This isn't just a sweet room, it's the after party.
Cashville, Kentucky at the Mint Gaming Hall. 4 convenient locations near you.
Public address test. Public address test. Public address test. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to opening day at Kentucky Downs. In a moment, the program changes, but at this time, if you're able, we ask you to please rise for our national anthem. Eleven races are set down for decision on this first of 7 racing days at Kentucky Downs for 2026. Our first post is 12:55. Race 1 opens a 50-cent pick 5. There are quite a few jockey changes across the day, beginning with number 2 in the opening race, Classic Song, Brian Hernandez Jr., Luan Machado not riding today. Brian Hernandez rides number 2 Classic Song in the opener. Scratch number 7, Just You and Me. Number 7 is out. Number 13, Dazzling Will Run. Scratch 14, 15 and 16. Numbers 14, 15 and 16 are scratched. The second race with 50-cent pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 3, wait till next year. Number 3 out of race 2. Race 3, no changes. Go to race 4, opening another 50-cent pick 5. The jockey for number 1, Never Sleep, Florent Geroux. Florent Geroux on number 1 in race 4. There is an overweight for number 8 of 3 pounds. The 5th race, number 3 carries 2 pounds over. Scratch number 10, Life's Pageant, along with 11, Valkyrie. 10 and 11 are scratched from the 5th. Race 6 is the Keeneland Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. Number 7, Admiral's Order, will be ridden by Brian Hernandez Jr. Hernandez on number 7. Scratch number 9, Wagley. Wagley has been scratched. We need a rider for number 11, Just a Holiday. Jockey to be announced for number 11. Number 12, Ultimate Warrior, should be listed as a gelding. And there is a 2-pound overweight. Number 12 debuts as a gelding, plus 2 pounds. The 7th race is the Never Say Die Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint. The Grade 1 feature with Ben Curtis to ride number 2, Love Severe. Ben Curtis, the new rider of number 2. Scratch number 7, Chloe, along with 12, Buttercream Babe. Numbers 7 and 12 are scratched. Race 8 opens a 50-cent pick 4. The jockey for number 8, Mambo Man, Alex Achard. Alex Achard on number 8, Mambo Man, corrected weight 119. Scratch the also eligibles, numbers 13 through 16. The 9th race. The owner of number 2, Flat Out Blessed, is Bridget Glover, not Tracy Glover. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through 16. Race 10 is the tight spot handicap. In the 10th race, scratch number 7, Quattro Santo. Scratch number 8, West Hollywood. Scratch 9, Lambeth. Number 10 carries £3 over. Scratch 11, I Know I Know. So the scratches are a 7, 8, 9 and 11. Number 13, Will Run. Silent Heart draws into the field. The 11th race, offering 50-cent super high 5 wagering. Scratch 6, Vespers. Number 6 comes out. The jockey for 10, Bread Corn, Yetsit Hazelwood. Yetsit Hazelwood on number 10. Scratch the also eligibles, 13, 14, 15 and 16. The turf is firm, with the rail set at 50 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, here is another check of today's program changes with 11 races set down for decision and a first post of 12.55. Race 1 opens a 50-cent pick 5, the rider of number 2 Classic Song, Brian Hernandez Jr. Brian Hernandez on number 2 in the first. Luan Machado not riding today. Scratch number 7, Just You and Me. Number 7 is scratched. Number 13, Dazzling Will Run. Scratch the other also eligibles, numbers 14, 15 and 16. Race 2, opening a 50-cent pick 4. Scratch number 3, Wait Till Next Year. Number 3 comes out of the second race. Race 3, All Clear. Race 4 opens another 50-cent pick 5. The jockey for number 1, Never Sleep, Florent Giroux. Florent Giroux on number 1. Number 8 carries £3 over. In the fifth race, number 3, £2 over. Scratch 10, Life's Pageant, and 11, Valkyrie. Scratch numbers 10 and 11 from the fifth. The sixth race is the Keeneland Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. The rider of number 7, Admiral's Order, Brian Hernandez Jr. Hernandez on number 7. Scratch number 9, Wagley. The jockey for number 11, Just a Holiday, will be Mike Smith, £1 over. Mike Smith on to number 11, Just a Holiday. Number 12, Ultimate Warrior, should be listed as a gelding, and he'll carry £2 over. The seventh is the Grade 1 Never Say Die Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint. The jockey for number 2, Love Severe, Ben Curtis. Ben Curtis on number 2. Scratch 7, Chloe, and 12, Buttercream Babe. Numbers 7 and 12 have been withdrawn. Race 8 kicks off a 50-cent pick 4. The jockey for number 8, Mambo Man, Alex Achard. Alex Achard on number 8, corrected weight 119. Scratch the also eligibles, numbers 13 through 16. The ninth event, the owner of number 2 is Bridget Glover. And the also eligibles have been scratched, 13 through 16, failing to secure a start. Race 10, the Tight Spot Handicap. Scratch number 7, Quattro Santo. Scratch number 8, West Hollywood. Also scratch number 9, Lambeth. An overweight for number 10 of £3. Number 11, I Know, is a scratch. And so is number 12, Hiding in Honduras. That scratch coming through just in the last half an hour. Number 12 is a late scratch. Note number 13, Silent Heart, Will Run. So recapping the 10th race scratches, numbers 7, 8, 9, 11 and 12 have been scratched. Race 11 with 50-cent Super High 5 wagering. Scratch number 6, Vespers. Number 6 comes out. The jockey for number 10, Bread Corn, Yedsit Hazelwood. Yedsit Hazelwood on number 10. Scratch numbers 13 through 16. That brings you right up to date. We're on a firm turf course with the rail at 50 feet. We thank you for playing Kentucky Downs on the first of 7 race days for 2026, and we wish you the very best of luck.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome to Kentucky Downs on this opening day, a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Franklin, Kentucky. Matt Bernier alongside Kaiten Bradar. Kaiten, it's been a while. Good to be alongside you again.
It feels so nice to be back at Kentucky Downs and to be sitting beside you and the team we have assembled. The ideal conditions. I'm looking at nothing but green.
We'll be checking in with Jess Stafford and Andy Biancone Asmussen in just a little bit, but let's first kind of set the stage for what to expect over the next 7 days or so, 7 race days, I should say. The big news, I think, leading into this meet was the change in the minimums for the win place show bets. Now we're up to $5.
And I think this is going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. But for you and me, we are kind of revising our strategy a little bit. Not going to change things a lot for me as far as making $2 win wagers, but you do have to manage your money a little bit differently. So we are going to put together a $20 bankroll with 4 $5 win wagers and kind of select the races you feel the strongest about that offer opportunities to either protect your bankroll or build your bankroll. Either way, it's going to be a lot of fun. We, of course, also have the change to the last race of the day. It will be a $5 minimum exacta, but that's the only race affected as far as that goes in the exacta pools. I, again, think that this kind of opens the door to some bigger payoffs and some creativity.
A couple of the changes as well. The pick 3s, pick 4s, pick 5s down to 15% for takeout, so player-friendly there. And don't forget about that late pick 3. It's become the fashionable wager all across the country. $3 is the base bet. You can dive into that here as well. And we know with these big, bulky fields, chaos ensues, and that's the best possible scenario if you're a horse player.
And I think that there might be a little bit of chaos so far as the rider game is concerned, too, because we have a number of riders, very good riders, that are going to be riding at Kentucky Downs for the first time. It's always interesting to see how they adapt to a very different type of a turf course. And for what it's worth, I feel like this year's turf is better than I've ever seen it for opening day as far as the conditions are concerned. We got some rain middle of the summer that I think did nothing but good for the conditions. It's going to be interesting to watch who emerges successfully on this opening day, with some of our usual cast of characters waiting until tomorrow to get started.
About 90 degrees. You can see there's our overhead look at this turf course in beautiful condition. Firm. The rail's out at 50 feet here on opening day for this 11-race program. The opener is only about 23 minutes away, so be sure to get involved. And also want to say a special welcome to those of you watching along on Peacock. We'll be here all 7 race days throughout this entire meeting here in 2026. You touched a little bit on those win bets that maybe you and I kind of wanted to approach things a little bit differently, maybe to help players, maybe to get them going a different direction, however they want to approach it. But we're going to go every day and kind of offer up 4 plays. I kind of tried to tiptoe back and forth between a couple of logical ones and then a couple of swings for the fences.
I sort of did the same thing as well. One in particular, I'll start right off the bat, race 7, which is our feature today, yes. The Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint. I went to an old familiar, AG Bullet. I'm hoping that as the penultimate leg of the 4-race series for me, she's going to be able to at least save the bankroll. If she comes in as I expect, with her speed, with her record on this course, and the fact that her last 2 races I thought were just as good as she's ever been, I think she's going to be the horse to beat. But I also used in race 3, the 6, Caviar Breakfast, a horse I'm very eager to see for Kenny McPeak. Typically does very well here at Kentucky Downs. Great pedigree for this. Andy Biancone, who will be with us in a minute, has been galloping Elegant Miz, and I've heard really good things about how she's adjusted to Kentucky Downs. That's my play, win bet in race 5. And then I wrap it up in race 8 with Go Victory, the 3-horse for Lonnie Briley, horse trying the turf for the first time that I think has a pedigree for it. Matt, I know the only race that we both took a stab at and went in different directions, I think it was race 3.
It was, yeah. And my only thing with Caviar Breakfast, I think she's the horse to beat. I wondered a little bit about the distance, where I feel like when she's gotten out to these kind of elongated runs, she gets a little bit short at the end, but she fits the race like a glove, and on speed figures would be no surprise to see her win. But going back to that distance piece, that's why I went to the outside with the 8 Malibu Smart. I just feel like they've only allowed her to go at 1 mile and 5/16 or longer on 3 occasions. She finished 2nd here last September. She finished 2nd at Churchill in May by a head, and then she won up at Saratoga a few weeks ago by almost 3 lengths. So this, to me, is what she wants to do. It's the only reason I went against Caviar Breakfast. And there, the next race number 4, 6.5 furlongs coming down the hill. I think Never Sleep is the speed of the race. I think both of the starts so far, the dirt win last time, but more importantly, that run at Colonial on debut. You want to talk about a troubled trip for a sprinter. She just kind of got outrun early on and got stuck in a really bit of an awkward spot. Still came on with a decent bid. I think he can get the job done here, likely as one of the shorter prices in there. Race number 6 is one that, admittedly, I'm going to take a crack in. And this isn't going to be a favorite. This probably isn't even going to be a sub 20-1 shot. But we're talking about the Juvenile Sprint. 6.5 furlongs. I went to the 10 horse in here, Boyhood Dream, for Nolan Ramsey.
Yeah.
This is a horse that on debut on the synthetic, Nolan's horses in South Florida typically seemingly need a race or two before you see their best. When this horse opened up as the favorite that day, I said this one must be ready to go, and sure enough, got the job done, and then ran in a Florida bred stakes race. And if you're unfamiliar with the name Sum of Success, you probably should familiarize yourself with that. That's a Bobby DeBona Florida bred who in 2 starts has been spectacular. I don't care that this horse was beaten 11 and change. That horse could be a Breeders' Cup type by the time all is said and done. So I'm going to take a swing here with Boyhood Dream. There's a lot of turf on the bottom. This one's by Uncle Chuck. Going to be a big price in there. And then race 10, what is a de facto stakes, $500,000 handicap. You've got really salty old veterans in there. I'm taking a swing with Publisher. We've seen him so many times get so close on dirt, and he finally broke through a few starts back at Oaklawn Park. But I have a sneaking suspicion by American Pharoah, you see the pedigree on the bottom, that maybe this turf course is going to be to his liking, and maybe today's the day that you can get a decent price on him.
Yeah, it's interesting, some of the names coming back. In that particular race, we've got a number of horses that I think have potential. I thought that was one of the toughest races on the program, but they're all tough here at Kentucky Downs. And going back to your Nolan Ramsey runner, Ken Ramsey was one of the names for years here at Kentucky Downs, so it's nice to see him back in the entries and definitely with a horse with a big shot.
Salty race there, that Juvenile Turf Sprint. We'll see how that all unfolds. That's later on in the program. You can see we have 19 minutes until the opener, and we joked yesterday, R.I.P. Dolly Parton. Obviously, we lost her earlier this week. We said this was going to be the hunch bet of the entire meet, and sure enough, granted a tepid favorite at that, but the 8-horse Dolly Parton opens up as your 4-1 choice.
She was going to be my top pick regardless of what happened going into this. She has all the right credentials. A daughter of Not This Time, who is one of those sires I always pinpoint and look for at Kentucky Downs. A half to Dolly Part-Time, 1 on debut, so there is some precocity in the pedigree, and the workout pattern has been very, very strong. Obviously, in the maiden races, anything can happen. And we did see some of our biggest upsets in these types of races, but Kelsey Danner had one of the biggest upsets at the meet last season, has kind of targeted Kentucky Downs over the years with a number of her turf horses. So definitely not just a sentimental play. And hey, when you can get 4-1 on a favorite, that's a good thing.
Well, and I was going to say, the only thing that would be more fitting than Dolly Part-Time getting the job done here would be if she won at 9-5. I don't think she's going to win at 9-5. I think she's going to be a bigger price than that as you get a good look at her there in the paddock. But if she does, hopefully we've got everybody queued up and ready to go. A little bit of Dolly Parton here on opening day. 18 minutes until the opener, wide open tote board. What else do you expect here at Kentucky Downs? This is why we love coming here and diving in head first. This is going to kick off a 50-cent pick 5. And again, a reminder, those multi-race sequences have been dropped down to 15% takeout. So sort of the rewards here have always been lucrative, even more so with that player-friendly takeout.
Yeah, and I really think the fun will be if you are so lucky to hit one, even with the show wagers.
Yes.
All of a sudden, we're not talking about a 20-cent profit on the bet. It's going to be very exciting to see how it impacts things. But remember, I think that this is one of the few meets in the country where you can take some stabs and you can also incorporate them with favorites. Last year, favorites ruled over the first 2 days of the Kentucky Downs meet. I think it could be a little different this time around. I think the complexion of the stables that we have here is different. I think the turf course is going to play a little bit differently than it did last year. But even if you like the favorites or are leaning on the favorites, you can use them with some long shots.
And my only advice, if you've never played here before or you're a seasoned veteran and you play here all the time, don't be afraid to take a swing. If there's something that you like that looks a little bit silly on paper, this is the kind of racetrack that can produce those boxcar payouts, and you look back afterward and say, boy, if I had liked something and I got off for whatever reason, you're going to be kicking yourself.
Are you playing speed today?
For the sprints, yeah. So to me, kind of my only takeaway coming into this, and you don't want to marry yourself to something before you see any races run. In sprints, I want horses that are going to be more forward. My data would suggest that the longer races, you can make up ground, whether it be the mile races or even out to the 1.5 miles.
I agree. I am looking for horses that at least are tactical. I think that's going to be an important part of the puzzle. 16
minutes until the opener. Our friends on Peacock, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, we're going to welcome in the rest of the crew here at Kentucky Downs. Jess Stafford, Andy Biancone, Asmussen standing by on opening day in Franklin.
All it takes is a spark. Scat Daddy's only son at stud to win stakes at 2, 3, and 4.
Dark Saffron, look at Tuz diving again, but it's going to be all too late. Dark Saffron.
Regan's Flame bulldozing on by from last to first. Regan's Flame wins the whimsical.
Dark Saffron's finding another gear. It is Dark Saffron clear, and it's back-to-back Shaheens for Dark Saffron.
Flame away, standing at Darby Dan Farm.
Breed and race in Kentucky. It's the ultimate home field advantage. Only 6.8% of U.S. racing takes place in Kentucky. But from their 5 racetracks, they account for nearly 20% of total purses and 17% of total wagering. And out of the 405 U.S. graded stakes, 93, a staggering 23%, take place in Kentucky. Breed them, raise them, race them. We all win.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Welcome back to Kentucky Downs. We have 14 minutes until the opener. You've already heard from myself and Kaiten Bradar. Let's welcome in the rest of the crew here live on site. Jess Stafford, Andy Biancone-Asmussen standing by in the paddock. Ladies, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. And first of all, Andy Biancone-Asmussen. That's the first time we've got to say that. And congratulations, Andy, and welcome back to Kentucky Downs.
Thank you so much, Jess. Could not be more excited to be here, especially in good company. But we've already got a good look at these horses. Really nice group of maidens to kick the day off.
Yeah, certainly. And these fillies, I'd say, are just getting a little bit more on their toes now. What has struck you as you've seen them? And you've been quite close to a few of them, haven't you, in Gallop Mornings as well? So you can probably tell us a little bit more about what you've learned.
Yep, got on a total of 9 yesterday, so I had fun out on this beautiful turf course. But a couple horses actually caught my eye in here. The number 5, In a Daydream, the first-time starter for Brad Cox. She certainly looks on her toes, Jess. Really well put together, but very racy look about her. As you said, she may have gotten a little stirred up a couple of times in here, but love the way she's built. And of course, as Matt Bernier said, the hunch play of the week, the number 8, Dolly Part-Time. And Jess, I know you liked her as well. She kind of caught your eye.
Yeah, she's looking so relaxed, isn't she? This is exactly what you'd want your maiden filly to be acting like in their preliminaries, you know, really calm. Wouldn't it be apt the week that we've just had? You know, I'm over from England to pay my respects to dear Dolly, and I would love to see this do her proud, but she's got a lot of quality about her. She looks pretty fit and ready for it. She is a Not This Time out of a Street Sense mare, and I thought that the play here was the turf switch. You know, she was 8th on dirt at over 7 furlongs, but I think the family say that she'll really appreciate the grass, and that's what we're going to learn about a lot of these maidens and a lot of the 2-year-olds that are switching for the first time.
Yes, and I think she'll appreciate the extra distance as well. As you mentioned, as Kaiten Bradar mentioned, she's bred top to bottom to handle it here, especially the stretch out and distance. But just looking at her physically, like you said, Jess, she just handles herself with a lot of confidence, a lot of class, and it's not like she's a first-time starter who's dopey and sleepy in here. She has a run under her belt. That was a good, work of fitness that she has now coming into this spot, and it has her perfectly prepped to be successful here. But physically, she couldn't look any better. She's a real standout.
Yeah, I just want to take a quick look and a quick shot for Bigger Price horses also looking great in her skin. That's number 4, Upstart Empress, just walking ahead of Dolly Part-Time. Again, just really taking it all in. Is a horse that has got 7 furlongs sprinting on dirt at Ellis to the form. The turf and 2 turns are slightly the question mark just on form, but have to give a big positive and thumbs up to how she is looking and how well she's taking everything. But you know, in general, as they keep turning around, it looks like these fillies are getting more used to their environment. But in as also in general, Andy, a really good feel for them. Some big horses, like the 2 is a big tank of a horse.
Yeah, the 2 Classic Song, a first-time starter for Wesley Ward. She really is massive. A lot of substance to her. It's not a question mark why Wesley decides to route her here on debut, but just something to pay attention to. I feel like the trainers who really target this meet and have a lot of success here are often the trainers who stable here. So trainers like Wesley Ward, Steve Asmussen, Joe Sharp, these are people who have horses here stabled, and I do actually feel like it's quite an advantage to have one go galloping over this turf. So the 2 certainly has had an opportunity to get out here, as well as the 11 Jazz Queen for Joe Sharp and the number 13 Dazzling for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, talk about a little bit more about that. You've been getting used to the surroundings. The track is in really good condition. It looks wonderful. They've done an amazing job. How have you found galloping at it each morning?
Oh my gosh, like an absolute dream. This turf course is fantastic. All credit to the management for maintaining it so well all year. But I have to say, it's a unique course. You know, comparatively speaking to most racetracks, you know, it has undulations. There's a lot of things to look at on the outside rail. It's very big, and sometimes horses just need to go over it to kind of understand where to put their feet, the uphill, the downhill, and I feel like they really gain confidence when they've had at least one just good gallop over it.
And also for the maidens who've not really experienced a track with such undulations, you've got to be pretty balanced. You've got to be ready to tackle it. You're changing leads quite a lot. And as was mentioned with Matt and Kaiten, we don't know yet whether the track will be favoring the speed, whether a little bit of a hold-up horse will benefit from it. Where would you want to be if you're a 2-year-old and you're trying to give tactics to your jockey? What do you think is best for what you're learning about the track?
I would say a pocket trip where you're about mid-pack, forwardly placed. Obviously, this is a massive stretch run, and even galloping down it feels longer than it looks, so you've got a lot of time to make up ground, and that's another thing that makes Kentucky Downs so unique, is horses can come from the clouds, you know, at big prices and such. But I would say a patient ride, just upper mid-pack, to not give them too much work to do, but also maybe some horses and friends around them to track and give them that comfort. But really a unique course.
And to that point, there are a couple of horses in here. There's one with a bit more speed that I thought would be interesting, the number 11 Jazz Queen, and then number 1, By Her Decree, based on pedigree. Constitution, out of the British bred Exclude, has got all the stamina in there. And I thought might be the one that would just be waiting on the pace, just sort of seeing if they can be able to outlast the others.
Absolutely, and something interesting about the number 1, By Her Decree, last time out at Colonial, absolutely no pace to work with. So it was almost like she was in a bit of a traffic jam in the back of the pack. They went really slow fractions, and she still managed to close and finish second. Only got beat 3 lengths, so no doubt if she gets some pace in front of her here, she could be one barreling down. Oh, we do have a little bit of a spicy one here. The number 3, Sweet Jen for Michael McCarthy, just kind of propped a little bit, but Ben Curtis right back on.
And kudos to Ben. He had a great year last year. He really enjoyed his time. You know, he's a jockey that cut his teeth in England. I know him well from his time there, but he really rode this track so well last year, so he's a jockey to follow.
Absolutely. Has experience here, does super well. Obviously, he's an Irish jockey, so having that background coming to Kentucky Downs is super helpful. But so far, all the ladies very well behaved as they walk out onto the track, Jess.
Yeah, certainly so. I think Dolly Part-Time, she would be an apt winner of this race, and the money is coming from it. Is it a bit of luck, sweet luck money, bit of Dolly money, or is it a horse that is ready to do herself proud? We'll be finding out soon.
The field is moving on to the track for the opening race. Named in memory of John Veach. This is a 2-year-old filly maiden at 1 mile with the rail at 50 feet. The wagering menu, $5 win play show, $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, 10-cent superfecta, $1 double wagering, and race 1 kicks off a 50-cent pick 5. The rider of number 2, Classic Song, is Brian Hernandez Jr. Scratch number 7, Just You and Me. Number 13, Dazzling, draws into the field. Scratch numbers 14 through 16.
Michael, thank you. As you can see, the horses are out on the track getting ready for a post-parade here. We're going to kick things off with one horse, By Her Decree. We just heard Jess and Andy commenting on this one. 2-year-old daughter by Constitution. Thought she ran really well at Colonial in her turf debut. Going to look to take a step forward here at odds of 8-1 as you get a good look at Adam Beschizza up for Jerry O'Dwyer. The two horses classic song, and we heard that she's a bit of a handful as far as size is concerned. A big girl out there. No surprise that Wesley Ward is debuting her going a little bit longer here. I thought there was a lot of dirt in the pedigree, though, that maybe a surface change down the road.
Yeah, I kind of saw it that way as well, though she has been training really well. The 3 Sweet Jen, who we saw acting up just a little bit, feeling spicy, adds the blinkers, new surrounding. I can understand why she's feeling good and getting excited. Didn't show much in her debut at Ellis Park, but I expect her to improve second time. Then the 4. Upstart Empress is going to be next for Dare to Dream Stable and Chris Davis. She's a daughter of Upstart. I'm not sure the pedigree screams turf, but she does have a race under her belt to build on, and a good pilot in Francisco Arrieta for the Dare to Dream Stable. I also think a little more distance will help her.
Brad Cox is here. You know this horse is going to take some play. Florent Giroux up aboard in a Daydream, the debut daughter by Candy Ride out of a Frosted Mare. I didn't think there was a ton of grass on the bottom. 4-1, though, right now vying for favoritism. Currently holds that honor. The 6 is Cherokee Purple for Kelsey Danner. Dylan Davis will be doing the riding here. Another one coming out of that July 31st race at Colonial that we spoke about with By Her Decree.
The 7 Scratch, the 8 Dolly Part-Time, kind of touting herself in the paddock, went in the warm-up, and certainly a sentimental play at 5-1 currently. The 9 New Why Me tries a distance of ground for Jimmy DeVito. He spots his horses very well and does point for this meet. She has that nice sprint under her belt. I'm eager to see what she can do at 8-1 with Jaime Torres picking up the mount on New Why Me. And you can see she was a little bit of a powerhouse looker in the paddock as well. Rum Believable is the 10 at 13-1. Ian Wilkes trains, couple races, first time on the turf. But again, I'm not in love with the pedigree for the grass, but she'll be interesting.
Another one that's got an interesting pedigree is the 11 coming up here at 7-1. That's Jazz Queen going out for Joe Sharp's barn. As far as the proven commodities are concerned, she's arguably the best horse or most talented as far as figures go. You take a look at the pedigree, volatile, only about 10% with the turf routers, and then you look at Mom, only 1 for 10 on the grass, but taking some play in here. The 12 horse is Count the True. Blinkers go on for the first time for Wayne Catalano. I saw Wayne tweet earlier when he was leading trainer here, I believe it was 2013. He said, we're going right back. It's time to do it again.
And 13, Dazzling with Julian Laperoux, another of those riders who has ridden this course well and for many, many years for Steve Asmussen. Dazzling coming in off a run at Saratoga, which has been a lead producer in successful runners here at Kentucky Downs. Gets a little bit more ground to work with as well.
So there you have it. That's the field. That'll head to the post. You have 3 minutes to get all your plays in. We're going to go the mile distance to kick things off. $170,000 is the purse if you are a Kentucky bred here as a maiden special weight runner. And we can see 3 horses right now favored at 5-1. The 5, the 6, and the 8. The 5 horse, the first timer in a Daydream for Brad Cox. The 6 Cherokee Purple taking quite a bit of play in here for Kelsey Danner. And then we spoke about Kelsey with the 8 Dolly Part-Time. This is the sort of thing that you look at and go, look, you mentioned that Kelsey points to a meet like this. No surprise her horses are being bet.
I can see why people would lean to her. She makes a lot of sense on a lot of levels. However, when you look at the tote board, it tells you nobody's real certain about who's the standout. There is no they knew in this particular situation. And I think that does raise the question of some of the horses that, you know, how low will you go if they're not your top pick, but you still thought they had a shot? The 3, for example, 19-1, wonderful price. Sweet Jen, I thought you had to give a look to her. I thought she showed a little run in the early part of her race, was entitled to get tired, and Michael McCarthy's horses improved. Second time out, adds blinkers. My only concern, again, I'm not convinced the pedigree is necessarily any better, turf or dirt. The distance probably suits Michael McCarthy, not necessarily known as a trainer who's points for this meet. And I think that's a key handicapping strategy, because as Andy mentioned about trainers who actually bring their horses in early enough to at least have 1 day training over the course, it makes a difference here. There are some trainers who really just do run here and there, but sparingly. It's not their major focus. And I think those stats bear out.
You'd mentioned that in the post parade with the 9, New Why Me. This is ultimately who I decided to go with on top for Jimmy DeVito. Jimmy doesn't run a ton of horses here, but when they do show up here, they typically acquit themselves pretty well. I thought the debut was fine. I know you look at that running line, it's not all that sexy, beating 6. but just kind of a little bit sluggish early on, lagged behind the field. There wasn't a ton of pace signed on, and I thought came with a pretty good run. Got home in 40 seconds. They paid almost $100,000 for this horse as a 2-year-old in training in March, and taking money there on debut, and now in here at 7-1. I'd like to think with the stretch out, you're going to just naturally be a little closer. I'll take a shot with the 9 here to hopefully kick things off on the winning foot.
You know, when you talk about pace, I thought the 11 Jazz Queen at 8-1 is a horse that could show that turn of foot, that could be successful in this kind of a spot. Now, Daughter of Volatile's got to stretch out from 6 furlongs to a mile. So Kentucky Downs doesn't play as a traditional mile. It actually plays more like a 1.70, a 1.16. Always tack on a little extra distance when you're trying to calculate how the horses handle it. But I do think that she can be forwardly placed, and if she can get comfortable in the front early, she probably has had an opportunity to settle in here and train perhaps over the surface. I don't know how many of Joe Sharp's horses shipped in early, but typically he does bring them here. I know Joe was out on the course jogging this morning, so he's fit and ready to go.
Loading process begins for the first of 11 here on opening day at Kentucky Downs. 2-year-olds going the mile distance. Let's send it to the voice of Kentucky Downs to get to the load and the call. It's Michael Rona.
Good on you, Matt. Thanks so very much. The field moving into line. By Her Decree and Classic Song have found their places in the gate. There's Dazzling circling on the screen, drawing into the field off the also eligible list. Dolly Part-Time is in the gate. Upstart Empress about to come forward. New Why Me is ready. Here comes Rumbelievable. In a Daydream, followed by Jazz Queen. Cherokee Purple lining up with Count the True. They load simultaneously. Dolly Part-Time's jockey, Yetsit Hazelwood, has been out of the saddle in post position 8. And Cherokee Purple turning side on behind the gate. Now moving in, and that will leave Dazzling to complete the line. It's a dartboard race per the tote board to open this meet. A very open affair. 2-year-old fillies going a mile. Cherokee Purple made a lunge at the front of the gate, and the starter, Todd Stevens, has what looked like perhaps a temporary problem, but now has the button in hand. Racing! Sweet Jen is the first to appear. Jazz Queen's going very fast down the outside with New Why Me. Dolly Part-Time and Upstart Empress are in the firing line. Dazzling's out very deep. By Her Decree is going to find a midfield position on the rail. Rumbelievable and Count the True are out very wide as they descend the hill and take the right-hander. It's Jazz Queen and Sweet Jen, the front runners, by a length and a half. Upstart Empress is running third along the inside, joined by Dazzling, and then comes Count the True, followed on the inside by Her Decree. The black sleeves and cap about 6 lengths off the lead, coming past the half-mile pole. Back in the second half of the field then, Dolly Part-Time's about 8 off the lead. A gap to Classic Song, followed towards the tail by Cherokee Purple and In a Daydream. 3/8 of a mile left to go, and it's Sweet Jen matching strides with Jazz Queen by 2 lengths to Dazzling, who covers Upstart Empress. A length and a half away comes Count the True in the white colours on the outside. Beskiza has saved every inch of ground thus far on By Her Decree. And they're followed into the stretch at the head of the others by Dolly Part-Time, the purple and gold, staying near the inside. As they race past the quarter pole, Jazz Queen, Sweet Jen, about to be tackled by Dazzling. And here comes Dolly Part-Time creeping forward near the inside as they take the bend at the 8th pole and commence the uphill run for home. And it's Dazzling going to the front, drawing in off the also eligible list. Dazzling kicks away. A late flourish from Cherokee Purple bursting out of the pack, but it's Dazzling holding on ever so narrowly from Cherokee Purple, who finished furiously. Sweet Jen is prominent in a photo for third with Rumbelievable, and they were possibly just in advance of Jazz Queen.
Well, there's a look at the winner here, drawing in off the AE list. The 13 Dazzling gets the job done for Steve Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbreds, a homebred for Ron Winchell and company here. 2-year-old daughter by Tappet out of an Animal Kingdom mare. And Kate, this horse showed good speed in the turf debut up at Saratoga a few weeks back. This time sat a little bit, but was able to finish this thing off very well.
Yeah, the Saratoga has been proven to be a great stomping ground and path to victory here at Kentucky Downs, but position was everything, with Julien Leparoux able to assume that forward position, always vying with the 11 Jazz Queen early on. He had more than enough left, and when you watch the early stages of the race, even though they were clicking along at a pretty solid pace, she was doing it so comfortably and so easily. Down the stretch here, you could see her straighten away when they got out from the bend. She did it with purpose, and he really didn't have to ask her that much. She just accelerated all on her own. I thought Sweet Jen kind of took the worst of it as far as trip was concerned. She was a little bit rank in the early stages of the race and kind of shuffled around a bit down on the inside, and yet comes on to be involved in that photo for the show. But at the end of the day, the latest kick came from Cherokee Purple, who made up a ton of ground, whereas some of the others just kind of stalled and stayed. She was probably running the best of anybody at the end.
Another one you probably want to give the benefit of the doubt to is the 2 Classic Song, who got a little bit of a pinch early on, lagged behind the field, made a bit of a move, and then flattened out. But there's a look at the winner, no doubt about it. Dazzling scores here at a nice price, 8-1 to kick things off. You mentioned Cherokee Purple made that big move from the back of the pack at 7-1. Photo for third. I'm not even going to try to call it. There were about 3 noses there going up and down. We'll wait and see what the picture says. Final time, 138.06, and I think going back to what we talked about before the start, it's only been one race, but you had a horse that was handy enough, get the job done. You had a horse that dropped out the back and made one run and made it close at the end. So far, all signs point to fair.
Yeah, I really think the key here is that comfort level over the course more than anything else, regardless of where you're positioned, especially at these mile distances or greater. And Julien Leparoux, again, one of those riders who has been riding Kentucky Downs for perhaps the longest of most of the riders in the room, extremely successful here, right off where he was in the very beginning as far as success. Had some time in Del Mar this summer, changed tactics a little bit, and now very happy to be back here at Kentucky Downs for Winchell Thoroughbreds and Steve Asmussen, who is a trainer who did not for many years point for this meet, but that changed about 2 or 3, 4 years ago. And this has become, slowly but surely, a target for many of his horses. I think it's a little misleading to think that this isn't one of his stronger meets. I would suspect that this is a sign of things to come.
If you're new to Kentucky Downs, perhaps you're watching on Peacock for the first time, and you see the times, and you say, boy, they didn't come home all that fast. You have to keep in mind the configuration of this racetrack, especially at the mile. You initially start kind of down the hill around the bend, and the final, call it 1/8 of a mile plus, is all uphill. So obviously you're going to have a little bit of a lag there as far as that final quarter mile is concerned. As you take a look at the whole team and the winner's circle, getting ready to have a little bit of a picture taken here. Good way to kick things off if you're everybody involved with the 13 Dazzling here, the winner of race number 1.
And if you're keeping score, Dazzling is the daughter of Tappet out of Victory Kingdom, who's an Australian mare. Homebred for the Winchell Thoroughbreds, Steve Asmussen and Julien Leparoux, off to a great start.
Still waiting to see how that photo for third ended up, but we do know it's 13-6 for your exacted there. You mentioned Cherokee Purple again with that big late kick at the end. Interestingly enough, the 11 Jazz Queen ended up being your post-time favorite at 3-1. She took quite a bit of late play there for Joe Sharp. We'll wait and see what happens there for third. But in 138.06, Dazzling is the winner of race number 1 here to kick things off in 2026 at Kentucky Downs. That was at the mile. Our next mile race won't be for a little bit, and that'll be sort of your first opportunity to compare, contrast sort of your times and whatnot. But looking forward to the rest of the day, and if this is any indicator going forward, you've got what I would normally call an $18 horse, but it's not going to be $18 as far as when it flashes up. It's going to be considerably more than that.
And this is where the joy of a $5 minimum wager comes into play,
yes,
because it will be very attractive when we get those numbers up on the board. And for the exacta players, you have an 8-1 shot over a 7-1 shot, so that should be a pretty healthy exacta. That photo, I believe, is between the 3 and the 10 for the show spot. Sweet Jen on the board at 26-1 finishes 4th, and you can see Jazz Queen, who was part of the early pace, ends up 3rd. She was 3-1 the favorite to round out that trifecta.
It's the other thing from a handicapping standpoint. We often talk about first time going long, first time routing. After you've sprinted many times, it shouldn't just be an assumption that you're going to be able to handle it, even if the pedigree would say that. I think even more so here with that uphill climb at the end. You want to talk about a stamina test. You've got to have some bottom. You need to have, obviously, a bit of speed to stay in there, but you got to be able to finish here.
We didn't have too many first-time starters in this particular race, but that is going to come into play later on. And I think a race under your belt, or even a couple races under your belt, particularly for these longer distance races, is really important. That's not to say a first-time starter can't win, but I think when you're especially dealing with distance on this type of a course, you take every edge you can, and having a race or two under your belt or having run a distance of ground before can definitely make a difference.
You don't need to double take. 49.75 on top for Dazzling getting the job done. That's with the new $5 minimum. Cherokee Purple running second, 18 in change to place there. Jazz Queen running third at 11-1. Sweet Jen rounding out your superfecta. If you played the super for a dime, you get back more than $1,000.
It's a nice way to go.
Not bad.
Superfecta, always a nice way to play if you are looking for that opportunity to play the smaller wagers too. Take your favorite horses, and it doesn't cost much even to box the 4 or 5 horses.
I mentioned the mile distance. You won't see that again until race number 9, if I'm not mistaken. That'll come later on. But we've got 26 minutes until race number 2. We'll go the mile and a 16th distance. We have a 5-2, 2-1 favorite in the early wagering here at Kentucky Downs.
I enjoy seeing things grow. It's a fun process to be able to put a seed in the ground and seeing what comes from it. We always enjoy going to Wrights because they're always very helpful, and when we're in a need, they always get it done for us.
You know, if we break down the field, I make a call to Wright Implement, and they always have someone out within a reasonable amount of time. I've been working with Wright Implement for several years and wouldn't recommend any other dealership.
Handicapping is more than just reading a program. Race Lens from Equibase is a research platform that helps you dig deeper into every race. You can customize past performances and build your own handicapping angles. Race Lens gives you data-driven insight to help you make better decisions, so you can bet smarter. Sign up now at racelens.equibase.com. Race Lens, powered by Equibase.
1954, one of the biggest races in the country.
The 175th running of the Epsom Derby, Britain's famed classic.
Watching that race was Winston Churchill and Queen Elizabeth II.
And they're off. Coming up fast on the outside, the American Colt, a 33-1 shot.
That horse shocked the whole world.
Born in Kentucky, the big winner is Never Say Die. First American to win the Derby since 1881.
Kentucky provenance, English character.
"19 minutes to post time for race number 2, which is another group of maidens, non-winners. But this time, 3-year-olds and up, going 1 mile and a 16th. So we get a little bit more distance to work with. There is a scratch of the 3 wait till next year, who will have to wait till another day. And a more compact field with a little bit heavier favorite at 5-2 on the 9. That's Grand Premier, who adds blinkers and has a little bit of European experience that could perhaps prove beneficial when he tackles the Kentucky Downs turf course. This race does kick off pick 4 as well as a pick 3, and of course the usual exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and take a look at the 2, 10-U. That's my top choice in this race, though I did feel that the favorite was deserving. But 10-U for Owen Hardy has the best recent form of anybody in this field. 2 straight second place finishes. A very logical choice, and in fact I thought might go off the post-time favorite when all was said and done. That last race in particular at Ellis Park was over good ground, which had some moisture in it and can often be a little bit more tiring. And at 1 mile and an 1/8, 10-U was forwardly placed, not on the lead, but close to it all the way. Made a nice bid at the end and just was a little bit unlucky to not wind up with the victory. That type of a race, I think, sets him up beautifully for a step forward here at the 1 mile and a 16th. Just a little bit shorter, but again, the way the turf course plays here could lend itself to a horse like 10-U benefiting in terms of stamina. Jaime Torres aboard. Inside post position, certainly getting played a little bit at 5-1 and likely to be one of the favorites, but my top pick in the race. I also like the 1 Caragogo for a bit of a price. Rusty Arnold is another one of those trainers that's had quite a bit of success here over the years, and Caragogo is stretching out from 5.5 furlongs to the 1 mile and a 16th, which generally leads to a horse showing some more speed. He wasn't that far off of the pace when sprinting, and hung in there pretty gamely with a very fast early pace, was only beaten 1.25 lengths for all of it. He'll probably be able to settle a little bit more in the earlier stages, but I would really be surprised if he wasn't on or very close to the early lead, particularly with that inside post position. And if Edgar Morales can get him into a real comfortable rhythm in the early stages, I think he could definitely be a factor here. He actually debuted at 7.5 furlongs at Gulfstream Park. That is a 2-turn race, and hung in there until pretty late in the game. So I'm not as worried about stamina for him now. I actually think pedigree-wise, he might be a little better suited to the longer distance, and it looks like he's settled in nicely in the walking ring. Going back to the favorite Grand Premier, who adds blinkers for Brendan Walsh. Brendan had a bunch of winners in the early part of last year's season and was in the thick of it for top trainer honors. Grand Premier has been training really well going into the last race over at Turfway Park. At Ellis, he came off the layoff and off those works to make a big middle move, and then kind of flattened out at the end of 1 mile and a 16th maiden special weight. As the beaten favorite, he was still entitled, in my mind, to get a little tired coming off the shelf, away since June. But more importantly, I think had he been able to make his move just a little bit later, and I think Ben Curtis's hand was forced a little bit in that race, but had it played out just a little bit differently, I think he would have finished a little bit better. That said, experience is only going to be a help for Grand Premier. I do understand why he's the bettor's favorite, but I think it's a little less clear-cut than that. When Brendan Walsh adds blinkers, it's a 13% win rate. So certainly has success with that angle, and another one who looks nice in the paddock. Finally, the 6, Ollie Lookout, was another getting played a little bit and who I thought had to be on your radar. The son of Munnings, it's a nice pedigree for the grass and experience, and like the winner of our opener, had some experience on the turf. At a mile and a 16th last out at Saratoga, he was beaten a length for all of it. That type of a race is probably good enough to win if he can duplicate it, but certainly a big if when you get to a very different group of horses. Let's head down to the paddock and get more from Andy and Jess.
Yeah, Andy, we've again had a really good look at these horses. Slightly different, obviously older maidens. What have you made of them?
Honestly, the one who caught my eye was the number 2, 10 to You, who I'm happy to hear Caton Radar likes, but he really caught my eye in here. Obviously, 2 runs under his belt coming into this spot, has done no wrong to really gain seconds, and that 2 different distances as well. He's been able to be forward, going that more sprint distance on debut. Last time he showed that rally and turn of foot, so I do think he's a versatile individual, but just looking at him, he's very confident in the paddock. He's a well put together horse, and like I said, I like that versatility, Jess.
Yeah, I think the form is strong. This must be, I think on paper, the weakest race he's probably contested in yet, so good spot for him.
Absolutely, and like I said, just radiating confidence. Watching him in the paddock, he's just very focused, he's very alert. He is getting a little bit hot, but that's, I'd say, normal. It's quite hot out here. You know, obviously Connection's doing their best, keeping horses cool, keeping water on them, but I just like the way he looks in here.
Number 9 is a horse that I was looking forward to seeing. Form, a horse that I'm intrigued to see with the blinkers on. This horse by Oscar's Performance out of the Unbridled Song mare was a expensive enough yearling. I just think these blinkers could be the real addition to this horse's ability to just know how to sort of work this race. He's a horse that kind of is been a little bit slow out. He needs the concentration that the blinkers can really give you, and I'm hoping that will benefit him here. A couple that looked nice to me, 5, a nice compact type, Wandale. Tis the Law out of a Stormcat mare, the last crops of Stormcat mares. They can be horses that will really, you know, appreciate the turf. Riley Mott trains. This horse can be a little bit slow, probably just needs to learn how to be up on the pace a little bit more, and I think that's might be what we've learned from the first race, is that it paid to be up in that vanguard position, Andy.
Absolutely, especially with the rails being out, Jess. I'd say it'll be a different story as the week progresses and we see those rails come in, but when the rail is positioned outside like that, it tends to give a little bit of a leg up to horses who are forwardly placed. So the number 5, Wandale, actually shipped into my barn, and I saw him this morning for Riley Mott get off the trailer, go in his stall, and he was bucking over his head when he was walking. So very fresh, although he's making a very calm appearance in here. But I'm with you on the number 9, Grand Premier for Brendan Walsh. Just love this horse's attitude. Very confident, well put together, kind of has a bit of a lighter frame, so he's not a big, heavy horse, but horses like that tend to do really well here at Kentucky Downs, and he's certainly bred for this type of ground. He's by Oscar Performance out of an Unbridled Song mare, and like you mentioned, Jess, I think those blinkers are going to be a real key for him here, and they're just a small blinker as well, not a full cup or anything. They'll just help him stay a little bit more engaged when it comes down to it. You know, sometimes horses don't always want to pass their buddies. I get that. I ran track and field. I hated passing other people. So the number 9, Grand Premier, should certainly take a step forward with those little blinkers on.
Yeah, and originally this horse was actually trained in Ireland by Jessica Harrington, one of the premier racehorse trainers back over in Europe, and had a couple of starts on synthetic track at Dundalk. But it's just, as you say, it's been slow to get maybe used to surrounding some of the tracks here, but I do like this pitch in for Grand Premier, and I think that, again, looking well in himself. Any others for you, Andy? I didn't mind number 5 as well. I might have mentioned Wandale. Parnassus, also number 4, is looking well, nice and relaxed, and otherwise it's quite a difficult race to handicap, I thought. It was difficult to see the form lines that might translate here.
Absolutely, Jess. And I went with the 2 and the 9 here, as we could see, super wide open race. But one who caught my eye who didn't quite make the cut, I was torn between him and the number 9, was the number 6, Ollie Luke Out for Rich Dutrow. Just really good runs, obviously. A little bit lagged a little bit in his last start, was kind of out the back, but he showed a really nice punch at the end, that good turn of foot, and that could be helpful here at Kentucky Downs, especially once they get past that little uphill portion coming down to the wire. You see horses come on late then, and I think the number 6, Ollie Luke Out, could be one of those. Basically, a gorgeous horse, really nice physical specimen. He's just a little bit on the heavier side, which is kind of why I decided to go with the number 9, Grand Premier, over him, but I do think if the 6, Ollie Luke Out, continues what he's been doing and kind of repeats his runs, he should be another one who could be kind of live here.
And do we think 9 with the blinkers on coming, from that position, the headgear might be a help, would want to see him up on the pace? Who else do you think will be up there? Don's Winner and Karagogo, probably those two that will be the ones just really heading from the gates.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the number 1, like you said, Karagogo, could be certainly part of the pace standpoint, just with the stretch out, and the number 8, Don's Winner. I'd say those are the main pace horses. Number 8, Don's Winner, looked good as well. A little bit of a handful to saddle. It was kind of tough to get the blinkers on and such, but now he's on his good boy attitude. He's got his blinkers on. He's relaxed. He's happy. He knows what's happening, but he was certainly super fresh to saddle.
Yeah, Joe Sharp did a good job and just started leading around a little bit there. Again, looking at the horse's pedigree, game winner out of Mapmaker, he was a bit sloppy at Ellis and faded to 4th, but I think that this horse, again, back on turf, and the co-leading trainer of 2025, really knows how to find the horses that will be able to switch over to the turf well. So I think that's a confident play.
Absolutely, and like we mentioned in the first race, trainers who are stabled here, who kind of aim for this meet, and the horses who have experience training over the track. We saw it in the first race with Dazzling. She's been stabled here. She had a good gallop over the track yesterday. I'm sure it's very much the same case with the number 8, Don's Winner. And Joe Sharp actually gets on a lot of his own horses, and we'll be interviewing him here in a little minute. But yeah, gets on a lot of his own horses, gallops them, and I think it's a huge leg up.
Yeah, certainly. And as you say, with Dazzling, a horse that probably really needed that experience because, looked like a complete pro out there.
Absolutely. Sometimes, especially younger horses, can be super green. So just having a run over the track really gives them that confidence.
Certainly so. Final selections for you here. You're going to stick to number 9?
Yes, I'm going 2-9 here, Jess.
Yeah, 2-9, and best of luck.
Well, I hope that the ladies are right, especially Andy with her eye on the 2, Tend to You, who did make a beautiful appearance and is actually flashed down to favorite a time or two, though the 9 Grand Premier is holding steady as the 3-1 favorite currently. See the horses in the post parade in just a moment. A lot of interesting pedigrees here, and boy, a good-looking group on the whole.
Pick 4. There is also $5 win place show, $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, 10-cent superfecta, $1 double wagering, and 50-cent pick 3. Scratch number 3, wait till next year.
And we start the post parade with the 1 Karagogo, who is coming off a good 3rd place finish on the turf, sprinting at Ellis Park. Rusty Arnold trains the daughter of Caravaggio, who I thought would benefit getting to stretch out here. Would not be shocked to see her forwardly placed. 10 to You is next. 7-2, Price is creeping up again, very much on her toes, and did track the leaders last out to a 2nd place finish, near miss at big odds. Parnassus, I'm sure not named for the bookstore in Tennessee and Nashville nearby, but certainly a good-looking individual as well for Jose D'Angelo. And there's Wandale for Riley Mott. We heard Andy mention how he settled in feeling very fresh but very professional in the paddock. Not so for Ali Lookout, who was acting up quite a bit when he first came out to the track. He is feeling his oats. Ships in from Saratoga for Rick Dutrow. Ando, the 7 by Into Mischief, another one of those sires I always look for here at Kentucky Downs, was a $310,000 purchase back in 2023. Don's winner currently at 6-1 on the board with Florent Giroux and Joe Sharp teaming up. He tries the turf for the first time by game winner. And on the outside at 5-2. Now the favorite in the wagering, Grand Premier for Brendan Walsh, adds blinkers. Nice big warm up there under Ben Curtis. A couple of starts in the United States, including a 1 1/8 in his U.S. debut. We'll see how he settles in here from that outside post position. Just 4 minutes to post, and a note about the rail. We heard Andy allude to it as far as its placement is concerned. Just 50 feet from the hedge, which can sometimes favor speed. Find out more about that, but right now let's check in down in the paddock with Andy Biancone, who's standing by with the trainer of the 8, Don's winner.
Kate, and yes, standing by with Joe Sharp, who sends out the number 8, Don's winner. Joe, we've alluded this early on. You have a barn here. You've been galloping these horses yourselves. How has Don's winner handled the going out here?
Yeah, he trained really well over it yesterday, and we took him out for a little hack this morning. So, you know, I thought the turf's in great shape. They've done a good job over the summer, so he seemed to float over it. I mean, when it's time to ask him to quicken on it, I guess we'll find out if he likes it or not. But it's from a training standpoint, he liked it just fine.
And tactically, where would you like him to be in the field?
I think he's going to be best with the target. I think last time, sloppy track, he got himself a little closer than he wanted to be and just got a little lost late. So hopefully a couple of them go and he can kind of sit a stocking trip.
Now, Joe is in a little bit of trouble with me because he buzzed me on the track the other day. You weren't on this horse, were you?
No, that's a tomorrow runner. But yeah, my bridle was half off and I was a little out of control. But
no joke. Joe Sharp ran over a cone, almost ran me over. I said, what the heck is going on? His bridle was half off. But true horseman, he fixed it right away. Best of luck in Huron this weekend.
Thanks, Andy.
I imagine a lot of people have been buzzing by Andy Biancone with the 9 horses that she galloped yesterday, and I'm sure is kept busy in the mornings before getting in the afternoon. So too Joe Sharp, getting on his own horses, always can be a bit of an advantage to a trainer who can get that immediate direct feedback as to how his horses are performing, handling the surfaces. And for several years now, Joe has taken advantage of the opportunity to stable. When we talk about those trainers, though, that have stabled here at Kentucky Downs, often we're only talking about one day of training here over the surface. It's not like many tracks where you have the opportunity to come in weeks in advance, settle in, maybe perhaps even breeze. Most of the work is very contained. It's more just an opportunity for the horses to get comfortable on the surface. The cones or dogs are always out quite a bit, so they are doing all their work toward the very outside part of the turf course. But the important part is the opportunity for the horse not just to feel the ground underneath them, but to experience the undulations and also the configuration of the course. Because having walked the course before, and I'm not like Joe Sharp or Edgar Morales, I don't jog it. Edgar Morales, we saw put in 3 laps this morning. Joe Sharp, I think, did at least 2, I believe. But even walking is a test on that course, because when you hit the straightaways, they go on forever, especially on the backstretch. You don't see the bend in the turn, even from midway down the backstretch. So a horse can get very lost and confused out there on something that they've not experienced before. So again, that opportunity for a horse like Don's winner to at least gallop and train a little bit over the course can be a really big advantage. And Don's winner currently on the board at 6-1. 5-2 on Grand Premier, who remains favored and who I'm interested to see as far as positioning is concerned where he will be. He sat off a pace which was moderate to fast going long, but with so many horses coming out of sprint races and some horses that just seem to show a little bit more early speed, it tends to kind of play differently than it did perhaps in the previous races, and a lot harder for the distance horses to make up that early turn of foot equal to those horses coming out of the sprint races. Now, we are looking at a horse without a rider, and I'm told that is the 7. That would be Ando, who at 55-1 will not make much impact on the board, but it looks as if he has been scratched. So a late scratch with a team of vets able to watch, and also the jockey themselves able to also communicate with the veterinarians on the course as to anything that might happen if they just don't feel the horse is handling perhaps the conditions or moving correctly. They may decide to just wait for another day, with safety always being in the best interests of the horse and rider here. So the 7 scratched, but again, I don't know that that'll make a big difference as far as the wagering is concerned and who the favorite is, because that was one of the longer shots on the board. 5-2 now, though, on the 2, 10-U. So we've had a switch here as far as the favorite is concerned. And 10-U, I thought, was the horse that made the most sense as the favorite in this race. In all fairness, though he was big odds in his most recent start, he did go out in his debut at Presque Isle as a heavy favorite, was beaten that day by a head, then came back at high odds and outran his odds, ran a huge race to finish with the same margin, second, beaten ahead. The concern with a horse like this is that a habit. Is the horse the type that gives you hope, has some ability, but just doesn't quite care where the finish line is, or to put his nose in front where it matters? Or, on the other hand, could it just be a matter of time and maturity and experience and circumstances? And perhaps today then could be the day. That's kind of what I'm leaning in on at 5-2. I thought he made the most sense. He also has that stamina 1 1/8 behind him on a good turf course, no less. So when you go from a good course with some moisture in it that can sometimes be more taxing for a horse to a firmer course that doesn't have that type of give or moisture, it can make a big difference as well. And maybe the firmer going today with the rail 50 feet out could help 10-U, our 5-2 favorite, my top choice here, and I think a key in any of the exotics that you're playing. Of course, we didn't touch on much was the 4 Parnassus, but we should with Jose D'Angelo, if he has any type of meet close to what he had last year from a small number of starters. Every horse hit the board and won with the majority of them. Very good at selecting the horses to bring here to Kentucky Downs from South Florida. We know the weather isn't a concern because those horses that have trained at Palmettos in South Florida and run over the summer definitely are ready for what we have here today, which is actually very pleasant from my vantage point, but I think a little warmer down in the paddock and out on the race course. Parnassus sits on the board at 9-1. It was second last out on the synthetic. That could be quite an overlay, but I'm going to go 2-1-9-6, and the bettor's choice as we hand it off to Michael Rona is the 2, 10-U.
Thanks very much, Caden. The gate filling, about half of them locked away. Late scratch of number 7, Ando, in the post parade. Parnassus beneath Mike Smith comes forward as the second last to load, and Grand Premiere will complete the line. Broke slowly last time out. Blinkers have been added today. Racing! Grand Premiere missed it again slightly, drops back to the rear with Ollie Lookout, and Caragogo, the grey from post position 1, springs to the early lead from 10-U, Parnassus and Don's Winner wider, followed by Juan Dale, being joined by Grand Premiere and Ollie Lookout 3 lengths last. They have 6.5 furlongs to go, topping the hill and turning right. Caragogo, the leader from 10-U, and then comes Don's Winner on the outside as they descend the hill with a length and a half to Parnassus inside of Grand Premiere. Juan Dale is 6 lengths from the front and 3 ahead of Ollie Lookout as the field comes down toward the 5/8 pole, and Caragogo slipping along nicely for Edgar Morales, leads the way by 2.5 lengths over 10-U, who in turn is 4 lengths in front of Don's Winner, with Parnassus running 4th on the inside of Grand Premiere. 2 lengths to Juan Dale back second last, and Ollie Lookout is still the tail ender as they approach the 3/8 pole, covered by 11 lengths. It's Caragogo by a length and a half. 10-U running second as they draw toward the top of the stretch. 2 lengths to Grand Premiere. who after being the last to leave the gate has been making stealthy progress on the outside. And Don's Winner will follow the rail into the stretch, followed by Parnassus on the inside in the purple cap. Wandale hooks out wide, and Ollie Lookout's going to peel to the middle of the track for Dylan Davis. It's Cara Go-Go coming towards the 8th pole, a couple of lengths in front from Tend to You and Grand Premiere. Cara Go-Go still shows them a clean pair of heels with about 100 yards to go from Grand Premiere. Ollie Lookout with a belated bid, but Cara Go-Go, first out, first home, beats Grand Premiere, Ollie Lookout and Tend to You.
Taking it all the way, Cara Go-Go, go, 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 went right to the front and just kept on going under Edgar Morales. The key perhaps slowing it down in the early stages of the race. They got a very nice leisurely opening quarter in 24 flat and kind of strung out the field the farther they went. The 9 Grand Premiere made a nice middle move to range up but could never close the gap, and Edgar Morales did all that jogging this morning, definitely warmed himself up for a big race here on Cara Go-Go. You can see clearly in the zone and all by himself at the end. With the battle for place, the 9 did get the jump and was able to continue on. Didn't switch leads through the stretch, and again, that can be a key. It becomes very confusing with the turns on this course and the undulations as to when and how to switch off, but it makes a big difference for that second wind. And out of the gate, a pretty clean start all the way, with the exception of the trailers throughout. Grand Premiere didn't get away quite as cleanly as could have been hoped, and still was able to make a nice middle move to put himself in contention. The 6, Ollie Lookout, was acting up a little when he hit the racetrack and also ended up a little slow away from the gate, trailing throughout much of the race, and then made a big, bold move to wind up in the show spot at 4-1. But 9-2 over the 9 at 3-1 Grand Premiere. Ollie Lookout, the 6, was 4-1, and rounding out the superfecta, the 2, Tend to You, ended up favored when all was said and done at 9-5. No clear excuses for Tend to You, who sat in second, pretty comfortable right behind the early leader, and just kind of flattened out toward the end stages. Slow pace throughout enabled those horses that were close to the pace, particularly the winner, to come home quite nicely. But I think it was the undoing of some of the horses who were sitting in the pocket right behind. You can see that the early pace, 24.11, 47.11, is not lightning fast, and that certainly lent itself to a big win for a horse who'd been training very well over at Keeneland, Cara Go-Go, with Edgar Morales riding for Rusty Arnold. Rusty with a number of horses on today's program. Son of Caravaggio out of an English Channel mare is another homebred. So that's 2 straight homebreds here, doubling the pleasure of the connections there for the victory. And the payoffs are not going to be quite as big as what we saw in the opener, but we still were able to beat the favorite. And with that $5 minimum at 9-2, you're going to see a healthy payoff when we get a look at the rest of the board. Now, I know that we've had winners back-to-back in the first 2 races that were on or very close to the lead, but I think it's still too early to say that that's where you need to be successful. Even the distance races themselves have kind of played logically from a pace standpoint. In particular, this one, if you have a horse that's able to gallop comfortably on the front through those types of fractions, they're going to win. But you did see the 6 making up some ground at the end to finish 3rd, no match for the winner, but still able to rally. In the first race, the runner-up was able to come from the back of the pack. So I'd keep an open mind going forward, but all things being equal, you do want a horse who at least can be in that first pack of horses so far. At least that seems to be. We'll get a real test, though, in the next race as we switch to a 1.5 miles. But in the meantime, we had 1 mile and 1 1/16 miles. Both won by non-favorites and both won by horses who were on or very close to the pace. 1-9-6-2, and a second place finish for the post-time favorite in the 2, Tend to You. We should get those prices in just a moment. But again, I think you're going to see that mile and a half perhaps changed everything, because rather than pace, it becomes a matter of stamina and who is best cut out for sprinting home after a mile and a half. We've seen some of our more exciting finishes in these races that are configured in that manner, so a lot to look forward to. In the meantime, check out the prices with one of the favorites, I think third choice in the wagering, $29.05 for Caragogo. Grand Premier, $12.15 to place. And Ali Lookout, $8 to show. That $1.9 exacta returns $33.15. The 50-cent trifecta, 1, 9, and 6, $68.15. And even with a relatively short price to complete the daily double, we still get just under $100, which isn't bad. $28 on the 10-cent superfecta, along with 2 cents, which will parlay it forward. Getting ready for the second race as we turn our attention early money on the horse I was looking at, Caviar Breakfast. I actually thought that would be one of the horses I'd get a decent price on, but perhaps not the way it's going to play out, as Caviar Breakfast, 7-5 favorite coming up in the next race, number 3. Matt Bernier will be back for that one, along with the rest of the crew. It's a short time out, and we'll get you set for what's to come.
From humble beginnings to royal accolades, the never say die spirit lives in us all. Never Say Die Bourbon.
Tired of the same old different day? Welcome to Cashville, Kentucky at the Mid Gaming Hall. Here we don't just celebrate winners, we make them famous.
I love winning.
Now that's brunch with benefits. And every date night, you're destined to score big.
That's my kind of special.
This isn't just a sweet room, it's the after party.
Cashville, Kentucky at the Mid Gaming Hall. 4 convenient locations near you.
We get that look that we're going for when it comes to this.
Welcome back to Kentucky Downs on this opening day of the 2026 meeting. We have 20 minutes until race number 3. Hopefully you're off to a good start through 2 races. If not, the good news is you still have 9 races to come, including my favorite kind of race right here in race number 3, 1.5 miles. You want to talk about long. It's all about stamina. We'll find out how these horses handle the 1.5 mile distance here at Kentucky Downs on opening day. And we talked about sort of the first 2 races. You haven't had crazy prices as far as the off odds are concerned, but the beauty of the $5 minimum now, you've seen what those returns are on the win end. So good on you if you've got those down. Hopefully you can continue things moving along. And again, if you're having any kind of an issue to start the day, the good news is only 2 down. We have 9 races still to come. This 1.5 mile race here, really based on the early wagering, is boiling down to 2 horses. You've got the 6 horse in here, that being Caviar Breakfast, and the 8 horse Malibu Smart. Don't want to sleep on the 5 horse either, who's a little bit chilly in the wagering early on, that being National Archive, but it certainly looks, on paper anyway, like it's one of those 3. The tote would make it seem like it's one of those 2, either the 6 or the 8. Let's begin with Caviar Breakfast. This is Katin Bradar's first $5 win wager that we talked about earlier in the day. Trained by Ken McPeak, most recently second at Colonial. That was the first start on the turf in a few months after they had a run 2 starts back, washed off at Churchill Downs. The good news, if you like this horse, coming out of a pretty live race already, Evershed, the 3rd place finisher at Colonial Downs on the 19th of July, already came back to win with a 91 Beyer speed figure, jumping up from the 84 that was earned back in the middle of July. My only cause for pause, and the only thing that kind of prevented me from going all in on her, was simply when you look at some of the longer races that she's running, and granted they haven't done it a ton, but you get her out past 1 mile and an 1/8, and she's just gotten a little bit short at the end of those races. Now perhaps the tactics here and a little bit of a slower pace throughout the early portion of the run is going to give her that kind of late kick that she needs to seal the deal. But at 8-5, that would be my only sort of red flag, my only cause for pause to make you reconsider or think about someone else. Not to say she can't win, but at 8-5, I wanted to go elsewhere, and I went to that horse that you're looking at right there in Malibu Smart, going out for trainer Mike Maker. Last year, Maker's Barn did very well during the Kentucky Downs meeting, 16% winners with a positive ROI for every $2 that you bet to win. And you may look at the lifetime record and see 2 for 28, 13 times second or third. I'm viewing her entirely different. This is sort of a Mike Maker special. Dipped in, claimed her at the beginning of December down at the fairgrounds, and granted it took a little while, but eventually stretched her out to these longer distances, and longer distances seemingly have been the key for her. I misspoke earlier in the day about her overall record at 1 5/16 miles or greater. She did have 2 other tries that I didn't mention, but there's reason I forgot to mention them. Let's go back to the September run last year when she was still with trainer Chris Hartman. Ran very well here, only beaten a neck at nearly 22-1. Then, the next time she goes long is after she's been claimed by Maker, but they ran around the Tapeta at Turfway. I'm willing to forgive that, not the end of the world. Then they come right back and run at Churchill Downs at 1 3/8, at 1.5 miles at Keeneland, and that was the first time with blinkers on for this outfit. Another instance where I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. It wasn't the cleanest run anyway, but to me, that's a prime example of a couple of races that you can draw lines through. Then you're left with those 2 longer races, one at Churchill Downs, one at Saratoga, 1 3/8, 1.5 miles. She finishes a good second, beaten ahead on May 25th at Churchill Downs, going the mile and 3/8 distance. I think all things considered, when you look at the way that race unfolded, especially with that little bit of a steadying in deep stretch, you could give her the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, maybe she could have gone one better. And in fact, she did so in that most recent start up at the Spa back at the beginning of July, winning by almost 3, earning a 6 1/4 on Thoroughgraph and an 85 Beyer speed figure. I'm going to go to the 8 at 5-2, that being Malibu Smart. I want to check in with some folks that are smarter than me, though. Standing by in the paddock, we have Andy Biancone and Jess Stafford. Ladies, what do we think of the runners right here for race number 3?
Well, before we go into that, I'm going to utilize the insight of someone much smarter than me, as we are delighted that, again, Equibase is supporting Kentucky Downs, and the Race Lens tool is one, Ben Kudlow, that you need to make the most of. Can you just remind Kentucky Downs horse players why Race Lens could help you with your handicapping?
Yeah, well, it's Equibase's advanced handicapping tool and kind of takes past performances to the next level, combines traditional PPs with insights, stats, kind of uncover trends and angles. Might not be so obvious at first glance. So NHC champions have used it in the past, in 2019 with Scott Coles and 2025 with Dan Piazza. So trusted by the best. So yeah, at a place like Kentucky Downs, which can be so difficult to handicap, it's pretty crucial.
Yes, certainly is. What about this race? What does Race Lens glean for us?
The Race Lens picked number 6 Caviar Breakfast. I know she was a 9-2 morning line, unfortunately the 8-5 favorite right now, but 4-year-old Mendelssohn filly for Kenny McPeak with Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard, and kind of interesting, it's their first start together in over a month. But anyway, the angle is she does have the highest late pace rating of a 98, 6.5 points higher than any other filly or mare in here. And then over the past 5 years, horses in route races at Kentucky Downs with the highest late pace rating in the field win at 19% from 209 starts, finished 43% in the money with an 8% return on investment. So Race Lens picked her. I guess everybody else did too. So number 6 Caviar Princess.
The money is coming in. Ben, always great to hear from you. I know we will for the rest of the meet, and good luck. Andy, we've heard from Ben there. What do we think of number 6?
Great insight, and I thought the number 6 Caviar Breakfast did make a nice impression in here, but I think I'm going to go for a little bit more value. Number 5, National Archive, is going to be my official paddock pick here for Miguel Clement. Love the way this mare looks. Just a beautiful body, very long, rangy, lot of scope, and she looks dead fit as well, but I think she's capable of being forward with this group, going this 1.5 mile distance. She looks like a marathon runner all day long, but love her disposition in here, and just a picture of her health. Her coat couldn't look better. Her attitude couldn't be better. So she's probably where my top pick lands, but I did give a little bit of a nod to the number 8 Malibu Smart. Obviously found her rhythm getting into those marathon distances for trainer Mike Maker, and as Matt Bernier alluded to, very Mike Maker trend to claim horses with turf pedigree, long distance turf pedigree, and he really turns them around. But I thought she looked confident in the paddock today, Jess, and like I said, I love that she just kind of got into that rhythm once you got that stretch out.
And also, we think it has to be important and useful when horses have been to Kentucky Downs and run well here. This horse was second last year and had a good prep into her run, but maybe this year has got an even better prep. Won this exact race profile last time at Saratoga, and that was at a good price, and I thought just struck at the 8th pole after a fair 4th over 12.5 at Keeneland. As you say, proven at the trip, in form, class dropping for me, has an excellent chance. I want to give another mention to a horse that also has Kentucky Downs form. That's horse number 1, Aegea Marina. This is a quality road, 1 over 1 3/8 at Belmont, then led and folded over 1 and 7/8 at Saratoga. The whole question for me, does the 12 stretch her speed? But we saw in the last race a horse loose on the lead, and that's been a real benefit just to get there, be in that right position, and then kick clear when you need to.
Absolutely, and I do think the 1, Aegea Marina, runs her best races being forwardly placed, but she has rallied before. Now, with that being said, we mentioned the rails being to the outside, and that's typically more conducive to horses who can be forwardly placed. So with that being said, I'd like to see the number 1, Aegea Marina, forward today, but she's another one who caught my eye for trainer Amelia Green. Really looks fantastic and fit coming into this spot.
Yeah, and looking at Aegea Marina coming out again, it's just woken up a little bit, but I like that. Probably knows that this racetrack and is looking forward to being back on the track again. there are a couple of others possibly at slightly good prices and coming in for a bit of money. Number 7, Mambo Queen. This is the improver to me. I thought, Andy, this is a horse that looks to be really kind of getting into the stride, and the form figures just show that. Won her last 2. A horse that again can come wide, draws away. The closing second at Laurel before that. The first try at 12 furlongs with the field's best late pace number is going to be interesting, but I like to have a horse like that, maybe in my selections who's, on the upgrade essentially.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, she's had a little bit of time off over the summer. Trainer Mike Maker's certainly capable of getting horses fit and ready off the layoff. With that being said, where I kind of didn't pick her is because historically in her past performances, she's kind of one who does better when she's running all the time versus having breaks. But those were with former connections, so she could turn the page here for trainer Mike Maker. But I'm sticking with the number 5 horse, Jess. I love National Archive. She's really catching my eye in here.
Yeah, certainly, and with a hot day, a lot of them are getting sweaty. She seems to be one that's just handling it okay. Constitution, out of quality road mare. A horse that looks to be the running styles, kind of got that relentless kind of grinding attitude, is a horse that you feel like you can always trust, and staying on for 4th in the Saratoga race last time, kind of exposed to Gia Marina, as I said, is a real grinder and is always going to be up there. It's just, from the first 2 races, what have we learned so far? To me, it means you got to be up on the pace. I've seen horses that have probably been a bit unlucky not to get there late on. I think that's the best position you need to be in, but on this kind of route races, it could be different.
Yeah, no, I still think even with the route race, you need to be forward, or at least in that first flight of horses with the rail being out. Like I said, completely different story throughout the week as we see the rails go inside. That gives horses a lot more opportunity and room to kind of cut the corner and make that wide sweeping move versus when the rails are out, you just have to be forward. Otherwise, it's way too much work to get to the outside. But I do think the number 5 National Archive can sit a forward trip, and I do believe she has had a gallop over this track. Miguel Clement has some horses stabled here, and that to me is a leg up.
Yeah, certainly. There isn't a huge amount actually at big prices in this race. They're all coming in for a lot of support. Number 2, Calamity, is probably the one that is at a bigger price, more of a double figure odds at the moment, around 13-1. Again, Joe Sharp, we heard from him. Ben Curtis on board. By Gun Runner out of Mighty Moon, 2nd Indiana, then 8th when impeded in a restricted stakes there. Probably haven't learned a huge amount since then. Again, has had a little bit of time off too, but I kind of looked at the race as a whole, and I thought it was difficult to put any question marks around a lot of them. I suppose, as you say, a couple coming off a bit of a break, but I thought this was really trappy.
Yes, it certainly is a really evenly matched group, and sometimes when the discrepancy is so little between horses, it really comes down to trip and who's looking the best that day and etc. So that's why I landed with the 5. I like the way she looks, and Florent Giroux has plenty of success here at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, certainly so. Just going to give a shout out to Mia Nichols, who's on horse number 3, a jockey that I know very well from back at home. I actually interviewed her after her first ever winning ride, and that was at a track called Chelmsford. She has made the move over here. She's living with the Jerry O'Dwyer team, and she's here to ride for the first time at Kentucky Downs, but would know this style of track well from her time back at home in England. It kind of reminds me of tracks like Epsom and Goodwood, undulating and pretty tight. So good luck to her. She's great to be a part of the American jockey contingent now.
Absolutely. Best of luck to Mia and all the riders in here. Horses are going to make their way back to the track, and we'll send it up to Matt.
Jess, Andy, thank you. As you can see, the horses making their way to the track to get ready for a post parade for race number 3. This will kick off a 50-cent pick 3 opportunity. Also kicks off a $1 double chance, along with all the usual suspects. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, super effective wagering available, all right here in race number 3. 8 minutes to get those plays in, however you see fit. 50 feet is the temporary rail. We are going over that firm turf course that we've already seen a couple of races that seemingly you want to be a little bit more forward, but I think Caton touched on it, and I'm wholeheartedly in agreement. I am one of the last people to jump at saying, oh, you can't win from X, Y, and Z. Well, it's way too early to be making any declarations about speed, this, that, or the other. I think you handicap the race however you see it is the way that you want to go. As you can see, the horses making their way out. The call to post. Parade about to begin with the one horse, Agia Marina, going to be the first one that we get to see in here at odds of 7-1. As you take a look at all the details here, running for $185,000. All of your wagering opportunities in bottom right side of the screen. Agia Marina for Amelia Green's barn, most recently well beaten, but I think one of those things that beaten margin doesn't really mean a great deal to me. This is a horse that was part of the pace in that most recent start at Saratoga. It didn't work out. At that point, once you're wrapped up on it, I don't care if you're beaten 25 or you're beaten 2. Beaten is beaten. So I think you can give her the benefit of the doubt there. You may be getting a little bit of a sneaky play in here at odds of 7-1, just simply because the pace of this race, I think, is really interesting. Kind of piggybacking on just talking about how the first 2 races unfolded, you look at this race, there are a few horses that want to occupy what I would say is a similar part of real estate. I don't know that that means that you're going to have any kind of a duel early on between 2, or maybe you end up with some sort of a barbecue with even more than that. But Agia Marina down on the inside seemingly would be, to me, the speed of the speed in here, depending on how you want to see this thing unfold. With those last 2 starts showing speed, the run 2 back at Aqueduct, that pace was pretty high. She was only a length off of it. I could absolutely see Adam Beschizza being aggressive early on. There's a look at Calamity, first time going out for the Joe Sharp barn. This is a runner that's 9-1 right now, going to be trying Kentucky Downs for the first time. Most recently, just draw a line through that stakes try at Horseshoe Indianapolis. There's a look at Old Fashioned Girl. Mia Nichols will be doing the riding here at nearly 40-1 for the Paul McEntee barn. See what we get here. 11 times second or third from 34 lifetime tries. Street Where You Live for Matthew Sims. First try here locally at Kentucky Downs. Most recently a good third, rallying from off the pace at Ellis Park. The 5-horse National Archive, Andy very smitten by this one at 9-2. Another one, don't have a ton of early pace in the recent starts, but you've got races in the past that would suggest that one should be close. Caviar Breakfast, I can't imagine, is too far off of the pace. I would expect Brian Hernandez to have this one relatively close. Mambo Queen, the 7-horse, going out for the Mike Maker barn, 1 of 2 in here for Mike Maker, has already run here at Kentucky Downs and did so quite well way back in the day. That was the career debut on September the 11th of 2024. Last but not least is Malibu Smart, the other Maker entrant in here at odds of 5-2, with Dylan Davis aboard, coming in on the heels of a big blowout victory up at the Spa, going the 1.5 mile distance, winning by nearly 3. And I think that was another thing for me. Maybe I'm just overly in love with this horse, but the fact that you get a horse who had a habit of not getting the job done. We can just call a spade prior to that last run. Was 1 for 27, 13 times second or third. And then suddenly, not only do you win, but you win in blowout fashion, and you beat a decent group. The third place finisher, Midnight Concerto, came right back to win next out with an 86 buyer, jumping up from the 81 earned on July the 12th. So there's just a lot for me to like about the 8 Malibu Smart. The concern might be the pace. If for whatever reason they don't go fast early on, and maybe that helps that horse on screen right there, your 2-1 favorite, Caviar Breakfast, who, again, I don't think she's going to be on the lead, but she's going to be pretty darn close to it, I would think. That horse, to me, has one way to go. I would expect the 1, Agia Marina, assuming she breaks alertly, to go on with it, as we saw up at Saratoga last time. And again, I'm willing to forgive those beaten lengths. That doesn't really mean a great deal to me. When the race is over, the race is over. You kind of wrap up, and that's it. The fact that she comes right back here, she hasn't missed any time. She went right back into training. She's got 4 drills since that run at Saratoga, all of those at Belmont Park. I think that's all positives for the Amelia Green trainee. Would not surprise to see the 1 Get Brave out there at a nice price at 7-1. You're taking a look at some of the pick 3 will pays there on the left side of your screen, right side of the off odds. We saw the same thing with the doubles, and the doubles would indicate that your contenders right now probably not going to change a great deal by the time we get to the starting gate. It looks like the 6 is going to be roughly half the price or somewhere thereabouts of the 8, and I know they just ticked a little bit, but history would suggest that the double is a good indicator of what your off odds are going to be on the win end. And then the 5 is going to be roughly 2x the price of the 8. So I don't think you're going to get a ton of shuffling over the final few minutes when you get your wagers in between the 5, the 6, and the 8. I think it's kind of crystallized that you're looking at the 6 as the likely favorite, the 8 as the clear second choice, and then the 5 as the clear third choice. If you're looking to play doubles, and maybe you're looking ahead to race number 4, we talked about it earlier before the start of race number 1, but I'm a big fan of the 1, Never Sleep, in race number 4. Going to be ridden by Florent Giroux. Showed big speed last time at Ellis Park on the dirt. Got the job done, but more importantly, the debut at Colonial for Larry Ravelli, it just didn't work out very well. This is a horse that broke okay, but got out sprinted to the front end, then was just in a really tight spot early on. If I were playing doubles And I'm an advocate of just kind of getting narrow. Have an opinion. If it doesn't work, don't worry. You've still got many opportunities today and tomorrow and the rest of the entire meet here at Kentucky Downs. But I'd be playing a cold 8-1 double starting off right here. And is it going to be a giant return? No. Last I had seen, I think it was about $22 for $1. So it's nothing to sneeze at, but maybe not one that's going to make you rich like we've seen with some of these payouts in the past here at Kentucky Downs. I'd be looking to play a double of 8-1 in race number 4 if you're so inclined. If you're somebody that just likes to play the win, place, and show wagers, no better time to do it than now. $5 is the base bet. Again, we've seen how big those returns are, and it looks anyway when things go official. Nothing wrong with making show parlays. I know some folks have their opinions on that, but if you're here, you're having a good time, you're at home, you're watching on Peacock, and you want to just have a little bit of action, and maybe you don't really feel comfortable making the win wager, nothing wrong with just parlaying your show bets. Race by race by race. That thing can add up in a heartbeat, especially if you're dealing with a $5 minimum. So just some different options. Think a little bit outside the box. Don't just get stuck in to the same old when you're playing here when you've got these kind of opportunities at Kentucky Downs. 2 minutes until race number 3. Be sure to get involved wherever you're playing, wherever you're watching. Just get a good look at the 4-horse there on screen, that being Street Where You Live. Not entirely sure what to do with this horse, if I'm being honest. At 14-1, 3 starts back, went jumping. Then you come right back in a mile at Churchill Downs. Very nearly got the job done. There was a hot pace that day. 14-1, just got pipped, lost by a half length. And then the last start, I think it was actually fairly comparable. It just happened to be against better company at Ellis Park. Now, this is certainly a tough group that you're going to have to deal with, and you're stretching out to the 1.5 miles. But based on this horse's career and the way this horse has run, I don't think that's going to be any sort of an issue. If you have reservations about is she good enough to run with the big girls, totally fair. I think that's an honest question that you have to ask. But at 14-1, can she get a piece? With the way that she runs, I don't see why not. I don't see any reason that she couldn't get involved in this thing at a big number if you're looking for somebody to round out your trifectas, superfectas, or you're just looking to make a play as far as a show bet is concerned here. I've made it clear I like the 8-horse in here at 5-2. Price is right on Malibu Smart. Wouldn't want to go much less than that. Good news is, don't think we're going to go much less than that. Caton Bradar likes the 6 in here at odds of 2-1. That is Caviar Breakfast. This is the only race when we made our 4 $5 win bets at the start of the day that we're going to go head-to-head in here. We happen to land on the 2 favorites in here, and hopefully, for one of our sakes, we can get one of these things home. The 5-horse, National Archive, she's really, I don't want to say unexposed, but she's 3 for 10. She's at least gotten to the winner's circle far more frequently than some of the other gals in here have. Andy liked the look of her in the paddock, sort of the impression that she made. Florent Giroux knows how to ride here at Kentucky Downs. That's obvious. And I don't think the distance is an issue for her. You know, she ran a pretty credible, in the grand scheme of things, 6th, and it was only a field of 8. But 6th in the Jockey Club Oaks last year at Aqueduct in November against some legitimate company. You had the likes of Fionn and Laurelland in there. Her form so far this year, has she gotten to the winner's circle? No, but I would expect her to take a step forward here. And if the pace ends up working to her advantage, she can certainly get the job done here at 3.5-1. Just take a look at the show pool there on the left side of the screen, nearly $22,000. That'll jump up as the field approaches the starting gate. The load will begin here shortly. Race number 3 on an 11-race program, 90 degrees here in Franklin, Kentucky. Best of luck. Thank you all for watching and joining us wherever you are. If you're here on site at Kentucky Downs or you're at home watching via your ADW or you're watching on Peacock, good on you. It's been a beautiful day so far, and hopefully the racing action continues to deliver. It always does here at Kentucky Downs. That's the beauty of it from a gambling standpoint. There's no place that you would rather be than diving into these big full fields. And if you're a turf player like I am, this is heaven. This is all you could be asking for. If you're looking big fields, competitive groups, and your favorites are going to be, I mean, look at this 8-horse field, and you've got a favorite at 2-1. Not much else you could ask for. At a 1.5 mile distance, it's all about the dance. How fast do they go? Who's the one that takes the initiative? And who's going to have that late punch? As you see the horses approaching the starting gate here to begin the loading process. Non-winners of 2 other than is the condition. Your favorite is the 6-horse. That is Caviar Breakfast at odds of 2-1. Second choice in the wagering is the 8-horse Malibu Smart at 5-2. Third choice is the 5 National Archive from Miguel Clement's barn at 7-2. Likely pacemaker down on the inside, the 1 Agia Maria is a 6-1 chance, who at the very least is one that you could think about using in the underneath rungs if you don't want to put her on top. And then you've got big prices beyond that. Haven't really talked a ton about the other maker horse in here. I should probably say that briefly here. Mambo Queen at 6-1. First time going out from Mike Maker's barn. You look at the run of form leading into that little layoff there at the end of June. 4 starts, a couple of wins, a couple of runner-up efforts. I think the thing I like most about that string of form, Fairgrounds, Laurel, Colonial. She can clearly run. She does not need to have her track to produce a performance. We'll see what she does first time going out for the Mike Maker barn. As the loading process begins, let's send it up to Michael Rona. Wrap up the load and get you the call. Race number 3.
Okay, Matt, half the field in the gate already. Old-fashioned girls loading with Mambo Queen, and the last couple will be Street Where You Live and Malibu Smart. Caviar Breakfast number 6 still heading the wagering fractionally 2-1. Movement from Aia Marina in gate 1, named for a beach town in Greece. Racing, Aia Marina and Calamity bumped. Caviar Breakfast bounces to the early lead. Malibu Smart's going to cross and sit second. Aia Marina the inside from Old Fashioned Girl. A bunched field early. Mambo Queen 3 wides, only 2.5 lengths off the pace. Calamity back along the rail. National Archive and Street Where You Live the last couple as they vacate the home stretch where Caviar Breakfast has the lead. Malibu Smart second as they wheel around that tight first turn. Aia Marina third along the inside of Old Fashioned Girl with a length and a half. Calamity kept company by Mambo Queen. 2 lengths to National Archive, and Street Where You Live on the inside is at the tail of the field. A mile into 16th left to go, and Caviar Breakfast eyes the uphill run, leading 3/4 of a length to Malibu Smart. 1 length Aia Marina tucked in third, followed closely by Old Fashioned Girl. Calamity 5 lengths off the lead. Giroux peeling out 3 deep on National Archives, beginning to inch forward. Mambo Queen splits horses in the black colours, and Street Where You Live is last of all. 7/8 left to go, and it's a fairly compact field, led to the top of the hill by Caviar Breakfast, but Calamity's getting up along the inside to draw level. A length and a half to Old Fashioned Girl, Malibu Smart, Aia Marina, National Archive, Mambo Queen, and Street Where You Live is last of all as they descend towards the 5/8 pole. And the lead belongs to Calamity on the inside. Has it narrowly now from Caviar Breakfast, who's quick to regain parity. Malibu Smart a length away third. Followed on the fence by Aia Marina, who has not spent a penny. Old Fashioned Girls 1 off the rail. National Archives 3 deep on the back of Malibu Smart, followed by Mambo Queen. And Street Where You Live a couple of lengths off at the tail of the field, in the vicinity of the 3/8 pole. And Malibu Smart inching forward 3 wide for Dylan Davis is having a look for the lead. Caviar Breakfast is still there with Calamity along the inside. 3 abreast at the 5/16 pole as they approach the top of the stretch. National Archive has the yellow with green cap out wider. Aia Marina waits in behind them, and they're followed by Old Fashioned Girl beginning to struggle. Mambo Queen starting to thread forward but got held up on the heels of National Archive at that point. Now is guided to the outside with Street Where You Live finishing from a long way back. Malibu Smart past the 8th pole is clear by a couple of lengths from Calamity and National Archive. Aia Marina on the inside, and then Mambo Queen, Street Where You Live. But Malibu Smart has taken it clearly. 4 lengths, a strong win from National Archive with Calamity checking in third.
8, 5, and 2 looks to be the unofficial order of finish here in race number 3. She was always moving sweetly beneath Dylan Davis, that being the 8-horse Malibu Smart, who goes back-to-back for trainer Mike Maker. This was one of those rides where you perch 3 wide and you're saying, boy, I hope she's moving as well as it looks like she's moving, and she's got more horse there because she never really took a deep breath. And clearly I was wrong about interpreting the pace. I thought they would go a little bit harder early on, and I think the 2 favorites in here, Malibu Smart and the 6 Caviar Breakfast, they were ridden as if they were the favorites. And when nobody wanted to go, let's take the initiative. We think we're better than everyone. Perhaps this distance is just not really what Caviar Breakfast wants. I do wonder if you ran this race at 1 mile and an eighth or somewhere abouts, maybe she's in with a little bit of a better chance. But this 8-horse was always moving very, very well. Malibu Smart, when she gave the field the slip, it was all over. It was a matter of who would round out your exotics. And indeed, it looked as though the 5-horse was a clear runner-up in here at 9-2. I have to be honest. I really thought the move from Ben Curtis was spectacular on Calamity. This was very slow early on, and up the backside, going up the climb, he said, we got to go on with it. They're going too slow. We won't be able to run them down. He makes that move. Things heated up a little bit around the far turn, but not so much that it hindered the opportunity and the chances of your 7-2 winner. We got a little bit of a float there. How about that? Malibu Smart getting the job done. National Archive finishing second. Calamity rounding out your trifecta. We'll wait and see who ran fourth in there. 8, 5, and 2 is going to be your unofficial order of finish for your trifecta. Final time, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and a little bit on top of that. Call it 30.15. Good effort there from the 8-horse Malibu Smart. And pace making the race You know, again, it's one of those things. If you think you're on the best horse, ride them as if they're the best. It's exactly what your two favorites did. Caviar Breakfast, Brian Hernandez, Malibu Smart, Dylan Davis. They went on with it when things didn't materialize, maybe certainly the way I thought they would. Maybe even some of the riders caught a little bit off guard. And at that point, you just have to put your faith in the horse and say, maybe you can take me there. I do truly believe Caviar Breakfast has big races in her. I just don't think this distance is necessarily what she wants. Maybe a little bit shorter, she would have been a major, major threat in a spot like this. As far as the rest of the field is concerned, Mambo Queen is going to round out your superfecta, the 7-horse at odds of 7-1, the other Maker entrant. So Mike Maker runs 1-4 in race number 3. There's a good look at Malibu Smart. She's headed into the paddock in the winner's circle to get her picture taken here. The winner of race number 3. So we've seen a little bit of everything here. We've seen a mile and the 16th, and now out to the 1.5 miles. It never hurts to have some speed. That's stating the obvious. It's racing. You still want to have a little bit of gas early on. I'm still not willing to go as far as to say there's an outright bias. I don't think it's one of those instances. You saw National Archive try to chuck along a little bit there at the end as you get a good look at Malibu Smart. Owners Michael Hui, and we've got Phil Fortes there as well. Well done to everybody involved, and Mike Maker and Dylan Davis. But again, going back to the sort of pace and the way the race unfolded and the racetrack itself, I think it's way, way too early to go ahead and say, oh, well, you've got to be within a length or anything like that. I just think you've had some logical runners get the job done in the first 3 races. And that's another thing that can always sort of cloud judgment when you're trying to assess how a track is playing. If you've got horses that make sense and they're forward and they just kind of carry on with their momentum, well, it doesn't indicate there's any sort of a bias. The 3 winners that we've had so far have all made a great deal of sense on paper leading into the race. So it's not like you've had a 99-1 shot get out there and wing it on the front end and not stop. In that case, maybe you need to revisit. But for the here and now, I think these have all been logical returns, logical results. And I think the racetrack, if you're good enough, you're in with a good chance. Maybe you don't want to come from 100 out of it, but it's early days. Don't want to draw any real proclamations at this point. Race number 3 is still unofficial, but there's a look at your order. 8, 5, 2, and 7. Malibu Smart over National Archive, over Calamity over Mambo Queen. Malibu Smart's going to go get a little bit of a bath, cool down here on this hot summer day here in Franklin, Kentucky on opening day at Kentucky Downs. Final time, 2 minutes, 30.15 seconds, and you see those early fractions. I'll stress it basically every race day that we have. If you're new to Kentucky Downs, don't let some of these finishing fractions throw you off. They're running uphill, and conversely, that happens, well, I shouldn't say conversely, down the backside they're going uphill for a good bit, and then they go down into the dip as they hit the turn. So you're going to get some interesting fractions that go up there that may look a little bit different than what you're accustomed to when you watch sort of a traditional flat race here in the United States. Doesn't mean that they're running any better or worse. It's just, given the configuration, you're going to get some different fractions that come out there. Malibu Smart is officially the winner of race number 3 at odds of 7-2. National Archive is your exacta mate, finishing second in there at 9-2 from Miguel Clement and Florent Giroux. Calamity. I love the ride from Ben Curtis. Go on with it. If you know they're not going fast enough, you got to step on the gas. He did just that. Made everybody kind of commit a little bit earlier maybe than what they wanted to. But at a certain point, you need to be the one to push things, and he did just that. Good ride there on Calamity to get third at 17-1, and then Mambo Queen rounding out your superfecta at odds of 7-1, which should be a pretty decent return with your 6-5 favorite outside the top 4 finishers here in this field of 8. Race number 3 down. Hopefully, you also tailed that double, which would be alive to going into the 1-horse in race number 4. But one thing at a time. We'll get you some prices when this race and everything comes through, but it has gone official. There you have it, $24 on top. If you back the 8-horse to win, $13.95 to place on the 5-horse National Archive. And look at that. I mentioned the sort of show parlays. If you like some of these prices, nothing wrong with taking your $5 and turning it into $23.35 just to run in the top 3. It's exactly what you get if you back the 2 Calamity in that pool. $1 exacta, $20 and change. Take a look at the 50-cent pick 3s, 30 and change, and you got a much bigger number there with that second offering. 24 minutes until race number 4. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Kaiten Bradar rejoins the show.
1954, one of the biggest races in the country.
The 175th running of the Epsom Derby, Britain's famed classic.
Watching that race was Winston Churchill and Queen Elizabeth II.
And they're off. Coming up fast on the outside, the American Colt, a 33-1 shot.
That horse shocked the whole world.
Born in Kentucky, the big winner is Never Say Die. First American to win the Derby since 1881.
Kentucky provenance, English character.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it in 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to Kentucky Downs. We have 16 minutes until race number 4 here on opening day to take a look at the field that's getting ready to line up for the 4th race of the afternoon. Co-favorites on the bookends, Caton, the 1 Never Sleep, and the 9 How's Al Today. I don't want to say wildly different approaches to get here, but How's Al Today has already run at a graded stake up at Saratoga, and conversely, you look at Never Sleep, most recently broke the maiden on dirt, but debuted on turf.
Well, so I think that Never Sleep is the logical horse that people would have gravitated toward, and that perhaps part of the attraction for How's Al Today comes from the way the Saratoga horses have been performing thus far.
Yeah.
It's an early juncture in the meet, but for what it's worth, it's not the exception. I mean, Saratoga form more than holds up coming into Kentucky Downs, and most meets for that matter. It's probably the cream of the crop. So when we have those horses here, they are perhaps having an edge as far as competition is concerned. I went to a different horse in here, but first, kudos to you and congratulations. You're on the board with the $5 win wager.
Yes.
And now are you going to parlay it all back at 3-1? Because you took Never Sleep, did you not?
Thankfully, I had kind of thrown out the idea of playing a cold double of 8-1. So my win bet's already taken care of. Although I'll be honest, at 3-1, I'm tempted to just dive back into my pockets.
That's
and
a nice
fire away
price.
again.
I actually like this horse as well. That is my top pick. Although Battlefield Hero was really attractive to me at 7-1. I kind of had my eye on this horse in the first place. His debut was impressive, albeit against a little lesser competition than some of the others. But you have to respect the fact that Never Sleep was able to win at the maiden special weight level, though it was on the dirt. And the other concern for Never Sleep, we are switching gears completely from what we've done in the first 3 races. And I know that front runners have performed really well so far, but those were route races. Now we go to sprint races. There usually is going to be more speed inherent in sprint distances, and I think Never Sleep could have some pressure. So can he relax? Can he get the type of trip he needs to be able to carry his speed the 6.5 furlongs here? That said, I like him a lot.
I went there, and my only fear to what you were just touching on was the 2 Trim Castle, and I know it's a turn back in distance, but this is a horse, when sprinting on dirt for John Ennis, had real speed early on. And if the 1 and the 2 hook up, who's to say this thing doesn't fall apart and you end up with somebody coming from out of the clouds?
It looks like you and I zeroed in on the same 2 horses for the top spots, and then went in wildly different directions the rest of the way. You know, I thought Steve Asmussen with Making It Rain, the 3, has a horse with a race under his belt that sort of looked to me like a real prep for here. A second-time starter, Julian Leparoux. They won the opener today already, and I thought arguably the form on Making It Rain was even a tad bit better than the horse that won the first race. And then the other horse that I liked in there was the 6, Reba. Now this is a stab, but Rusty Arnold, top trainer, twirling candy, great pedigree, and a pretty solid workout pattern, I thought.
So you mentioned the horses you like underneath. I think the 5 Biathlon's really interesting. We had someone come up earlier today from BBN. I have a feeling that if this horse doesn't, let's say, win today, or doesn't, let's say, run off the screen, next time out could be the time when you get to Keeneland. Just because I feel like, you know, Vicky's numbers here with first-timers, they typically take a little bit before they finally find their stride. But I think there's some ability here with Biathlon. You look at the sort of work tab leading into this. Mom on debut won by more than 11 lengths. That's nothing to sneeze at. And Olympiad, it's still a little bit early to decide fully what you think one way or the other. The other horse I'll use is the logical one, that being How's Al Today, coming in for Riley Mott's barn. Let's send it down to the paddock and hear what the ladies have to say about the runners lining up for race 4.
Well, Matt, it's a good-looking group. Certainly made my job difficult. The number 1, Never Sleep, for Larry Rivelli. Looks like a powerhouse of a horse. Very well put together, deep in his chest, broad in his shoulders, a proper sprinter, and he has a win. Funny, when you look at this field as a whole, there's a lot of horses who have never won a race before, so a ton of maidens in here, but the one, Never Sleep, is one who has punched his maiden win last time out very nicely at Ellis Park, and he showed plenty of speed in a big field of 10 that day. So physically, he looks great to me. A couple others I want to talk about. The number 8, Crystal River. For my father, Patrick Biancone, I like this filly a lot. She's classy. She's certainly going to be forward as well. Taking a shot here against the boys with the fact that we have another runner in the next race and he didn't want to run them against each other, but she holds her own. Looking at her, she doesn't look feminine at all. She really stands up with these boys in here. A lot of substance to her, a lot of class, and dappled from head to toe, so very happy to see her in good form. But a couple others who caught my eye. The 2, Trimcastle, was a little bit interesting to me. Now, he might be one who sits a little bit off the pace. I know he won last time out in gate-to-wire fashion at Colonial, going a mile, but with the cutback in distance, we might see him just come from slightly off the pace and get that pocket trip, which is something Caton alluded to earlier. We know speed has been very, very good at those route races today, but now that we cut back in distance, I just think if a horse is able to have a pocket trip without necessarily having the lead, they could be very successful. Another horse I thought was interesting, the number 3, Making It Rain. I actually had the chance to gallop him yesterday over this track. He handled it very well, was a super professional horse, and he was bucking and kicking down the lane. So super happy to be here at Kentucky Downs. But my top choices are going to be the number 1, Never Sleep, and the number 8, Crystal River. Both caught my eye, looking very nice in here, and I would maybe key in the number 2, Trimcastle, as well. Like I said, I think he just sits that nice pocket trip with that cut back to 6.5 here, and I just like the way he looks. He's a little leaner than some of the other sprinters in here, maybe not as much stockiness and substance, but still a very well-balanced, well-put-together individual as a whole, Matt.
Andy, thank you. As you get a good look at the 3-horse Making It Rain going out for Steve Asmussen. Kate, and I wanted your opinion on the favorite in here because I don't feel like we've talked a ton about Hal's Al today, who goes out for Riley Mott's barn. Brian Hernandez will do the riding. Currently your 5-2 favorite. That's the 9-horse right there. You know, on debut, very good. Rallied from off of it at Churchill Downs to get the job done. Then they threw right into the deep end. Runs in the Saratoga Special. Bet down to 4-1. I think ran into a nice horse in Twinkletown. What do you make of the move to the turf here today?
You know, I'm kind of on the fence with it. I don't mind the Munnings at all, and certainly when you have an Into Mischief mare, you're going to be happy with whatever surface you're running on, including Kentucky Downs. I thought the race was very good in the Saratoga Special. Certainly the competition was tough. But what I didn't like is that I don't know that he, just visually watching it, finished as well going 6.5 furlongs as he did going 5.5 furlongs. And that just concerned me a little bit as far as distance was concerned, particularly now switching to a different surface with a big field. I think it can be a little bit of a stamina test. That said, in fairness, he was running against much tougher horses, so he was entitled to get a little bit more tired at the end of the race, and this could be a different ballgame as he moves into a different category. Horses in here come from all different types of races. You've got first-time starters, and you've got horses that have just graduated, but he's the only one that's faced stakes caliber competition. So with that combined with his pedigree, and I do think he shouldn't have any trouble transitioning to the grass. I think he is interesting, but I certainly don't love him at a short price here on the outside the way he is. But, you know, experience really does mean a lot in these races.
The field is filing onto the track for race 4. 6.5 furlongs the distance for this 2-year-old allowance. The race is for 2-year-olds who sold or did not attain their reserve at last year's Keeneland September yearling sale. The rider of number 1, Never Sleep, Florent Giroux. $5 win place show wagering $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, 10-cent superfecta. $1 double, 50-cent pick 3. And race 4 kicks off a 50-cent pick 5. You have 7 minutes in which to invest.
Seven minutes to get involved. As you heard, mid-card pick 5. Don't sleep on those. Those can be some of the most lucrative opportunities. They get a little bit lost in the shuffle, just given all the other sort of big events that we focus on.
Hunch play with the one never sleep.
Truly.
We don't want to sleep.
Don't sleep on it.
3-1 for sure. Very close in terms of wagering and the odds. Florent Geroux picking up the mount here for Larry Rivelli. Winner at Ellis Park, likely to be forwardly placed.
That run at Colonial on debut, I know I've said it 3 different times today, but just kind of a miserable trip that didn't work out, unfortunately. Hopefully you get it done here. Trim Castle, I think, is dangerous speed. I know Andy had mentioned maybe this one sits, but my fear would be that it hooks up with the one early on, making it rain, going out for the Asmussen barn. Julian Leperoux looking for his second winner.
Very happy horse, according to Andy. Battlefield Hero at 6-1. Second-time starter, graduated nicely at 5.5 furlongs on the turf for Wesley Ward over at Ellis Park.
Look at Biathlon. I mentioned maybe next time is the time. I am interested in this one. The pedigree is there to be a good runner. We'll see what we get on debut.
That's one of 2 for BBN Racing, who've been big supporters of Kentucky Downs. Reba, the other, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, son of Twirling Candy. I love this pedigree. He is a horse with a shot, I think.
Hillbilly Kobe's interesting, too, at 9-1. There's a big pedigree. They paid a lot for this runner as a 2-year-old in training. See what you get here on debut at a nice square price. There's Crystal River, who we heard from Andy. They wanted to kind of split up their runners. 9-2 with Keith Asmussen aboard.
Philly facing the boys, and on the outside, the favorite, How's Al today at 5-2. And Al, a nod to the owner at Gold Square LLC, the owners of this pretty flashy-looking individual.
There's your field of 9 that'll go the 6.5 furlong trip here in race number 4. You've got 5 minutes to get your wagers in. We'll find out how the pace unfolds. This is the first sprint that we've seen here for the 26th meeting here at Kentucky Downs. First 3 races have all been between a mile and a mile and a half. Here we go the 6.5, starting down around the bend, so they'll kind of dip before they make that uphill run in the stretch.
So the big question, I think, is what the first-time starters will do in here. If they show speed and put pressure on Never Sleep, then I think it's a game changer. But otherwise, of the horses who have run previously, nobody has shown the same kind of speed that Never Sleep has. I have a hunch that he's going to be able to, if he breaks well,
yes,
maximize that style.
I do too. I just have a feeling this is one of those instances that I don't think there's really much to think about if you're Florent Geroux. You break, you go to the front, you go as fast as you can for as far as you can. If somebody else gets out there and duels with you, it's unfortunate, but I just think that's kind of the nature of the beast. With a horse like this, with the position you have, I think you just send.
Yeah, I think you have to, especially down on the inside. If he had broken to the outside, maybe it's a little bit of a different story, but where he's at, he's got to take advantage of it. Of course, that's usually not a problem for Larry Rivelli runners. That one of the trademarks, I would say, similar to Wesley Ward, Larry Rivelli kind of has that school of go to the front, improve your position, and somehow his young horses right off the bat break sharply, they break running. So I would assume that Never Sleep is going to go for it.
If you're watching along on Peacock, stay with us. We're going to take about a 90-second break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, the load for race number 4 here at Kentucky Downs. We're going to continue on, though. So with 3 minutes to go, you've got the one horse at 5-2. Your other favorite on the outside is How's Al today at 5-2. Is there anyone else? We saw that you and I both kind of like the 1 and the 4. At what point would you jump off of betting a horse like the 1 and bet the 4 given the price, talking about Battlefield Hero?
You know, I still think 5-2 is really a fair price. So I'm very happy with that. I kind of thought that, especially given the size of the field, you might see lower than odds on for the 1. So at that point, I mean, I'm going to stay here until it has to drop quite a bit, I think.
I tell you what, based on the double will pay, I don't think it's going to drop a ton. The 9 was actually slightly favored over the 1. So if you're alive and you tailed that double, I think it comes back 17 and change for $1 into the 1 horse. And as we say this, the 1 has a little bit more win money. But you're still looking at co-favorites at 5-2, and everybody else is going to be a little bit of a jump up from there. So we'll see how things unfold as we get closer and closer to gate break. Bookends at 5-2. Your favorites, the 1, Never Sleep. The 9, How's Al Today? Welcome back. If you're watching along on Peacock, we have 2 minutes until race number 4 here at Kentucky Downs. I'm going to welcome him back in again in 10 seconds. Promise you. Now we're going to welcome you back on Peacock.
So many viewers, so little time.
Now we're going to welcome you back. We got 2 minutes until race number 4 at Kentucky Downs. Co-favorites, the 1 and the 9, as you get a good look at the 8 horse. This is Patrick Biancone's runner in Crystal River. Oddly enough, a little bit of a turn back. One of the few in here doing that.
Yeah, and I think that serves her well. She actually ran 2 turns at the 7.5 furlong distance in South Florida. I also think from an acclimation standpoint, the horses, of course, it's been hot in a lot of places, but the horses that train day in and day out in South Florida certainly have a cardiovascular system that handles all kinds of stressors as far as the weather's concerned. So any heat today is absolutely not a concern for a horse like Crystal River. I also think the fact that she's a girl against the boys is not a disadvantage. At this stage of the game, 2-year-old fillies that tend to mature a little faster sometimes than the boys. So I'm really excited. This is one of several newer sires that we're seeing represented in the entries. Golden Pal, among them, not surprisingly, has made a mark already at an early juncture, not just with precocity, but also with turf runners. So I think she's going to be fun filly to watch in here because she's got a great turf pedigree and she has a win under her belt.
When you watch these 2-year-old races here at Kentucky Downs, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but you may be looking at horses that are going to be Breeders' Cup bound before you know it, whether it be for the Juvenile Turf Sprint or maybe it ends up being the Juvenile Turf or the Juvenile Fillies Turf. It's that kind of competition and that kind of ability that shows up here every September at Kentucky Downs. The field's approaching the starting gate for race number 4. It kicks off the mid-card pick 5. To get you the load and the call, Michael Rona.
Many thanks, Matt. They're about to move in. Never Sleep takes the inside stall. Has been locked in a seesawing battle for favoritism with How's Al Today. Top 2 in the wagering drawn opposite ends of the line. Biathlon has moved in with Reba and Trim Castle. The next will be Hillbilly Kobe. Making It Rain about to come forward. Crystal River half rearing behind the gate. About to move forward now. Battlefield Hero second last. And How's Al Today will complete the line. No move in yet by Battlefield Hero. Battlefield Hero having a good look inside gate 4 and is now coaxed forward, paving the way for How's Al Today. 6.5 furlongs. Downhill for the first portion of this contest. Racing. Never Sleep gets a swift expulsion from the gate. Leads early from Trim Castle and Making It Rain. Battlefield Hero. How's Al Today? 3 lengths off the early pace. Biathlon back along the rail. And then comes Crystal River clear of Hillbilly Kobe. And Reba at the tail of the field. As they thunder down past the 5/8 pole, it's Never Sleep with the lead. Being pestered by Trim Castle, who looms up within a neck, and they've clamped on a torrid tempo. They're 6 lengths in front of Making It Rain, who in turn is about 8 lengths clear of Battlefield Hero. Inside How's Al Today, another 5 lengths to Biathlon, Crystal River. 6 more lengths to Hillbilly Kobe. And Reba is about 12 lengths behind the second last horse. I reckon about 30 from the front at the top of the stretch, 5/16 left to go, where Trim Castle continually serving it up to Never Sleep. Never Sleep on the inside, feeling Giroux's crop. Trim Castle is about a half length away on the outside. Now a big burst from How's Al Today down the outside. Battlefield Heroes taking a split as they come through the final furlong. How's Al Today has shot clear of those early pace setters who duelled themselves into submission, and How's Al Today careering away to beat Battlefield Hero with Trim Castle holding third. Making It Rain was best of the rest.
Nine, 4, and 2, the unofficial order of finish in race number 4. How's Al Today steamrolls this field. And Kate, we kind of laid out the fear that we had for the 1, and I don't think Florent did anything wrong. You got to go. It was just that John Ennis' horse had real speed as well. They hooked up and set a ballistic pace.
And neither one was going to throttle back,
Right.
especially in the early stages of the race. So when you hit the half-mile point in 44 3/5 of a second, it wasn't looking good for either one of us with the one Never Sleep. It's perfect setup, though, for how's Al today. And I would say Al is pretty good after a race like that because the son of Munnings really delivered. It's one thing to get the setup, but it's another thing for a very young horse and only his 3rd start to transition to the grass, take in all the new surroundings, and fire the way he does. It's a very professional effort. You can see that in the early stages of the race. He's out wide. He drops back. He just settles beautifully for Brian Hernandez. And then when he turns on the turn, just starts creeping up. At the half-mile point is where he finally got into touch with those pace setters and then just rolls on by.
Yeah, much the best in here, and I don't want to sit here and say that the 4 Battlefield Hero was clearly second. I do wonder if you sort of reverse the trip and the 4 is able to flip outside, maybe the final result is a little bit closer. How's Out today was the best horse today, but Battlefield Hero, I think, yes, you got to set up, but ran quite credibly in start number 2.
Yeah, I give him a lot of credit, especially the way the race came together. And, you know, when you have a pace battle like that and then you have a whole group of horses that are kind of bunched up right behind you, probably the worst place you can be is on the inside, which is kind of where Battlefield Hero was stuck just by the circumstantial way the race unfolded. I thought he showed a lot of courage to come on at the end and finish second the way he did. Trim Castle also not doing too badly, I thought, to stick around to be part of it at the end.
No, in another instance where I don't think Alex Achard could have done anything differently.
No.
You know, if you let the 1 go, you're never going to run him down. If you go with him, yeah, you've got to deal with that. It's a bit of a barbecue early on. But like you said, I thought the horse, all things considered, finished quite well. And at least now you've got options if you're John Ennis. You could always stretch back out and show that speed and probably be the pacemaker. Or, you know, you can probably, heck, make the front in a race like this too.
Big smile for Brian Hernandez Jr., and rightfully so, as he rides the winner into that. But to your point, when talking about the 2, Trim Castle, if you look at his last race at Colonial, he went on the lead at the half mile in 48 2. He was pressing the pace in 44 3. So they were 4 seconds faster. To still even have anything left at the end is really saying something. I realize he wasn't any match for the winner, but he hung in there pretty bravely.
If you're new to horse racing, 4 seconds is roughly 20 lengths. I mean, think about that. If you go 20 lengths faster, good on the horse for sticking around to finish 3rd, because he was definitely tired by the end of it.
And Making It Rain, rounding out that superfecta at 12 1, certainly outran his odds. And maybe, again, a sign of things to come for the Steve Asmussen barn, because very quietly last season he had a great meet. This meet won with his first starter and now has a horse that runs credibly here to round out the superfecta.
You saw Riley Mott there in the winner's circle with How's Al today. I think they're in a great position where they have options going forward. If you want to try to go back to the dirt, you can, but you know that the turf is no issue for him. I don't think this isn't 2 turns, but this is an elongated 1 turn. I think it would translate pretty well if they wanted to try to stretch him out a little bit.
So as far as the looking for trends, I have to say, I think you and I are on the same page with this. I don't think it's so important about where you are as it is how fast and what's happening in the course. So we've seen horses that were able to close very well. They're all very logical the way they're running, because if it's too fast early, then a horse is able to close. If it's slow up front, then the speed is able to carry. But I feel like horses have an equal shot, just depending on how the pace develops.
Yeah, I'll just kind of reiterate what I had mentioned earlier. As you look at the prices come in, it'd be one thing if you had a horse tear away at 90 1 and not stop. All the horses that have won today, while it's been difficult to find them, they've all been logical. They've all made sense on paper. I don't think you've seen anything that would suggest that the track is favoring one running style versus another.
And the roll of horses coming in from Saratoga continues. How's Al today? 3rd in the Saratoga Special and a winner at $17.75 for Brian Hernandez. Riley Mott and Gold Square with the son of Munnings.
Nearly $18 on top. Battlefield Hero, nearly $15 to place. And then Trim Castle ran a really credible race. That's going to be one on paper. Looks well beaten. That's a really good effort from Trim Castle to round out your trifecta. Nearly $10 coming back if you back that one to show. 9, 4, 2, and 3 is the official order in race number 4. You got about a half hour until race number 5. We'll go again 6.5 furlongs, basically the split division of what we saw, except it's going to be the fillies going the 6.5. And I'll be very curious to see how that final time of 1:17.01 holds up, comparatively speaking. And again, How's Out Today had a beautiful setup given the pace scenario. I don't know that they'll go quite that fast coming up with the fillies in race number 5, but at least you'll get a bit of a gauge as far as the final time is concerned and possibly what the overall aptitude of the two groups may be. How's Out Today? Much the best in race number 4. Yes, had a good setup, but ran like the best horse in the race. Brian Hernandez up for trainer Riley Mott. You closed out that pick 3 there for 50 cents. More than $126 coming back your way. So while we haven't had the crazy chaos just yet, you've still had some pretty nice returns through 4 races here.
You know, it's always nice when you can pick a favorite and look at the board and see that you're going to collect $17.75 for that.
Very much so. As we move on to race number 5, your early favorite in the wagering is the 5 Cardio Cat going out for Steve Asmussen. Julian Leperoux is up. Quite a pedigree for this one as well. May have been a modest purchase price, but you see Catalina Cruiser on top. Second dam was Stop Shopping Maria. We know that whole family coming from up north there with Mike Rapoli and company. We'll talk much more about race number 5 in just a little bit. Stay with us here at Kentucky Downs.
Downhill for the first portion of this contest. Racing. Never Sleep gets a swift expulsion from the gate. Leads early from Trim Castle and Making It Rain. Battlefield Hero. How's Al Today? 3 lengths off the early pace. Biathlon back along the rail. And then comes Crystal River clear of Hillbilly Kobe. And Reba at the tail of the field. As they thunder down past the 5/8 pole, it's Never Sleep with the lead. Being pestered by Trim Castle, who looms up within a neck, and they've clamped on a torrid tempo. They're 6 lengths in front of Making It Rain, who in turn is about 8 lengths clear of Battlefield Hero. Inside How's Al Today, another 5 lengths to Biathlon, Crystal River. 6 more lengths to Hillbilly Kobe. And Reba is about 12 lengths behind the second last horse. I reckon about 30 from the front at the top of the stretch, 5/16 left to go, where Trim Castle continually serving it up to Never Sleep. Never Sleep on the inside, feeling Giroux's crop. Trim Castle is about a half length away on the outside. Now a big burst from How's Al Today down the outside. Battlefield Heroes taking a split as they come through the final furlong. How's Al Today has shot clear of those early pace setters who duelled themselves into submission, and How's Al Today careering away to beat Battlefield Hero with Trim Castle holding third. Making It Rain was best of the rest. Downhill for the first portion of this contest. Racing. Never Sleep gets a swift expulsion from the gate. Leads early from Trim Castle and Making It Rain. Battlefield Hero. How's Al Today? 3 lengths off the early pace. Biathlon back along the rail. And then comes Crystal River clear of Hillbilly Kobe. And Reba at the tail of the field. As they thunder down past the 5/8 pole, it's Never Sleep with the lead. Being pestered by Trim Castle, who looms up within a neck, and they've clamped on a torrid tempo. They're 6 lengths in front of Making It Rain, who in turn is about 8 lengths clear of Battlefield Hero. Inside How's Al Today, another 5 lengths to Biathlon, Crystal River. 6 more lengths to Hillbilly Kobe. And Reba is about 12 lengths behind the second last horse. I reckon about 30 from the front at the top of the stretch, 5/16 left to go, where Trim Castle continually serving it up to Never Sleep. Never Sleep on the inside, feeling Giroux's crop. Trim Castle is about a half length away on the outside. Now a big burst from How's Al Today down the outside. Battlefield Heroes taking a split as they come through the final furlong. How's Al Today has shot clear of those early pace setters who duelled themselves into submission, and How's Al Today careering away to beat Battlefield Hero with Trim Castle holding third. Making It Rain was best of the rest.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
Breed and race in Kentucky. It's the ultimate home field advantage. Only 6.8% of U.S. racing takes place in Kentucky. But from their 5 racetracks, they account for nearly 20% of total purses and 17% of total wagering. And out of the 405 U.S. graded stakes, 93, a staggering 23%, take place in Kentucky. Breed them, raise them, race them. We all win.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forego.
Complete package.
"22 minutes to post for race number 5, which is an allowance race, another sprint. And as we saw a change in distances and configurations, we see a change in where the winners came from, with the winner of that last race dropping back as much as 5 or 6 lengths at one point and then rallying strong into that strong pace to get the victory. See if that continues here in this 5th race, where we have a 5-2 favorite. In the 5, that's Cardio Cat, 6.5 furlongs, 2-year-old fillies here who have gone through the Keeneland sales. So these auction races can be a little tricky, but certainly give an opportunity for horsemen who have not spent a bundle of money, or maybe have horses not quite ready for prime time as far as the open maiden special weight level is concerned, but still an opportunity to run for a very, very healthy purse of $250,000. I think these races are very important to get a line on the competition they've been keeping, because they all have won, or theoretically would have won. Horses that have crossed the finish line first, had experience in maybe tougher competition, oftentimes have an edge. With the 5, Cardio Cat exits Stakes Company. So again, ran credibly in the Prairie Meadows Stakes race to finish 2nd, and then in the Debutante over at Ellis Park, 3rd. Beaten 10 lengths, but at high odds. So a drop in class for Cardio Cat versus some of the others who are taking a step up. 5-2 would seem fair. Went to the 9, Elegant Miss at 6-1. This is going to be one of my $5 win wagers, and I kind of was counting on a good price. 6-1 is fair. I would be a little reluctant if it goes much lower than that, because I feel that there are horses who have shown some promise that were logical to be shorter prices, like the 5, like the 8, who's getting played right now. So Elegant Miss, though, on the plus side, also exits Stakes Company. Now, she's never been on the grass, but as a daughter of Golden Pale, I would think she would like it. More importantly, though, having talked to Andy Biancone, we'll hear more from her about her father's horse. It sounds like she's really enjoying Kentucky Downs as much as we are. She's trained extremely well, very professionally, and when I got a glimpse of her in the paddock, she looked pretty good. But we're looking at the 6. Chiquita, who is daughter of Speaker's Corner, moving up off a 5+ length romp in maiden claiming competition over at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the dirt. Hard to know how that translates here, but she did have a try on yielding turf at Ellis and flattened out quite a bit, wound up 8th, well beaten. could have been the ground that day that caught up with her. It was only her second start, and she also was going pretty fast on the front. So maybe she had reason to flatten out a little bit. I could see her improving here with the return to the grass. I'm a little concerned about the 6.5 furlongs if something else challenges her on the front, making her run quickly as we saw in the last race. That can be the downfall of a horse. But that said, her experience, I think, puts her among the top contenders. So you'd certainly get a good price on the 6 at 16-1 for John Ennis. Another horse that I thought would be high odds and is, but that was worth taking a look at, the 3 Denial as a first-time starter. But what a pedigree. By Constitution, out of a Speightstown mare. Her workouts have been very fast on the dirt. That translates. She could show some speed again away from the gate. Brittany Vandenberg from a smaller stable has a great record on the grass. 20% winners when they debut on the turf. And Chris Amy, her husband, will be aboard. They had horses that outran their odds here over the past few years at Kentucky Downs. So I look for perhaps a better than 23-1 would suggest type of performance for the 3 Denial we see in the paddock right now. Big scopy looking filly. I'll be interested to hear more from our eyes in the paddock about that one and the others in terms of how they're behaving. Because with so many first-timers or lightly raced horses, it can sometimes catch up with individuals. There's the 8 Duty Bound, 4-1, one of the contenders on the tote board for Cutter Racing. Daughter of Jack Christopher debuted over at Colonial and came up with an easy win, though it was only half a length. She had the lead for the better part of the stretch and was entitled to get just a little bit tired. She went pretty fast in the early stages. I wouldn't be surprised to see her with the front runners, but her debut suggests she could also settle just a little into a good stalking type of trip, which might be a good thing for the 6.5 furlongs. And there's Elegant Miss. You can see her kind of feeling her oats as Patrick Biancone at the head, but another big, strong, good-looking filly. And as I mentioned, Andy remarking how professional and how well she seemed to handle the ground and the course when she trained here yesterday. Elegant Miss, ridden by Andy's husband, Keith Asmussen. So this is definitely a family affair for the filly, who's trained super at Palmettos and has the benefit, though she hasn't ever raced on the turf. She has trained on it and seemingly trained very well. But Andy, want to hear more about Elegant Miss? She certainly looks good in the saddling barn. How are you feeling?
Kaiten, I'm feeling nervous. Pressure is on, but of the horses my dad's running this weekend, I'd say I like the 9 Elegant Miss the best. I was very impressed by the way she handled the track galloping yesterday. I mean, she's very forward in the mornings anyways on a regular racetrack, but even forward strong horses can sometimes be apprehensive the first time they gallop at Kentucky Downs. There's things on the outside rail sometimes, buckets, etc. So on top of the undulations and the uniqueness and openness of the course, and also lack of traffic, as horses kind of tend to gallop one at a time here versus on a regular racetrack where you'd have a lot of traffic. And she was just so professional. Jumped right on the bridle, never twitched an ear or looked at anything. And another thing, she got her leads correct on the very first go. I started galloping just before the signage, about where the 5/8 is, before the uphill. Let her gallop up the hill. She was on her right lead right away. Swapped left at the perfect spot as we hit the turn. Swapped right down the lane and stayed on her right lead all the way and was very aggressive, dragging me the entire way. So was really happy with how she trained. We've always wanted to get her onto the grass. She's by Golden Pal, but she was just kind of quick enough to be successful in those dirt races down at Gulfstream Park. So very happy to have her here at Kentucky Downs. A couple other fillies who caught my eye in here. The number 7 Caffeine Fix for Rudy Brizet. I think this filly looked lovely, and I know she's by Yaupon, but I do think based on her physical appearance, she'll handle the switch to the turf just fine. Very long, rangy filly, but she has a bit of speed. Maybe we'll find a nice, comfortable spot just off the pace. And I like that she's shown versatility in her races as well. Obviously showed speed on debut at Colonial. Last time out, didn't get the best break, but she still made a little bit of a run, but just a really elegant filly. I like the way she carries herself, has good energy as well, and of course, looks fit. But another one who caught my eye was the number number 8, Duty Bound for Jack Sisterson. Broke her maiden nicely at Colonial. Liked the way she did it. Just kind of sat off the pace and came with a very professional run. But she is just adorable. She's like a mini Jack Christopher. So well put together. You know, a little bit on the smaller size, but that's not a negative thing by any means. She's very well put together and very strong as well. But I like her attitude here in the paddock. Showed a little bit of freshness before getting saddled, but as soon as Jack Sisterson put the tack on, she settled down beautifully and just carrying herself with a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of confidence in here. And like I said, small but mighty, Kaiten.
She does have that Jack Christopher look about her, doesn't she? And also very well balanced. Love to see that. Attitude is everything, and certainly some really sharp-looking individuals in the paddock, including Duty Bound, who's just strutting around there like she is having the time of her life and looks to own this place. That debut effort at Colonial, I thought was misleading because it wasn't the fastest time in the world. She only won by half a length, and she was the favorite. But when horses take the lead at an early stage of the race, or as she did at least fairly early in the stretch, it's often hard to kind of keep them interested and keep them running all the way. They feel like, hey, I got out here in front. Why do I have to do any more? So I thought the fact that she was still able to win and persevere was a very good sign. And she'll get a lot out of a race like that because the first part of it was fairly fast. She put away the field and then kind of learn from the experience, so to speak. Pace is really hard to gauge in here with so many horses coming out of some sprint distances. You get a little line on style, but a lot of these horses are coming out of really tough races. And I think with a little bit easier competition, it becomes a little bit easier to sit closer. The pace becomes just a little bit softer. Also, a horse like the 12, Bravo Juliet, has only one race on the dirt at 5.5 furlongs. She sat close to the pace than last time she didn't, but it was a muddy track. So I think you draw a line through the mud, not indicative of what she may be capable of doing here on the firm turf course. The 12 we're taking a look at now, Bravo Juliet, also looks like she could cover some ground. So the 6.5 furlongs, hard to say, but I think definitely helps her more than 5.5 furlongs did. She might even like a little bit more ground to work with than that, although probably not a two-turn type horse, although you never know. But just kind of that way of that longer-legged type horse, I always think of as maybe appreciating a little bit more ground. Andy touched on the leads and lead changes for Elegant Miss. And the importance here at Kentucky Downs can't be overstated because as horses run on traditional tracks across the country, they're taught how to change their leads to the inside or left lead on the turn so that their weight is helping to carry them in. They're extending or leading with that inside leg. Then when they get to the straightaways, they switch to the right lead, but there's only those one switches. At Kentucky Downs, with kind of an atypical configuration of the course, there's a lot of opportunities for horses to switch leads. They think they're supposed to even when they're not, or they're not sure when they're supposed to. And at the top of the stretch, if a horse doesn't switch leads, they are going to get a little bit leg weary as you get deeper and deeper into the stretch. But you'll oftentimes see the young horses switch several times because the straightaway is so much longer, and even the turns are so much longer than what they're used to. So a horse that can just instinctively switch leads on cue, especially a young horse, has a huge advantage. There's a look at the 2, Velvet Beretta, who is coming out of the debutante, a very solid race, and she was well beaten, but the winner did win by 7 lengths. So keep in mind, though she was beaten 14 lengths for all of it, she wasn't beaten as much by the place and show horses, including Cardio Cat. But Cardio Cat, currently the favorite at 3-1, was a very good third, only beaten 3 lengths for place, and really could improve here on the grass. It's going to be interesting. On the dam side, you've got Uncle Mo. On the sire side, Catalina Cruiser is the son of Union Rag. So it's not necessarily a pedigree that you lean immediately to turf, but at the same time, I could see where she could transition pretty well. And again, from the Steve Asmussen barn with Julian Leparoux looking for his second win of the day, This one going to be interesting to watch. All Steve's horses have been performing pretty well. It's early, but you do have to kind of keep an eye on those types of stats as they come. And there is Caffeine Fix at 9-1, who Andy mentioned is a very happy-looking, attractive filly by Yopan. She also exits the debutante, beaten 20.5 lengths there, but I think a different story on the grass today. She broke her maiden at first asking at Colonial on the lead. Probably easier competition across the board there in the maiden special weight dirt races, but I'll be eager to see what she can do on the grass. She has maintained her composure throughout as they get ready for the riders up, and I love to see that with these younger horses, that they don't get impatient, especially when it's a hotter day, and at least down in the paddock where they get kind of direct sunlight. It's easy for horses to get a little worked up and a little impatient, but so far I haven't seen any signs of that. You see how relaxed Cardio Cat is. She's got her head down. She's just kind of waiting for her opportunity to get out there and walk around and then get out to the track and do what she has been trained to do and what she is bred to do as well. But lovely to see so many first-timers, or certainly first time to Kentucky Downs, handling everything so well. I think that's a bit of a testament to the horsemen in terms of their selections. You see leg up there for Phantom Rider, and see if she can make it 2 in a row, one of our bigger prices at 22-1. As they head out to the track, we'll hand it off to Michael Rona and get a good look at the field for race number 5.
Here is the field moving on to the track for the 5th race. A 6.5 furlong allowance for 2-year-old fillies who were sold or did not attain their reserve at the 2025 Keeneland September yearling sale. The scratchers, number 10 Life's Pageant and number 11 Valkyrie. Numbers 10 and 11 have been withdrawn. There is $5 win place show wagering, $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, 10-cent superfecta, $1 double, and 50-cent pick 3 options.
And Phantom Fire leads them off with Summer Polly up at 20-1, looking for back-to-back wins. The filly won on a sloppy track in her second start last out. The 2 Velvet Beretta at 10-1 exits the debutante, as does many of the runners in this field. Won at first asking on the dirt, first time on the turf today. Denial makes her debut, daughter of Constitution, well bred. I thought she could outrun her odds for Brittany Vandenberg. And there's Stormed Off, the 4, with Mark Cassie and Dylan Davis teaming up. Daughter of Vino Rosso making her debut. Cardio Cat at 3-1. The Bettor's Choice, Steve Asmussen and Julian Leparoux looking for their second win today. Chiquita is 15-1 for John Ennis. Does have some early speed. She faded badly in her only turf start on yielding ground. Caffeine Fix, the 7 up next, making a nice appearance in the paddock. First time on the turf for the daughter of Yopan, exiting Stakes Company for Storyteller Racing and Partners. Duty Bound, Florent Giroux riding for Jack Sisterson, a winner in her only start over at Colonial. She sits on the board at 4-1. There's Andy Biancone and the Biancone family's Elegant Ms., currently 7-2. On the outside, we have Bravo Juliet, beaten 12 lengths in the Keswick in the mud. Daughter of Army Mule, could appreciate a little bit more ground, and the turf for the first time. And that is your field for this allowance race, which again is for 2-year-old fillies who went through, or they either sold at or were RNA'd at the 2025 Keeneland September yearling sale. A great opportunity for horsemen to make an investment at Keeneland and have an opportunity to run for big purses in the maiden ranks against perhaps a little bit easier company than you would tackle in a wide open maiden special weight. The purse here, $250,000 at 6.5 furlongs on the grass with the rail at 30 feet, I believe, 50 feet, excuse me, and 3-1, the bettors have been committed. The 5 Cardio Cat has not wavered. Still a generous price, though, at 3-1. Closely followed by the 9 Elegant Ms., who's going to be my $5 win play here. Elegant Ms. showing nice works over at Palm Meadows on the turf, and though she's never raced over it, I sure think she's bred for it. She also exits the Sharp Susan Stakes Company, where she was 3rd at 5.5 furlongs. She kind of had to run every step of the way in that race and didn't really have the easiest of trips. I wouldn't say that it cost her the win, but she was on the inside throughout much of the race, and I thought that once she got out in the clear, she felt a little bit more, seemed a little bit more comfortable. The wide open expanse of Kentucky Downs could give her an opportunity to get a little bit more breathing room in her trip, regardless of where she's at, inside or outside. So I think that could be a real plus for her, and obviously the fact that she's had an opportunity to gallop over it and seem to like it is also a big advantage, I think. Going back to the first-time starter, Denial, I like the fact that the 3 has not shown any signs of being a first-time starter. I didn't feel like she got real antsy in the paddock. I thought she was pretty well behaved overall, and what I've seen of her in the warm-up looked good, but you get a view of a few of them as they stride with purpose to the starting gate. You kind of get the feeling that this is just an ultra-professional group on the whole, with perhaps several stars in the making. The one that seems to handle the turf course the best, obviously going to be the horse that probably picks up the victory. But as far as style is concerned, I don't know that we have to concede it to the horse who breaks on top running. But if you were looking for the horse that's going to show the most speed, I suspect that the 6, Chiquita, would be that one. Easy gate-to-wire winner last out on the dirt, and certainly showed speed, a lot of speed on the turf. So 14-1 on the likely pace setter here. Again, you expect in sprint races to have horses with early speed, and I think this race delivers on that. I think there's quite a few that could show quite a bit of speed. The 4, Stormed Off, is getting played here for Gary Barber, one that I haven't spoken a lot about. And I would say with Vino Rosso on the turf, I'm just kind of taking a wait-and-see approach. But that said, Mark Cassie's 13% with first-time starters. Dylan Davis, very good rider in. To ride a horse who shows a good work out of the gate back in July at Churchill Downs and has been training steadily for this debut. The big question to me is just how she handles not only the course, but certainly the turf as she makes her debut. But when Mark Cassie debuts horses on the grass, 11% success rate, 4 at 9-2, 4-1 odds would seem to suggest that there's a lot of people who like and take an interest in the 4 Stormed Off. So that is a co-third choice in the wagering right now. Your second choice is the 9. That's Elegant Miss, which is a tad shorter than I thought the price would be at 7-2, but maybe a lot of people getting some love from Andy, thinking that she likes how she's doing. They're going to jump on the bandwagon as well. Favorite at 3-1, though, as they start to enter the starting gate, is the 5 Cardio Cat, and with this race kicking off a pick 3, a very competitive group that we hand off to Michael Rona.
Thanks, Kate, and as you pass it to me, Duty Bound is moving into post position 8, a daughter of Turbulent Descent. What a standout performer she was. She won 4 Grade 1s through a stellar career, never raced on turf, but Turbulent Descent has produced a Group 3 winner in Ireland. There's Cardio Cat entering gate 5. Bravo Juliet, a maiden, is going to complete the line. 6.5 furlongs for these 2-year-old fillies. Ready to go. Racing. Caffeine Fix, one of the first to go. Chicayada flashing plenty of speed with Phantom Fire on the inside and Elegante Miz is fourth, followed by Velvet Beretta. Cardio Cat, the white colours, 7 lengths off the pace. 4 clear of Duty Bound, who's followed by Denial on the inside as they cast the 5/8 pole behind them. Stormed Off is back at the tail of the field and Bravo Juliet third last. Half a mile from home, Chicayada makes the running, 1 length in front of Caffeine Fix. In third spot, Phantom Fire, followed fourth on the outside by Cardio Cat, who covers Velvet Beretta. A couple of lengths to Duty Bound. Bravo Juliet spots the leaders 12. Denial back along the inside and Stormed Off at the tail of the field with 5/16 left to go. Chicayada will straighten them up, the leader by 1.5 lengths. From Phantom Fire, Summer Paulie guiding Phantom Fire off the rail. Velvet Beretta's back along the inside. As they come now with 3/16 to go, Elegante Miz is staking a strong claim. Cardio Cat, the white colours, and Duty Bound is beginning to unleash down the extreme outside with a beautiful turn of foot. And up goes Duty Bound, heading Elegante Miz, Cardio Cat. It's Duty Bound, Elegante Miz kicking again. Duty Bound narrowly from Elegante Miz at a photo. Cardio Cat third, Velvet Beretta fourth, just in front of Stormed Off, who came from the tail.
A thriller of a finish that doesn't deserve a loser. Very, very close at the finish, was it? Yes, it was. The 8, Duty Bound, just edging out an ultra game, Elegant Miz, who fought every step of the way, looked past in deep stretch and came back on again to give Duty Bound everything she could ask for. There is an objection on the board right now. We'll await word of who it involves, but right now on the board, the unofficial order of finish, 8, 9, 5, 2. The 8, Duty Bound, 9-2 with Florent Giroux. Elegant Miz at 9-2 with Keith Asmussen. And rounding out the top 3, Cardio Cat, the favorite, at 3-1. But amazing how the race unfolded with the speed backing up and leaving the horses from a little off the pace to come flying at the end. In looking through the stretch, it's very difficult to see where the source of the objection might be. Perhaps the 5, Cardio Cat, involved in that. At right now, Florent Giroux off his mount talking to the stewards, I believe.
I can confirm that the objection is by Cardio Cat's jockey, Julien Leparoux, against the winner, Duty Bound. So it's number 5, Cardio Cat, who finished third. Leparoux alleging interference in the stretch from number 8, Duty Bound. Third against first.
Thank you for that. And as we take a look at it, we're seeing what the stewards are watching as well. There is a switch in course, but whether or not it impacted enough to make a difference is a hard call, and that will be what the stewards are taking a look at. Did it cost him a placing? Was it crossing over before he was clear?
Yeah, that to me is sort of the unknown, right? It's a matter of where did that little crossover happen, and it's difficult to tell from the head on. I'm sure we'll get a look at a pan in a little bit, but the real question you have to ask is, did it cost the 5 a better placing? And to me at this point, Duty Bound has a full head of steam. I think you were clearly going to go by the 5 horse. Did it preclude the 5 from out finishing Elegant Miz? With the way the 9 rallied back, I don't know that I can say that it did, but again, we're only looking at one camera angle right now.
Exactly, and this really is one where, and the challenges of Kentucky Downs in terms of the camera crew are infinite, but either an overhead shot or a shot even from behind or a pan shot might be able to provide a little bit more information that would be useful in this, because right now it's almost impossible to tell the amount of space between Duty Bound when he crosses over. We can see the response of the jockey, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't sufficient room for the horse in front to cross over. And that's what the stewards will try to determine in terms of watching the replays and also talking to the jockeys.
You can see it looks as though sign is down. We'll wait and see. But here's a look at your overhead right now, and you can see, you know, we're taking it around the bend at this point, Kaiten. Just the full head of steam that Duty Bound had. This is probably the deepest closer that we've seen so far, maybe with the exception of that meltdown that we had earlier today. But how about Elegant Miz coming back the way that
Just to break in for a moment, Matt confirming no change. The stewards have dismissed that jockey objection. So Duty Bound retains the victory. 8-9-5-2 unchanged.
Michael, thank you. And again, I mean, this is one of those instances. I think it was the right call from what we've seen.
Yeah.
It's difficult when you've got a horse that is moving so well. It'd be one thing if it was very clear and it cost the 5 a better placing. I don't begrudge Julian for lodging an objection. If you think he was wrong, take a shot. But I think in this instance, this was the appropriate call.
No, and I have to say, I think all jockeys should take a shot, even if they're not 100% convinced that it really made a difference in the race. You have to do that. Your obligation is to your owners and your trainers, and you have to ask the stewards to just take a look at it and weigh in on it.
And that's all it is, just due diligence, right? And good on the stewards. Again, you want to go through, make sure that everything kind of is on the up and up, and you can see it now goes official as Duty Bound and Florent Geroux getting their picture taken. Kind of a stunning turn of foot. This was a big performance down the center of the track. Now, not that it's the end-all be-all. This race was roughly a full second slower than what we saw from race 4. Now keep in mind, race 4 was the boys against, and this was the girls here. Not that it makes a giant difference, but the dynamics of that race could have also affected how quickly they ran in race 4 versus 5.
8-9-5-2 on the board with the superfecta paying $81.38. Duty Bound for Qatar Racing, daughter of Jack Christopher, as Andy Biancone mentioned, a mini Jack Christopher in terms of appearances in the paddock, and she certainly lived up to that. At least now undefeated in 2 starts.
Now I keep bringing up the times, and this is more for kind of the nerdy horse players like myself, worried about how fast they're running, this, that, or the other. The real test is going to come up in race number 6, because this is the juvenile the juvenile sprint, and you've got horses that are, I think everyone would be looking at thinking bigger things down the road. So to compare the 6.5 coming up versus the 6.5 that we just saw here in 118.12 versus race number 4 that finished in 117 flat, you're going to get a good gauge of just how good that effort in race number 4 was, and conversely, where these horses right here, granted again, fillies versus boys, it's not a perfect apples to apples comparison, but the fact that we're running these races consecutively at this distance, to me, and anybody else that's into figures and trying to find out just how fast certain horses are, this is a dream. You've got a perfect sort of comp over a 3-race stretch.
And I think setting the stage for a great showdown in this upcoming juvenile sprint, our first stakes race of the afternoon.
Looking forward to that. 25 minutes until race number 6. When we come back, we set the stage for the Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint.
Mountain Dew was established in 1948?
Dew's been a good time for a long time. All started when two brothers perfected that citrus kick.
5 cents for that citrus kick.
5 cents for a Dew.
5 cents for a Dew.
Guess I'll take 100. You get a Dew. You get a
An American original. Tasting great since 40 years.
And they're off.
From humble beginnings to royal accolades, the never say die spirit lives in us all. Never Say Die Bourbon.
Welcome back to Kentucky Downs. We have 19 minutes until the first stakes race of the 2026 meeting. It is the $750,000 Keeneland Sales Kentucky Down Juvenile Sprint over the 6.5 furlong trip that we've seen in each of the last two races. And Kate and I said this is going to be a good barometer because these are all 2-year-old races that we've seen as far as this 3-race set going 6.5. But then also on top of that, you're going to see how the 2-year-olds stack up against the older horses, the fillies and mares, because they run into Grade 1 next.
Oh, exactly. Timing-wise, it's going to be very, very interesting to analyze here. And in terms of the competition, we now have horses coming in from all over the place, as is usually the case, but horses who have not tried the turf before, you have to believe that if a trainer ships in a horse for a race like this, they must have at least an inkling that perhaps the horse is meant for the grass and is able to handle it. That's what I'm hoping for with the 3 Pinpoint, as that's my top pick in here for Todd Pletcher. But a lot of directions you could go in this one, including the favorite. I'm a little surprised to see Good to Be a King as the favorite here. Are you?
I am. I will say, if you're a tape watcher, if you're someone that goes back and watches replays, it's hard not to be impressed by what you saw from Good to Be King in that stakes race at Ellis Park, because you want to talk about kind of weaving in and out, duck, dodge, and still was kicking on at the end. Couldn't run down Fanshell Beach. That's a really nice 2-year-old filly. As a matter of fact, the exacta was a couple of fillies in there. But Good to Be King, I thought, ran very credibly. Now, 5-2 seems awfully short, in my opinion, but that's not to say that this horse can't win. He absolutely is in with a big chance. I just don't know that I want to take 5-2 in an 11-horse field.
Now, your horse, Boyhood Dream, you know, I had him included in my top selections here. I don't think you can completely underestimate him. It was a very nice performance in Stakes Company, albeit restricted Stakes Company, at Gulfstream. And, you know, now he tries the grass. I think he might like the grass.
The whole damn side is turf. Uncle Chuck, it's still a little bit early as far as the jury is out on what kind of stallion he'll be down in Florida. And maybe this is just, a bridge too far. First time turf, X, Y, and Z, you name it. But I mentioned at the beginning of the day, that horse that he ran into is called Sum of Success for Bobby DeBona. This is a horse that I don't know how far he's going to go, but he has Breeders' Cup potential anyway, especially if he can get out to 2 turns at a mile and a 16th. And the fact that he was beaten by 11 and change, I think if anything just sort of dirties this horse up. And that was on dirt for a horse that's bred more for the grass. He debuted on the synthetic. I just wanted to take a shot in a race like this. I thought it was very competitive. 50-1, I don't know if I anticipated that, but it's Kentucky Downs. I'm going to take a shot.
You and I both like the 6 Mid-American a little bit. 9-1. What do you think? Is that a lukewarm price? Is that about right where you expected?
No, I think that's kind of bang on in here. You'll note they paid quite a bit of money for this horse in April as a 2-year-old. And if you watch the replay of the Ellis Park turf run, which was his turf debut, he had a perfect trip, but at the same time, you can acknowledge a perfect trip and still say he ran extremely well. I think he ticks both of those boxes. He was pocketed up, he tipped out, he never looked like a loser. He's going to need to do it again in a spot like this, but I like that he's not sort of a one-run type out the back, and I also like that he's not a speedball, that he's shown that he can sit professionally and still finish. So if you like him, I don't think 9-1's terrible.
Well, I love Not This Time in general, and especially here, and Epicenter, being represented for the first time as a sire here at Kentucky Downs, is a son of Not This Time. So I'm very excited to see the offspring going to the turf.
You're getting a really nice number on your top selection in here, that being the 3 Pinpoint coming in from New York for Todd Pletcher. Don't often see Todd down here, but this is a horse that was a 6-length maiden winner last time out, and they see fit to send him down here.
Look, he did it at Saratoga August 1st. He was able to control the race from start to finish. Now, I'm not convinced he beat the deepest field in doing so, but he wasn't favored that day. He definitely surprised more than a few people with his performance. And he didn't just win, he won really easily at high odds. So the fact that Todd is shipping him all the way here from Saratoga after a dirt win tells me that they still think that this horse has some upside on the grass. And again, by Not This Time, out of a Cantheris mare, I feel like that's a pedigree that could easily at least be as good, if not better, on the grass.
Especially with that Cantharos piece. You know, whenever I see Cantharos as a stallion, you think of turf sprinters, and I don't see any reason why that wouldn't pass on as a broodmare sire as well.
He was able to control the race. I suspect he'll be forward here,
yes,
but I don't think he has to be right on the lead. And in fact, I think there are some others who might turn out to be just a tad bit faster.
Yeah, I tend to agree. If you look at some pace figures that are out there, whether it be Timeform US or something else, would indicate that pace that he was on at Saratoga was on the more modest side. And I think just naturally in these kind of races, more often than not, when you've got the inexperienced horses, there's still going to be a really hot pace signed on. I do wonder if he gets outfooted a little bit, and he'll have something to do for the first time. That would be passing runners, but that's not to say that he can't do it. And most importantly of all, at 7-1, he's a price that you can find out.
There, we're getting another good look at Boyhood Dream, who is at 32-1. Price coming down just a little bit.
It's my win money.
I was surprised he's that high of a price, to be honest with you. I mean, I knew he would be a long shot, but he showed improvement from his first start to his second start. He showed improvement in terms of his buyer speed figures. That's an angle I love. Anytime a horse can meet tougher competition and continue to improve speed figure-wise, I think it says something about the horse.
It's also still early in Nolan Ramsey's training career on his own, but I was taken by the debut in which he was really heavily bet. And Nolan at the time, it was a small sample, but the first-timers didn't really get involved much. They were kind of needing a race. And for him to open up the way that he did with the betting that he took and be able to see that through, I think it just goes to show he's probably fairly decent. We'll find out if he's this decent. 31-1 currently as you take a look at some of the other runners in there. That's Caton's top selection, being the 3-horse Pinpoint. What did you make of the 8 in here, Vicino, for Mark Casse, who was a good second? I know well beaten by Booked, but we know Booked is a credible 2-year-old on dirt. The debut, I thought, was nice, rallying from off of it. How do you think he stands up moving over to the turf?
And I could be wrong on this. I feel like we saw someone coming out of that Vicino maiden race that he won that came back to win earlier today. I could be wrong about that, but Vicino second in the Sanford shows obviously that he's got quality. He also, for what it's worth, improved buyer speed figure-wise. So again, the question is turf. Now, for me, this is not a pedigree that screams turf. Preservationist out of a Summerfront mare, and that's kind of why I went lukewarm on him, but he's certainly talented enough. It's just a matter of whether he can duplicate the form on this surface.
Am I putting too much stock into, when I first went through the past performances, I was really taken by the 7 Admiral's Order for Ben Colebrook's barn, who's currently 5-1. You look at what they paid for this horse in April. You look at the pedigree, midshipman on top. The second dam was a multiple turf stakes winner. Am I making too much of the gap in the work tab from August 16th? It doesn't mean that the horse, something went sideways, but just the idea that we don't have a published work in 2 weeks leading into a stakes try. That was just enough for me to kind of throw up a little bit of a furrowed brow.
It would be for me. I wish we knew for sure what happened and that that the horse indeed missed a work, because every once in a while the clockers miss a work,
Sure.
and obviously the horse didn't need to have a published work there. It also could be a matter of weather versus anything else. But yeah, I'd have preferred to see that workout being there. He's another one that I wasn't quite sure what to do with, because he sort of did what he was supposed to do in his debut, but it was a sloppy racetrack. Sometimes that means good things for the turf, but you don't always learn what you need to learn out of that type of a performance.
11 minutes until race number 6 here. It's the Keeneland Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. If it's 2-year-olds, we need some help to see who looks good. Let's send it down to the paddock. Andy B. and Cone, who's made a good impression?
Well, Matt, I'm rejoined by Jess Stafford here in the paddock. What a good-looking group. Top pick for me, the number 2, Good to Be King. Wow, Jess, I love the way this horse was walking around. He has a commanding presence, very well put together. Another one who caught my eye, who you like as well, the number 1, Grand Yaupon.
Yeah, and what a horse, what a story, isn't it, this horse, Grand Yaupon, by Great Yaupon, who we know the Asmussen team always be close to their hearts. So I think this horse, who stands out physically, will make a great story whatever happens. And I'd say Andy has come into this in pretty good shape, as best shape as you'd want to be. Won at Saratoga. He's got some grinding dust efforts the first turf run. That's going to be the question. Another horse I'm going to add in that I think looks really good in the paddock is horse 3, Pinpoint, for the Pletcher team, and Ben Curtis. This horse, he has done nothing wrong in my mind. Broke through emphatically at Saratoga, won by daylight on dirt after a green debut. And look, this race has got so many angles to it, Andy, I think. Quite a big scratch in the 9 Wagley, but I think there are a lot of horses with good profiles. Physically, there are some of them that I would say look like they're going to be even better 3-year-olds, like the number 11, Just a Holiday, is a big son of Justify. And then there are a couple of others that look more like ready-made now juveniles.
Absolutely, and I'd say the 1, 2, and 3 are kind of fall into that category. Look like they're precocious, they're well put together, seem like a very sprinter type of build. Going back to the number 1, Good to Be King, I just love the walk on this horse. Fantastic extension in the front end, beautiful shoulder, beautiful hip, really everything you want to see when you look at a horse conformation-wise, and he's got the substance to back him up, but looks precocious. I see nothing wrong in the running lines. I see game efforts with maybe some troubled trips along the way, like last time out over that yielding turf course at Ellis Park, but nonetheless, he's gorgeous, and Rusty Arnold always does great here at Kentucky Downs, but the number 1, Grand Yaupon, Jessica and I both landed on. He looked fantastic walking in here, and obviously trying the turf for the first time here for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, but as we talked about earlier, Steve's got a barn here. The horse has had a go over the track, and that can often be a bit of a leg up.
Yeah, and it would help the confidence in the camp after the first winner today.
Absolutely, and we are going to catch up with trainer Steve Asmussen as he just gave the leg up to Keith. But Steve, you sent out the number 1, Grand Yaupon. What made you want to put him on the grass?
The money. Yeah, can't match these purses, and taking a shot at the money. The Yaupons have been very, very versatile. The horse has 3 races in him, plenty of experience. Now let's hope he likes the course.
Now, he's had the opportunity to gallop over the course. From what you know, how has he handled it?
His one day went well, here in day 2. Let's go.
How do you feel about the inside post for him?
With his experience, it shouldn't be an issue.
He looked fantastic, Steve. Best of luck to you and the team here. Love it.
Thank you, ladies. As you can see, the horses making their way out onto the track for the post parade. Ground Yaupon 16-1, and Kate, we touched a little bit about with Pinpoint. 750,000 reasons to find out if the turf's going to work out.
Yeah, for sure.
Like Steve said.
You do take a shot. I mean, but I don't feel that that's out of the box type of thinking either.
No.
That these types of horses, as Steve mentioned, the Alpine Offspring, very versatile in terms of not this time. I think one of the more prolific sires here of winners at Kentucky Downs.
Let's look at all of your wagering options, including the $1 pick 6 that kicks off here in race number 6.
Moving on to the track for the 6th race, the Keeneland Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. A listed stakes race at 6.5 furlongs with the rail at 50 feet. Leading the post parade for the first stakes race of the meet is Grandiopon, number 1. Racing for the estate of Mike McCarty, Steve Asmussen is the trainer, Keith Asmussen the rider. Number 2, Good to Be King, is owned by Cherry Valley Farm, trained by Rusty Arnold and ridden by Axel Concepcion. Number 3, Pinpoint for Rapoli Stable, trained by Todd Pletcher with Ben Curtis in the irons. Number 4 is Arctic Wolf, owned by MHM Stables, CTR Stables and John Goldthorpe. Jack Sisterson trains, Martin Garcia rides. Number 5, Brahms Runners, trained by Mark Cassie for DJ Stable, Dylan Davis aboard. 6, Mid-American, owned by Double Down Stables, trained by James DeVito with Jaime Torres engaged. Admiral's Order number 7 has a jockey change. It's Brian Hernandez Jr. Ben Colebrook is the trainer and shares ownership with Michael Hancock and Midway Racing. Number 8, Vicino, is owned by Blue Creval Racing and Quintessential Racing Florida, trained by Mark Cassie. Florent Giroux is up. 10, Boyhood Dream for Ken Ramsey. Nolan Ramsey trains. Francisco Arrieta rides. Number 11 is Just a Holiday. Mike Smith with the pickup mount. Wesley Ward trains. Ownership is shared by Castleton Lions and Twin Oaks Bloodstock. And number 12, Ultimate Warrior, is owned by AJ Mack and Family Thoroughbreds, trained by Brittany Vandenberg and ridden by Chris Emy. Note that Ultimate Warrior number 12, a first-time starter, should be listed as a gelding. So there are 2 jockey changes. Number 7 has Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 11, Mike Smith. The Keeneland Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint is upcoming.
Two minutes until race number 6. It is the Keeneland Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. Caton, your top selection is the 3, Pinpoint at 5-1.
Yeah, I'm going to be happy with that price for sure. I kind of hope it stays right along that level, but I believe Pinpoint is capable. I think just on class alone, and if the way the Saratoga horses have been performing up to this point is any indication, I'm in a really good spot. Todd Pletcher does not run a huge number of horses here, but he's always had positive results. He'll pick up a few wins here and there. It's not enough in terms of numbers to make you say, oh, Pletcher automatic, but at the same time, it's enough to make you think that a horse like this has a very good shot.
I ended up going to the 10, who's currently 20-1, Boyhood Dream. coming out of that insummation down there in South Florida, Florida-bred race. That was on the dirt, trying turf for the first time. I think the pedigree is there. I'm very curious to see how hard they go early on, Caton, because there were a few horses that seemingly want to go, but they've all been involved in different kinds of pace scenarios in the races in which they've been forward. So I wonder if this turns into one of those sort of monkey see, monkey do sort of things where 4 of them line up and it ends up setting up for your current 3-1 favorite, that being the 2, Good to Be King. You could also tell me that one of these horses just takes the initiative, goes on with it by themselves, simply faster than everyone, and gets it done.
The horse that, just judging at the odds, if they stayed similar to where they are now, that could be the play for me is the 6, Mid-American. I think it's a horse who has a solid chance. He's 7-1. He's got that pedigree for the grass. He showed progression from his first start to his second start. He showed that he, I think, is better on the grass. And granted, it wasn't a lightning fast time, but he won pretty easily. He did what he was supposed to do. Doesn't look like he has to be on the lead.
It's the first stakes race of the 2026 Kentucky Downs meeting. It is the Keeneland Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. For the call, Michael Rona.
About half the field has assembled in the gate. The grey Arctic Wolf about to come forward. Post position 4, blinkers being added to Arctic Wolf for the assignment today. Mike Smith with the pickup mount on Just a Holiday, drawn 1 from the outside, has moved in. Just a Holiday, the lone representative of the Wesley Ward barn, following the scratch of Wagley. And they're just about ready. Ultimate Warrior completing the line. Stand by for a start. Racing. Mid-American Quarter Flyer lands in front of Good to Be King, and Boyhood Dreamer showing up in the early stages. And Ultimate Warrior is down the outside, moving up a level second. Good to Be King's just in behind them along the inside, attended closely by Pinpoint when they pass the 5/8 pole. Brahms runs out 3 wide, some 10 lengths from the pace, with 2.5 lengths away then to Grandiopon, a long way back. He's on the inside of Admiral's Order, and Vicino is at the tail of the field. Arctic Wolf leads Just a Holiday by a half length with 3/8 to go. Boyhood Dream behind the leader on the fence, pocketed by Ultimate Warrior, and Pinpoint's pushing through between that pair in the blue and orange, starting to show some interest. Mid-American is next in the white with black sleeves and cap at the top of the stretch. Good to Be King's over along the rail. As they come past the quarter pole, it's Just a Holiday for Mike Smith, putting it to Arctic Wolf. Mid-American is taking a split, and Pinpoint is chiming in down the outside as they reach the 8th pole. It's Pinpoint, and on the inside, Mid-American. Arctic Wolf boxing on, and Good to Be King is storming right down the outskirts. Mid-American's the leader over Good to Be King. Mid-American has beaten Good to Be King by half a length. They were clear of Pinpoint and Arctic Wolf.
Six, 2, 3, 4, the unofficial order of finish in the Keeneland Sales Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. Mid-American proving that debut turf run at Ellis Park was no fluke. He was much the best here today.
Bit of late money came in on him as he ends up at 5-1, but still a square price on a horse who, yes, showed a lot of promise moving to the grass and delivers even more in a big way. Very professional effort. He actually broke extremely well and could have been on the lead, but settled back off the pace, allowed others to kind of do the dirty work, and then when called upon, charges in a big way. Look at how sharp he is out of the gate, though. He just kind of falls out of there and easily could have gone on to the front, but instead opted to let Arctic Wolf do the heavy lifting, and now gallops home the easiest of winners. Good to Be a King made up quite a bit of ground at the end and ran a pretty game race. Pinpoint also had a little trouble changing leads through the stretch, never really settled into a comfortable stride that I liked, and still winds up third here. So it wasn't a bad race altogether, but the winner ran a huge race.
Not an uncommon thing, that lead change here at Kentucky Downs, just because it is that uphill finish, and so many of them will kind of flip back and forth as opposed to your more traditional oval. This horse, though, for Jimmy DeVito now and Jaime Torres, they're going to have an interesting decision to make. Do you try to stretch him out for a race like the Bourbon at Keeneland in a few weeks' time, or are you going to maintain the course with these sprints? Because with the way that he finished and the pedigree that he's got, curiosity would kill this cat. I'd need to find out if he'd go longer.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, he seemed pretty push button. You just never know until you actually see them try the distance of ground, but at the same time, I loved the fact that he seemed to have several gears and could break as sharply as he does. You don't often see that in 2-year-olds. Them have that mental fortitude to be able to be throttled back in the early stages and still come on again at the end.
He's been extremely professional in his 2 turf tries. Also worth noting, the only 2 tries in his career without blinkers. He debuted with the shades on in that dirt try way back when, the middle of July. But no doubt he is a turf horse through and through, and now he is a stakes winner. Mid-American getting the job done at odds of 5-1. Good to be king. You mentioned him. Made a good run from the back of the pack. Not dissimilar from that run at Ellis just a few weeks back. Maybe if they went a little bit harder, it could have set things up for him. I still think he's a quality runner, and no reason to think he doesn't have big races with his name on it.
Absolutely. And, going back to the winner by Epicenter, a big announcement, I think, for Epicenter as a relatively new sire to have a winner like this who can stretch out, outrun his odds, and win pretty comfortably.
You mentioned your pick. Good call there with Pinpoint. 5-1, finishing third. Not the cleanest of trips. Kind of learning a little bit on the fly. We mentioned he's going to be doing something different. He wasn't out on the lead. He had to sit behind runners and come with a run.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that he was as comfortable on this turf course as, now that's not to say that maybe on a different turf course he could be very good. And you can't really fault a horse who finishes in the money and finishes well in this type of a race so early in his career, but I think the verdict is out as to what surface would be his preferred surface.
And just for what it's worth, for those of you keeping track at home, 117.39 the final time. That's nearly two lengths, 2/5 of a second slower than the winning time in race number 4 for the 9 House Al today. So something to keep in mind, as nice as Mid-American and company are, you're probably looking at a real nice turf runner if they want to stay the course with House Al today.
Yeah, and that is the fun thing about Kentucky Downs, getting to see and compare absolute like categories, as you alluded to earlier, but stars in the making in the undercard races.
Many different divisions as well. We'll wait and see, but I would think Mid-American is off to a graded stake. It just matters if they want to try to stretch him out. Is it the Bourbon or is it something else? It's gone official 6-2, 3-4 as Mid-American gets the job done as a 5-1 shot. Good to be king. Running second is the 7-2 favorite. Pinpoint third at odds of 5-1. Arctic Wolf, who took quite a bit of late play. He floated up to 10-1. Credible performance. I did not anticipate him being the pacemaker early on.
Nor did I. A little bit surprised how this whole race shook out on the whole, but $31.75 on the win for Mid-American, who's owned by the Double Down Stables. Was bred by Sunny Oak Farm in Kentucky, the son of Epicenter out of Wampum Girl by exchange rate, was an OBS sales graduate for $180,000 and improving with every start.
14.25 coming back if you bet the 2-horse to place. Take a look at the show money for Pinpoint, $11.50. If you played just a show parlay and rolled along, you are sitting pretty so far. The $1 exacta 32 and some change. 50-cent try comes back just under $115, and that 50-cent pick 3, 173 and some change. And this being the kickoff leg of the pick 6, I wouldn't say an absolute slam dunk that he was included. He was 20-1 on the line, and he paid $31.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Jimmy DeVito.
Yes.
Smaller stable, but knows how to spot his horses. Gets the win here for Double Down. Big victory for Jimmy DeVito.
Just past the halfway point. When we come back for race number 7, it'll kick off the late pick 5 here on opening day at Kentucky Downs, and it is of the Grade 1 variety. It's the Never Say Die Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint. We'll find out if the early favorite, the 4-horse AG Bullet, can win this race for the 3rd consecutive year, or is it going to be someone else in here? 35 minutes until race number 7, another race, Kaiten, that'll be run at the 6.5 furlong distance.
I like this because at least we can get some practice.
Yeah, right.
Sooner or later, I'm going to land on one.
Been close, and again,
yeah, knocking on the door.
I had mentioned to you, we were off camera, and you made a comment about that with the winners, and I said, this
just takes one.
If there was ever a place that it only took one, this is the place. Let's check in again with Andy Biancone.
Well, Matt, we're joined by winning jockey Jaime Torres. Mid-American, so brave in the juvenile sprint. Jaime, how game was he coming up the rail?
Very good. I mean, as soon as I asked, he responded very well. He didn't care the position that he was on. He was in the bridle, just waiting for me.
You won on him last time out. How much did you like him coming into this race?
I like him a lot, the way he improved going from dirt to turf. It was impressive. Just when I remember going 5.5 in that kick that I asked him at the end, I never kind of asked him the whole way to the wire, so I knew I had a lot of horse and the gallop was good. So we talked about it, maybe trying going longer, that way he can see it and just wait forever. And yeah, he just showed it today.
Walk me through your trip a little bit and that feeling of being in that pocket, waiting patiently.
Oh, I love it. It's a lot of adrenaline because you know you have a lot of horses. You can make a bad decision. You can make the right one, and I think that's the most rewarding when you make the right decision and you come back happy.
Well, it's always fun to win a race here at Kentucky Downs. Congratulations, Jaime.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jaime, congratulations. Job well done. This is now 2 in a row for Mid-American on the turf, and we've talked about it. Look, you can do anything you want with him now. If you want to sort of stay the course and sprint him, that's fine. Or if you want to try to stretch him out, now is the time to do it, to find out as we get closer and closer to Breeders' Cup time.
And certainly the way he performed and the comments that you heard from Jaime suggest that this is a horse who maybe would be able to go longer and still be as proficient. He just had that mental ability, I thought, and certainly won impressively and easily there.
First stake down, another one to come. Coming up, it's a Grade 1. We'll be going the 6.5 furlong distance, the Never Say Die Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint.
Experience the world's largest sports book at your fingertips.
I'm Derek Stevens. I'm a lifelong sports bettor and owner of Circus Sports. We built this platform for bettors that want high limits and total transparency.
Featuring tight money line splits, lowest holds, and exceptional live customer service.
Hi, how may I help you today?
Download your new bookie today, Circus Sports. Start betting like a pro.
Tired of the same old different day? Welcome to Cashville, Kentucky at the Mid Gaming Hall. Here we don't just celebrate winners, we make them famous.
I love winning.
Now that's brunch with benefits. And every date night, you're destined to score big. That's my kind of special. This isn't just a sweet room, it's the after party.
Cashville, Kentucky at the Mid Gaming Hall. 4 convenient locations near you.
They're off.
"26 minutes until the main event here on opening day at Kentucky Downs. We're talking about racing of the Grade 1 variety here to kick things off for the 2026 meeting. It's the Never Say Die Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint, and we have a headliner of headliners, Kaiten, in AG Bullet. This is a mare who is going for 3 consecutive victories in this race. You don't really often hear about horses winning the same race 3 years in a row, much less of the Grade 1 variety.
Well, I know that the Never Say Die reference is to our bourbon of the day, Never Say Die, which was a whole nother story in and of itself. But I think it's appropriate given AG Bullet and what she's done, because she never gives up and she never gives an inch into time. Seems to be going as strong as she's ever been. At least I think so, though she hasn't won. I thought her last 2 races, given the caliber of competition, and speed figure-wise, we're right on par with where she's been, if not a little better than she's ever been. So at the age of 6, looking for her 3rd consecutive win, something that would be unprecedented at this level of competition here at Kentucky Downs. I still think she's the horse to beat.
I think she's way the horse to beat. The public has made her the even money favorite right now. Not just the credentials that she brings into this, that good second place finish in the Jaipur, her only start here in 2026 so far. You know, you touched on that matriarch. I just don't think she wants to go that far. So maybe the distance finally hit her and she couldn't kick on with it at that point. But you also combine all the credentials with the fact that for a Grade 1 especially, there's just not a lot of speed in here. The race kind of runs through her. She can decide what she wants to do.
I think it's important to remember that, yes, the matriarch was a tad longer than what she wants. And then when she came back at Saratoga in the Jaipur, her first start of the year, she was running against the boys and beaten just half a length by a very good runner in Reef Runner, a proven commodity at the level. So again, I don't think she's lost a step. I think that the 6.5 furlongs is to her benefit. We know in past here, but in general, she's 5 for 5 at the distance. She's 2 for 2 with previous wins in this race. you know, she also has run dynamite races off the shelf. So it sure looks like Richie Baltas has taken this race and probably the Breeders' Cup and worked backwards through the rest of the season. And the fact that she only has one race doesn't concern me at all, because I think that this was the target.
She's got the figs. She's got the running style. She's got all the running lines you could ask for. There's really not much to knock about her. You need to decide as the gambler, is even money a fair number? And I think as far as her likelihood of winning, I think it's maybe a hair on the light side, but I'm not going to sit there and completely say it's crazy to take even money on a horse that is proven time and time again at this kind of level.
Well, I put my $5 win wager. At the start of the day, we put 4 races, and this was one of them for me because I was hoping that we would get this, or maybe a little bit better. But even money for me, you know, is fine, because when you look at this race, I think she's the one that jumps off the page immediately. Now, that's not to say that she can't get beat or that there aren't really good horses in this race, but I think arguably everybody else has to prove that they could win or would have to improve just a little bit to be able to be on par with what A.G. Bullett's best is, and we already know that she can do it. So for me, she is the standout, but I do respect, and I think you and I are on exactly the same page as to who the main rivals are.
Yeah, to me it was the 9 In Our Time, just simply when you go through and look at the pace scenario of this race, with the exception of A.G. Bullet, I think the 9 is the other clear speed in here. And if you want to argue that she's not as talented as A.G. Bullet, I don't really have a stance. I can't combat that. But I do wonder if you're going to beat her, do you just take the race to her and make her blink? If you clear off to the front and there's nobody else that's really going to go with you, maybe In Our Time, a horse who's won here already at Kentucky Downs in the past, is coming out of a couple of races that I think maybe have dissuaded some folks from her. Keep in mind, she was the favorite in the Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Invitational back in January at Gulfstream Park. If you look at all of her races, though, when she's gone longer, when I mean longer, 2 turns, she's only 1 for 10, 7 times second or third. You look at the races in which she's sprinted, she's 4 for 9 with a couple other finishes in the money. I think this is her game. And that Caress, I really don't think was a bad performance. That was a ballistic pace early on. It fell apart. Her uncoupled stablemate moving on up was the one that got it done. And then Zeitlos, who we know how good she still is, they're the ones that took advantage from off the pace. Maybe 11-1 and maybe the lack of money should be the red flag that I need to kind of zig when I was zagging. I'm going to take a shot.
She sure looks the part in the paddock. And, you know, maybe the distance at 6.5 furlongs, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of the perfect distance for her. She really hasn't had many opportunities to try, but she was able to beat A.G. Bullet. Now, granted, it was the matriarch last year, and as you said, probably a touch too far for A.G. Bullet, but that said, she still finished in front of her, and she did all the dirty work. She went on the front end all the way. Now we get to go 6.5 furlongs with the same rematch or potential situation. I think In Our Time has to go to the lead. A.G. Bullet has to be carefully handled. She definitely can go to the lead. There's no question that probably she's the fastest horse in the race. However, she's proven that she doesn't have to be on the lead to win. That's a huge thing, but it also becomes a real guessing game for her rider to make decisions right off the bat as to whether he wants to go head and head with In Our Time or whether you sit back and take your chances.
Well, that's just it. You're in a little bit of a pickle here, and we actually saw something a little bit similar earlier in the day with Florent Geroux aboard one of the 2-year-olds, and I think you and I both agreed with the way the entire thing played out. It didn't work out, but you had a clear speed to the inside. You had to go on with it. There's a major difference, though, between a 2-year-old at that level, still inexperienced figuring things out, and we're talking about a horse that on her best day is a Grade 1 winner. I think you at least have the option to sit, but to your point, you can't let the 9 completely streak away from you because she's proven that she's not just another runner. On her best day, she can make you pay.
And then you have a horse who definitely is probably going to be coming from off the pace, or at least I think, if her form holds up, in the 8 at 5-1, Saida Darian, and my apologies to Richard Hughes and his team if I've butchered that name, but the filly comes in from overseas off a very good effort in Group 3 competition, but her game is to sit back and pounce. Can she do that at 6.5 furlongs here with not a lot of pace up front and against the likes of some talented horses who are going to be on the lead, kind of doing things their own way?
I don't view her of the Grade 1 variety necessarily, but then again, I'm speaking of that with her in Europe, her form in Europe against Group 1 competition. We've seen time and time again, Group 2 and Group 3 runners from overseas, even listed stakes types, can come here and be a major threat in our biggest races. So it wouldn't be a stunner. I'm going to be very curious to hear what Jess has to say about this runner. But at 5-1, we've seen this story play out many, many times where the European horses just come over here and are simply better put doing our style as opposed to what they may have been doing over there in Europe. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if the 8 horse got the job done here at 5-1.
We got a glimpse of Time to Dazzle there from Mark Casse with Dylan Davis as she moves back to the grass after trying the synthetic at Woodbine and the Hendry. The other horse, though, that has kind of shown ability on a lot of different surfaces is the 3 Zeitlos. At 10-1, coming off a victory in the Smart Fancy on the turf, it was yielding that day, but can't be disrespected in this spot.
No, and I made the mistake a few months ago. I don't remember where it was, but after the Chicago, I said, I just don't think she's quite the same mare that she once was. And then they moved over to the turf, and it ended up being a great move. That's why Steve Asmussen's a Hall of Famer, and I'm not. The fact that you kind of woke her up again. You know, she got some pace to run at, and she came with these 2 giant kicks at the end of those 2 runs at Saratoga. I don't know that she's going to get the exact same setup here today, but at the very least, you know she's coming into this in, I don't want to say career form, but it's pretty darn close. These last 2 races on Thoroughgraph, she earned a 2.5 in that Smart and Fancy. That's every bit as fast as AG Bullet on her best day.
I just feel like she has to improve just a tiny bit, and she's right there. The other thing that I really like about her is the method to the madness that Asmussen has employed here in terms of, okay, he kind of threw her in the deep end of the pool when she ran in the Caress on the turf off of a lackluster performance in the Chicago. And she runs really well to finish second. But then he gives her a confidence builder against a little easier competition in the Smart and Fancy. It's yielding ground. She goes off the favorite, but she runs a pretty powerful race. That type of an effort against easier company kind of catapults her forward, especially at this stage of the game as a 6-year-old. So I think it's kind of the perfect setup for perhaps her best effort yet on the grass.
And while she's 0 for 2 in 2 starts here locally, it's worth noting she was only beaten a little more than 2 in this race last year by AG Bullet. And again, maybe the pace scenario isn't going to necessarily be ideal for her, but I think it would be kind of foolish to completely dismiss her in here, especially at the price that she is currently 11-1.
I just think, you know, she could get a really nice setup. I don't know if the pace will come back as much as it needs to for her, but at the same time, I wouldn't underestimate her, especially not the way Steve's horses have performed so far this meet, and also the way she's coming into it.
We should also acknowledge there was a pretty key scratch in this race in the 7 Chloe. I think many people, I believe you were going to pick her.
I was going to pick her on top for sure, and I think she changed the dynamics of the race for sure with her style, because I thought she was one of the ones that could put pressure on AG Bullet and not at her own sacrifice. I also think she, like many others in this field, though, is an improving horse at the right time. And, you know, everything aside, look, it doesn't ever always play out the way it's supposed to on paper. If something beats AG Bullet, it might just be the fact that it's really hard for a horse to win a race like this 3 years in a row and to keep going as strongly as she has for so long. She's 6 years old. You never quite know when you're going to reach that point that they're not quite as good as they used to be. And that would be the big question for her. If she doesn't, I had thought Chloe would be the horse that could kind of step up and take over there. But, I mean, I think your argument about your pick in this race definitely makes a lot of sense. Saffie Joseph also has an interesting kind of tag team here with the 9 In Our Time and the 1 Moving On Up, because Moving On Up is coming off a victory in the Caress. I don't think she's proven she's quite as good as In Our Time yet, but that's not to say she couldn't be. Now, she's had a couple prior tries on this turf course and hasn't fared very well, but I thought her Caress win was her best yet.
And I think, kind of echoing what we talked about with Zeitlos, I think a lot of it, for me anyway, when I handicapped the race, broke down to how it would unfold. And I thought both Moving On Up and Zeitlos had the run of the race in the Caress, and that the pace was just off the charts fast. Maybe it'll be off the charts fast again here in this race today, but assuming it's not, I think their job becomes much more difficult rallying from off of it to try to go and run down a horse the quality and caliber of AG Bullet. You brought up the thing with AG Bullet that kind of kept sticking with me, and I admire a plan that's mapped out, but you do have to wonder a little bit. This is only going to be her second start since last November. And to just assume that she's going to continue on the way that she has. I know that Jaipur was spectacular, and she ran into Reef Runner, who is arguably one of the best turf sprinters in the world, given what he's done. But just, you're buying at the top of the market at even money or 4 to 5 on a horse that, at some point you would think she's going to start to regress.
It's true. Now, the one thing to keep in mind, too, with her pattern of races going in this year is that it's very similar to what she did last year when she won. She won the Jaipur and then had some time in between. This year she came back and, I would argue ran a winning race, though she finished second in the Jaipur this year and gets some time. So it's almost a carbon copy. But the question is, and I know for me personally, I can't do what I used to do the same way, that's for sure. Can she? Is the old gray mare what she used to be? I think that is the question here in this case for the Never Say Die Ladies Turf Sprint, the $1.75 million question.
Well, and, the other interesting thing is we've talked about just a handful of horses at this point. There are some other options if you're inclined to take a shot at a price who, like the 2-horse from Miguel Clement at 11-1 is actually taking more money than I thought she would. If you just watch the finishes from her, she's got a wicked turn of foot. She's just always lagging behind the field. And if I'm projecting the race to not have a great deal of pace, I don't know that I need to be buying at that kind of price. And frankly, at that price, I'd probably be buying a horse like this, Zeitlos, just because she's a little bit more of a proven commodity. But you've got many other options in here if you're not completely convinced that this is a 1-horse race, or call it, 1A and then a few Bs in here. You can get creative.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of creative, I want to learn more about the European horse because I think she is the wild card in this race.
I agree. Sayeda Daryan, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, as you were saying, the 8-horse is one that you have to consider for more on the European import. Let's check in with Jess Stafford.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by trainer Sayeda Daryan, Richard Hughes, over from the UK. First of all, welcome to Kentucky Downs. How has your filly travelled over? Have you been pleased with what you've seen from reports from back home?
Yeah, Dan has looked after her through the whole trip and never put a foot wrong, ate and drank the whole time. And I'm a bit hot and sweaty, but she's not.
Tell me a little bit more about her and her profile into this race. What do you think gives her the attributes to handle Kentucky Downs?
Well, she's not slow. She stays well. She more or less did get the 7 in the Oak Tree. A good old rival beat her. She was very good in York last year off a strong pace. The faster they go, the better her form. Mm-hmm. In Ascot last year, she was 4th in a Group 1 off a strong pace, and this year they went very slow and she didn't run quite as well. But she's in good shape and she loves fast ground. And she's coming out of post position 8. What will the tactics or the questions to Brian about how he's going to utilise that draw? Well, we know the favourite makes the running and it's pretty good and it's pretty fast, so probably try and keep it in 3 or 4 lengths of that one. Yep. And give it a go after that. And you're in a former life a champion jockey. You've ridden all over the world. What do you make of the track here at Kentucky Downs? It's good track, very normal for us, but maybe not so much for the Americans. But nice track on the collar all the way. Good cover of grass. Yeah, nice track. Yeah, well, all the best. Good luck. Great to see you here. Thank you. And fabulous to have Richard Hughes here with us, Andy. He's a man that has done so well in his new career as a trainer. He was, as I said, a champion jockey in the UK, and he's a Group 1 winning jockey now, aiming to get a Grade 1 here in the United States for Sayeda Daryan. I was just mentioning to you about her pedigree. She's by Daryan, who's a close relative of an ARC winner, last year's ARC winner in Darius. So there's a lot of middle distance influence in the page, and then Sayuni mare. So it's not a ultimate sprinter, but she's always shown a lot of speed. But I actually think the fact that she's coming from the 7 furlongs back to the 6.5 might be a benefit to her.
Need everybody on that side of the walkway for your side.
Sayeda Daryan carrying herself with a lot of class here in the paddock, but I do have to turn our attention. The number 4, AG Bullet, our defending queen of this race, looking to notch another Grade 1 victory here today, and another ladies turf sprint under her belt, has just arrived to the paddock. So as you can see, a little bit late, but she is very difficult to saddle typically, and this is kind of usual behavior. So the Richard Baltas team usually opts to bring her as late as they possibly can, just to avoid her getting overwhelmed and worked up. With that being said, she looks quite relaxed, actually. She's got her pony. You see Richard Baltas saddling her on the walk, and she was already wearing a saddle with the girth as she walked in here, and that's just to kind of get her used to the pressure of the girth, and so she's not too shocked when she comes in, but she does look fantastic. It's fun to see her year after year just get a little bit lighter. She was much darker gray last year, but saw her gallop the other morning, and I just saw a woof of white just pass me fast. I said, oh my gosh, who was that? Oh, it was A.G. Bullet. And she had a great time. No doubt she loves the track here at Kentucky Downs. She's actually very aggressive in the mornings, Jess, typically very, very strong. But she was actually very relaxed and happy to get a good gallop here over the track. So definitely likes it. And she's actually being quite relaxed. I don't know if it's just the Baltas team has this down to a science, bringing her so late, but it's something to take note of that. She's a little more quiet than usual.
She's definitely got main character energy, doesn't she? She's making sure that all the paddock has to stay on one side where the saddling is being done, which takes a lot of attention. This is a very specialist way, and you know, I'd say they've got used to having to deal with this now, but it's not easy. She's actually responding to it really well, and she's now as good as gold, and I think she needs to come in late, get saddled whilst everyone watches her, and get on with it. And as we know, that's her racing style as well.
Yes, exactly. So she looks the part, certainly the horse to beat in here. Another filly who caught my eye, though, or mare, I should say, the number 9 in our time. This mare has had plenty of success here at Kentucky Downs, and I remember having a conversation with Safi Joseph last year. He ran her 2 times in the course of the meet. The first time a mile, to which she finished a really close third, and then came back and won at the 6.5 distance. And Safi told me, you know, when you have horses that are just a little bit distance limited, like they just barely get the mile, you often need to take a cut back in distance here at Kentucky Downs just to avoid that uphill portion. And he was absolutely right. In our time, loves the 6.5 here, and she looks incredible. Dappled from head to toe, round as an apple, and just very focused and ready to go to work, Jess.
In that point, I think on figures, she nearly matches A.G. Bullet, like what she's achieving, but I suppose A.G. Bullet is just so dangerous here. You elevate her rating just by being at this track.
Absolutely, yeah. But like I said, I like that she's a horse for the course. She's won here at Kentucky Downs before. No doubt A.G. Bullet is the horse to beat. But if you're willing to take a chance, I do like the number 9. The number 5, Time to Dazzle, Jess, actually was another one who caught my eye a little bit. Finished a game second at Kentucky Downs last meet, but physically, I just liked the way she looked.
Yeah, and I'm going to give a mention to the 11, Vina Rana, who I thought looked good as well. Jack Sisterson's already on the board. This is a horse, an Irish bred by Make Believe, formerly was trained by Henry de Bromhead, is a horse that might be up on the pace, but I'm going to be giving a good shout for Saida Darian. Looks lovely and relaxed, has taken all this well, and I'll be keen to see how she can take on what has ultimately been basically a queen of Kentucky Downs.
Horses are making their way onto the track for the Grade 1 Ladies Turf Sprint. We'll send it back up to Matt Bernier and Kaiten Bradar.
Andy, Jess, thank you. As you can see, the fillies and mares making their way out to the turf course. We have a 4-5 favorite, an A.G. Bullet looking to go back to back to back here at Kentucky Downs. And hopefully, as far as the connections are concerned, springboard her onto bigger and better, perhaps the Breeders' Cup at the end of October at Keeneland.
Well, it came close to happening last year.
The fillies and mares are moving on to the track in advance of the Grade 1 Never Say Die Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint. They will be travelling 6.5 furlongs with the rail at 50 feet. Scratch number 7, Chloe, along with number 12, Buttercream Babe. There is one jockey change, number 2, Love Severe, Ben Curtis. Moving on up, leads this post parade, carrying the number 1 saddle cloth beneath Christian Torres. Safi Joseph Jr. is the trainer. Number 2, Love Severe, trained by Miguel Clement, Ben Curtis with the pickup mount. Number 3, Zeitlos, is trained by Steve Asmussen, accompanied by Julien Leperoux. Number 4, AG Bullet, prepared by Richard Baltus, guided by Florent Giroux. 5 is Time to Dazzle, trained by Mark Cassie. Dylan Davis is astride. Number 6, Jody's Pride, is trained by George Abreu, ridden by Francisco Arrieta. Number 8, Saida Darian, trained by Richard Hughes, partnered by Brian Hernandez Jr. 9, In Our Time, the second Safi Joseph trainee. Micah Husbands has the mount. Number 10, Spirited Boss, is trained by Jose D'Angelo with Mike Smith aboard. And 11, Vina Arana, is prepared by Jack Sisterson. Adam Beskitza has the riding assignment.
This is a good look at Vina Arana, who was nearly 30-1. And the only comment I'll make here, Kate, just on form, I think she stacks up quite nicely in here. But I read something from Jack Sisterson saying that, she is a miler at heart. So I do wonder if this is just a little bit too sharp for her, and maybe an underneath award would be her ceiling.
She's going to be coming from off the pace.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. I'd say if there's one confirmed rallier in here, it's going to be her, especially given the distance switch. But the competition she beat last night, time was legit, and she did it very easily. So you never know. She's not had an opportunity to run shorter than a mile. Sometimes they surprise you.
So this is one of your win bets here on your 4-5 favorite, that being AG Bullet. How short is too short for you?
Anything less than even money.
Okay.
Personally, as far as the win bet goes, I mean, the idea here would be, that free square to try to get, in my case, your bankroll back.
Yep.
But if you were playing as well, I think this is a good spot for a double. Using her, I think is a very logical way. And maybe you like a price shot in the next race coming up, which is very possible. I will say, in watching her, she was a little calmer in the paddock than I had seen her. As soon as she got out on the racetrack, she looked the same AG Bullet. Very animated. She's very beautiful to watch. This is a horse that, at the Breeders' Cup, I went and got my picture taken with, because there's certain horses that just capture your imagination and your heart, and she was one of them. And she did everything but win in the Breeders' Cup, beaten by another Kentucky Downs horse, She's So Spicy, who arguably was one of the best sprinters of any surface and any gender last season. No disgrace there to come up a little short of her, but it just showed you that was the type of campaign she had last year. She beats the boys, she travels. She's kind of been very consistent. So up to this point, I don't see any reason to not think she can continue in the same manner.
That loss in the Breeders' Cup for AG Bullet also came at a flat 5. And I think if you're trying to project forward, the 5.5 at Keeneland probably going to be a little bit friendlier to her, because to me, she is a tweener through and through. She is not a miler, and she's really not a 5/8 type. She's probably 5.5 to 7, somewhere thereabouts. So this race, obviously at 6.5 furlongs, hits her square between the eyes. She deserves to be the favorite in here. 4-5, maybe a little bit short for some folks, but she is strictly the horse to beat. As you take a look at some of the other runners in there, is 7-2 a fair price on the European import, Saida Darian?
I kind of think it's a little short of ideal, because, given her style and the fact that she's running up against a legit Grade 1 proven commodity over this course, means I guess I'd want just a little bit more bang for my buck, but it doesn't appear that the bettors are really betting anybody besides those two horses. So as a result, you're going to get a little less than I think would be optimum for her, but she is the logical horse in my mind, although I agree with you as far as you're thinking on Safi Joseph's really having a shot. I think that she is definitely, Here's the thing. When you only have 2 speed horses in the race, you got to consider them both.
Yes.
Because you never know what can happen off the break.
There have been too many times where you handicap a race, and if you like someone from off the pace, you see only 2 speeds, and which of the 2 speeds wins, you find out in about a minute and a half or whatever it may be, but the 2 speeds go on their merry way. And I just kept going through this race trying to get overly creative, and I kept coming back to the idea that the 4 and the 9 were going to be by themselves out there on the front end, and assuming they don't cook one another, they probably just kind of carry on with things. And I don't see any reason for me, if you handicap the race the same way I did, that doesn't mean it's right or wrong. We'll find out in a little bit. But this seemed like a 2-speed number to me, 4, 9, 9, 4, and I knew I was going to get a better price than the 9, so I bet her to win.
So 7-1 to me is very generous on her. It's higher than her morning line odds. Granted, that was when you had 2 more horses in the race, but at the same time, I still thought I thought she very well could be the second choice in the race.
I'd be very surprised if she didn't make the lead. And if she doesn't make the lead, I think that's a sign that AG Bullet has been sent with intention out of the gate. Because in our time, it's not to say that she can't win without the lead, but boy, she is absolutely at her best on it. AG Bullet's at least proven she can do a little bit of either. If you want to go on with it, great. If you want to sit, she's just as capable.
Now, that said, we haven't seen speed horses winning this 6.5 furlongs of late on the card. So, I think this cat and mouse game that could unfold is going to be very interesting to watch because it's going to be critical for both horses to at least still have something left for the punch at the end.
Loading process about to begin. It's the Grade 1 Never Say Die Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint. Can AG Bullet win her 3rd consecutive running? For the load and the call, let's send it to Michael Rona.
Thank you very much, Matt. Zeitlos taking up residence in gate number 3, and the favourite AG Bullet will follow Zeitlos into line. AG Bullet locked away beneath Florent Giroux. The 2 previous wins in this race have been for different jockeys. Umberto Rispoli had the mount in 2024. Luis Saez did the steering last year, and now it's Florent Giroux in the irons. Racing! And AG Bullet begins well. Not quite as fast as Vina Arana from the outside, and In Our Time's blasting forward. In Our Time's going to burn across and lead from AG Bullet, who switches across the heels of In Our Time and is going to sit second on the outside. Time to Dazzle's moving up into a prominent position, and Love Cervera's along the inside. Saida Darien in between horses, the green and yellow stripes, and Vina Arana back out wide in midfield, followed by Moving On Up, and a bit further back in the field then towards the tail is Jody's Pride as they race down by the 3/8 pole, and Spirited Boss is at the rear of the field. Zeitlos in a midfield position. They have 5/16 of a mile left to go, and In Our Time showing the way. AG Bullet a length back in second position. In Our Time is the leader at the top of the lane, a quarter mile to go, with AG Bullet struggling to bridge the gap, and In Our Time has snuck away, puts a decisive margin on AG Bullet, who's been left floundering. In Our Time is travelling boldly to the 16th pole in the Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint, has given nothing else a chance. A smashing performance by In Our Time. Close for second. Time to Dazzle, possibly a nose to Jody's Pride, then Saida Darien.
In Our Time is a Grade 1 winner, and she leaves no doubt about who was best here this afternoon in the Kentucky Downs Ladies Turf Sprint. Caton, she broke like a shot. She was always moving well, and she stops the clock in 1:16 flat.
Nice call, Matt. This was a beautiful breakout performance for In Our Time and Mika Husbands, for that matter, who seized the opportunity when she broke well. He just went on with it. Now, AG Bullet broke well too and looked comfortable sitting in that stalking position until she was asked for run, at which point she kind of came off the bridle, and you could tell the only one moving well and comfortably over the surface was the eventual winner. She got a little confused at the end because nobody was around to contest her in this big wide open space, but what a performance for Resolute Racing and Miller Racing. Safi Joseph with another daughter of Not This Time, and she's at age 5 just hitting her best stride.
And look, I'm sure there was a plan going into it, but you still need to execute it. And Micah Husbands, young rider, deserves credit for doing exactly what you need to do. It's easy to suddenly see the favorite break and grab and say, okay, well, maybe we're going to reconsider this. No, you go on with it and make someone else blink and make a decision. He did exactly that, and the mare had plenty in reserve here. 116 flat, so this is very clearly the fastest race, and you would expect that from grade 1
That's
caliber
what it's supposed
riders,
to be.
especially compared to the 2-year-olds. But 116 flat is proper racehorse time. We can't talk about this race without bringing up AG Bullet in. For whatever reason here, Kate, and she just came up empty, and you know, I don't want to say we were suggesting that as a 6-year-old you start to wonder when you're going to start to see some cracks. Maybe today was the day.
You know, maybe the fact that she was calmer in the paddock than she usually is was a little bit of a sign. Whatever the case, you can't blame the pace. You can't blame the position she was in the early stages of the race. She just did not run her race and was kind of taken care of at the end, which is good. The 5, Time to Dazzle, coming up with a very nice performance for second, just edging out Jody's Pride. And then the European horse from the back wasn't really able to make up much ground, but with this kind of a pace, you wouldn't expect her to be able to. This wasn't, for these types of sprinters, very fast in the early stages, anything out of the range of possibility. So I think it was a truly run race. The way we expected it, we just expected a little more from the favorite. But again, a nice call and a big race.
Time to Dazzle's in sneaky good form as well. She's one that when you get back to Keeneland, I wouldn't completely write her off in whatever race they choose to go, and she's a graded stakes winner there. And I'll also make mention, I'm glad to see Jody's Pride come back with a good effort, because you were starting to get to a point with her form on the dirt this year where you started to wonder, boy, is she just completely lost the zip on the fastball. A little break goes a long way. Really nice effort here at nearly 40-1 to run third. And again, Sayeda Darian, just a different complexion here with the way they went early on. Going to be kind of hard for her to totally make up a ton of ground, but I thought she acquitted herself just fine. Maybe they'll be a little bit disappointed they didn't crack the top 3, but nothing to sneeze at running fourth in there. Full marks, though, right there to your winner in the winner's circle, getting the picture taken. In our time, Micah Husbands aboard for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr. Goes right to the top and does not stop. 5-1 winner on top. Time to Dazzle, the second place finisher at 11-1. Jody's Pride nearly 40-1 in third.
And John Stewart and the Resolute Racing team celebrating, and deservedly so, with Miller Racing, the partners in this one. I think this has got to be one of the bigger wins for Micah Husbands.
Yeah, I believe the Grade 1 Apple Blossom earlier this year, but certainly a rider that's on the come up, and Saffie has been very sort of generous, I'll say, with a lot of the rides that he's gotten over the winter in South Florida, and he's putting in his time, and it's starting to pay dues here. Good ride, and I go back to it, an authoritative ride. You know, it's very easy to see the even money favorite, who was the clear choice in here, break right next to you, and you could have easily got a little bit gun shy and said, okay, fine, you go on with it. Instead, he sticks to the plan, goes right to the top, and doesn't stop. And ultimately, that to me was the winning move. Go on with it, as well as she ran. Let's also give credit where credit's due. The horse was a monster today, but you got to let her go and do her thing.
And looking forward down the line to the Breeders' Cup, you've got a win over the Keeneland Turf Course and Graded Stakes Company in the Giants Causeway earlier this spring, so perhaps an indicator of an affinity for the course. In our time, certainly moving in a positive direction toward the Breeders' Cup this fall.
Yeah, she becomes an interesting candidate going forward for a few different races. She's not a miler as far as the Breeders' Cup is concerned, but I wonder if she's run well enough. I maintain she's better sprinting. I laid out the sort of stats that she has going long versus short, but you do wonder if on the heels of an effort like this, you would be tempted to think, boy, we can do anything with her.
There's Pat Madden presenting to the Winning Connections a beautifully crafted, one-of-a-kind type bottle of Never Say Die bourbon, as well as an autographed guitar, which is another one of those unique facets of Kentucky Downs racing so far as the winners are concerned, with a winning bottle and a guitar all along the way. A huge score there for her.
Price is in. There's a look at In Our Time, 32.60 on top. Time to Dazzle, 25 and change to place on the 5-horse. And then Jody's Pride, how about that? That might be the biggest number we've seen yet, and she ran third. 42.55 to show.
So all you show players rejoice and be really grateful that it was a $5 minimum. You just got back 42.55, enough to play the rest of the weekend.
Oh, this is the play. If you're into the show parlay idea, I know I'm sort of banging the drum here. But if you're trying to do something creative, you have a group of friends, whatever it may be, man, show parlay. This is the place to do it when you're getting those kind of returns.
Perhaps more where that came from, too.
We'll find out. 24 minutes until race number 8. The fun never stops here at Kentucky Downs. We're going to stretch back out in distance for the first time in a little while, out to a mile. Maiden special weight runners. We're going to see 2-year-olds going out there, and we've got a tepid favorite, co-favorites right now early in the wagering, the 10 and the 4. And as I say that, the 11's actually slight favorite at 7-2. We'll do a deep dive into that group as well. But I think we're going to take a little bit of a breath and go back at some of the replays to see what In Our Time was capable of doing. Grade 1 glory for Micah Husbands and Saffie Joseph Jr. She gets the job done emphatically in this year's Ladies Turf Sprint. 23 minutes until race number 8.
1954, one of the biggest races in the country.
The 175th running of the Epsom Derby, Britain's famed classic.
Watching that race was Winston Churchill and Queen Elizabeth II.
And they're off. Coming up fast on the outside, the American Colt, a 33-1 shot.
That horse shocked the whole world.
Born in Kentucky, the big winner is Never Say Die. First American to win the Derby since 1881.
Kentucky Provenance, English character.
Breed and race in Kentucky. It's the ultimate home field advantage. Only 6.8% of U.S. racing takes place in Kentucky. But from their 5 racetracks, they account for nearly 20% of total purses and 17% of total wagering. And out of the 405 U.S. graded stakes, 93, a staggering 23%, take place in Kentucky. Breed them, raise them, race them. We all win.
Tired of the same old different day? Welcome to Cashville, Kentucky at the Mid Gaming Hall. Here we don't just celebrate winners, we make them famous.
I love winning.
Now that's brunch with benefits. And every date night, you're destined to score big. That's my kind of special. This isn't just a sweet room, it's the after party.
Cashville, Kentucky at the Mid Gaming Hall. 4 convenient locations near you.
Yeah. Welcome back to Kentucky Downs. 17 minutes until race number 8. Still got plenty of great action to come. Hopefully you've connected on a couple of wagers and you've padded the bankroll and you can roll it in to the remainder of the program here. Race number 8 is going to kick off the late pick 4 here on opening day, and we've talked about all the other minimums that have jumped up. You've got a number of things to look forward to: $5 win play show wagers, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, you name it. And again, the multi-race wagers that take out down to 15%. So something you want to certainly consider. Maybe you've had the bankroll. Get ready for the late pick 3, which kicks off in race number 9. But the here and now, we're going to go the mile distance. $170,000 on offer in a big full field of 12 that's set to go to the post. Your current favorite is the 11 horse. That is Seminole, going out for the Brad Cox barn. This is a horse that they paid $330,000 for back in March as a 2-year-old in training, 2-year-old son of Candy Ride out of a Stormberg mare. Bet down to 5-1, and you could say bet down, but for Brad on debut, that's not taking a great deal of money, and kind of ran that way at Ellis Park on July 26th. Showed a little bit of pace and is completely flattened out. Now, we move over to the turf course here. We get a bit of extra real estate to work with, and the money is coming in droves. Now 5-2. I didn't really know what to do with this horse. I just figured you'd take some play. I didn't think he'd be bet like this. I chose to go against and didn't include him anywhere here in race number 8. Take a look at some of the other logical contenders. The 4-horse, Conroy, one of a few coming out of a common event on August the 1st at Ellis Park over the yielding turf. This one goes out for Rusty Arnold's barn. I thought it was a very credible performance from this runner. I think the price is reasonable at 4-1. I don't think I would want anything too much shorter than that. But when you go ahead and take a look at the way the race unfolded, I think Conroy has every reason to take a step forward here, second time going long on turf. And I think, perhaps more importantly, getting firm turf to work with as opposed to the bog that he caught that day at Ellis Park. The 4-horse Conroy on screen right there. You can see him, the second choice in the wagering, at odds of 4-1. But another horse coming out of that same race at Ellis Park is Silver Jewel. And I thought Silver Jewel, the 9-horse, who somehow is 16-1, ran maybe not quite as good as Conroy did in that spot, but when you watch the replay of the race and the early brush down the backside that Silver Jewel made, who is the 9 here today, I think you got to give a little bit of extra credit for him simply because he was still able to kick on. He stayed on with it. Maybe he flattened out a hair, but for any horse who's going to be going out and making a wild brush down the backside to not get completely thumped, I think you deserve bonus points. And at 16-1, if you just asked me head-to-head, 4 or 9, I probably would have sided with 9 anyway. But now you look at the tote board, and there's no doubt about it. I'm going to take the 9 here at 16-1. But that wasn't the horse I put on top. And maybe I'm going to make an error here in judgment. I should have put the 9 on top and stuck to my guns. But I thought Kilbari's debut, the 6 horse, was interesting enough. And interesting is kind of the word I'll use in here, because I don't want to say completely blew the break, but was just a little bit sluggish out of the box on debut. This was at Ellis Park on July the 24th, going 5.5 furlongs. Made an optional 50 level. And then around the far turn, granted well behind everyone, made a meaningful move as far as I was concerned. Couldn't quite sustain it, but made up enough ground that made me think, well, maybe there's some ability here with this runner. Now you take on Maiden Special Weight Company. Yes, there's 170,000 reasons why you're going to take a shot here in a race like this at Kentucky Downs, but the blinkers go on. And assuming this horse doesn't walk out of the gate like he did more or less on debut, I think Kilbari is a horse that if you're interested in taking a shot with a price, if you're not sold on some of the more logical, shorter numbers in here, I think that horse on screen is in with a decent chance, at the very least, to hit the board. So I'll go back to what I had mentioned at the beginning of the day, and I've said it a few times. If you're someone who wants to just make some show bets on giant prices, to me, this is the kind of runner that maybe you want to take a shot with. He's 24-1, but I'm going to put him on top. I'm going to bet him to win. That is the 6, Kilbari, going out for the Troy Wismer barn. Jess Stafford joins me down in the paddock. Jess, you're getting a good look at all these runners. They're going to go the mile distance. Hey, Andy B is here as well. Ladies, what do we think overall of this group? Has anyone stood out as far as the impression they've made?
Well, we've kind of landed on different horses, Matt, and it's just kind of that kind of race. It's a wide-open group, very evenly matched group, very attractive horses, though, Jess.
Yeah, I think when you're a 2-year-old and you're starting over a mile, that means you're probably going to get a good bit further in time, and you could be a horse that might be even better next year. And I see models in this field, Andy, that are big, scopy individuals that look like they're still filling into their frame. There are a fair few of them that are still, you know, they're not going to be quite there yet, but there might be some others that might just be the here and now, and that's what our job is trying to do, trying to work out the ones that keep an eye on them. You know, these could be horses for the future, and maybe not to bet today, but ones to put in a tracker of some sort. But I think, as you say, we like different horses for different reasons, and I think some of them are taking the preliminaries a little bit better than others as well.
Yes, one horse who caught my eye was the number 4, Conroy, for Rusty Arnold. We all know that Rusty kind of likes to run his horses into condition, but with that being said, he fires here at Kentucky Downs, and the 4, Conroy, looks fit to the task today. Regressed numbers-wise, he improved from his first race to his second race last time out over a yielding turf course at Ellis Park, but I like the way he did it. He sat a forward trip, which as we stretch back out to a mile with the rails positioned outward, we want a horse who's going to be forward. But I love this horse's walk. He's very well put together, well-balanced individual, and just in love with that extension he has on the front end. So he's probably going to be my top pick, but there were a couple other horses who stood out to me. The number 1, Jazz, for Steve Asmussen. This horse was working very well coming into his debut at Ellis Park, but he actually got a really rough trip. I actually had the opportunity to ride him yesterday morning, and he is a lovely mover, Jess. Keith actually had been hyping him up quite a bit to me, like, oh, I love Jazz, I love him, and got on him yesterday, and he was a dreamboat to ride. Still a little bit playful, a little bit immature. You mentioned a lot of those Justifies kind of tend to get better with age, but with that being said, a gorgeous mover.
And obviously the Asmussen team successful in our first race. We know what a 2-year-old of theirs can already do. Would it help confidence-wise, knowing what this horse has done and how that horse has taken compared to the winner earlier on?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, like I said, he was playful as soon as I got him on the track, kind of wanting to go up and buck a little bit, but as soon as I kicked him on, he was a pro and just a beautiful gallop. So absolutely love him. And I also gave a nod to the number 5, Patriots Quest, for Mark Casse. I think this horse improves getting onto the turf. He's by constitution out of a Ghost Sapper mare, 2 third-place efforts and 1 effort routing. So I like that he has that route under his belt coming into this spot, and obviously the surface change, I think, moves him up as well.
There's another Justify in the field who is horse number 7, Family Crest. He's a beast of a horse. Look at him. He's a huge model. He's a striking chestnut. As I said, a son of Justify and out of the Inter Mischief mare, Secret Keeper. It's a beautiful cross. I love the cross. Riley Mott, first timer. But this is a horse to me, just on first impression, just looking at him physically, he's going to be better in time. Like, he's got a big frame. It's it's going to be a tough place to begin here at Kentucky Downs, being that size. But I just love how relaxed he is. I think Justify really punches that into his horses. They just seem to have really good minds. A couple of others that I want to mention: horse number 12, Uncle Anthony and Uncle Mo out of a Frankel mare, bred by Bobby Flay, and obviously an owner breeder now that's making such a statement. And this is a horse that, again, possibly will be one that might just benefit from the experience. And then another one that was just making a little bit of a noise in the paddock, calling out to his friends, winning a bit, was number 10, Curative Folly, just showing slight greenness, has had the experience on the back, but maybe still just slightly mentally immature.
Yes, Curative Folly certainly calling for his mommy here in the paddock. But as we approach the racetrack, I'm sticking with the number 4, Conroy, and the number 1, Jess.
Yeah, 4, Conroy, I think, has got an excellent chance and has got the race form in the bank. The race that he last ran also produced Silver Jewel, Curative Folly, and Jazz. So he stands up form-wise as we head back up to Matt.
Ladies, thank you. You can see the horses making their way out of the paddock, getting ready to go for the 8th race of the afternoon. A reminder, this kicks off the late pick 4 here on opening day. 15% is the takeout. 50 cents is the base bet. Be sure to get involved. Don't want to get shut out there. 8 minutes, and who knows? We haven't had the boxcar return just yet, but you know it's coming. Is it coming here? Is it coming in the next race? Maybe it's one of the final 3. You never know.
The runners are parading for race 8, named for Foundation Risk Partners. This 2-year-old maiden at a mile opens a 50-cent pick 4. There is also $5 win place show wagering, $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, 10-cent superfactor, $1 double, and 50-cent pick 3. The rider of number 8, Mambo Man, Alex Ashard, at the corrected weight of 119. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Post parade begins with the number 1 horse, that is Jazz, who we just heard from Andy, making a good impression down there. High expectations, 8-1. Keith Asmussen up for his father, Steve Asmussen. Baytown Da Vinci, 0 for 5 so far. We're going to try to do something a little bit different here at Kentucky Downs. We'll find out from a running style standpoint where he's positioned. Go Victory going out for Lonnie Briley's barn. I know Kaiten Bradar likes this runner. 14-1. There's a lot to like based on what Mom did in her first turf start. Typically the mid-80 buyer type. Conroy, I mentioned that horse a little bit earlier, as you can see right there in those Cherry Valley Farm silks, getting ready to go to work here. The 5 horses, Patriots Quest. This is an interesting runner for the Mark Cassidy barn. There's a lot of sort of family ties to Patriots Quest. Kilbari is the horse that I'm going to put on top at 24-1. Obviously a little bit of a reach, but I think this is the kind of race that maybe is ripe for a reach in here. Family Crest, first timer for the Riley Mott barn. The pedigree is there for this one to be a good one. Leggy type out there. We'll find out what we get on debut at 10-1. Mambo Man, you mentioned Alex Ashard is going to be doing the riding here, so carrying 119. Interesting candidate to possibly spice some things up at 75-1. Silver Jewel, just given the prices between the 4 and the 9, I'm stunned that they're that far apart. I really don't think there's that much between the two. Carita's Folly is another one that comes out of that race at Ellis Park. And this one's down to 6-1, so plenty of money showing up there. Yedsid Hazelwood will do the riding. Seminole was the early favorite, now is floated up the second choice at 7-2. Last but not least is Uncle Anthony. Another one going out for Rusty Arnold's barn. This is a first-time starting son of Uncle Mo, and we heard all the pedigree and breeding talk from Jess and Andy down in the paddock. So there's a look at all the runners that'll head to the post here. A reminder, this is late pick 4 time. These are the kind of wagers you want to get involved in here at Kentucky Downs. You want to be getting involved in everything, but this is the sort of track that you can make a giant score. Take a look at those pick 5 will pays there on the left side of the screen. We haven't had any real chaos, and the worst you can do is $3,500 somewhere thereabouts. So it's been one of those days, and all you need is one to flip this thing on its head, and you can be looking at some sort of a giant return. Definitely could be a year maker, possibly even a life changer at Kentucky Downs. It's the beauty of running here with these big full fields over this turf course. I mentioned that the 5 is an interesting runner in Patriots Quest. Constitution, I'm in love with as a stallion, specifically with the turf runners.
But the second dam for this horse, a Grand Bailadora, was a graded stakes winner who was also owned by Tracy Farmer, and Patriots Quest is owned and bred by Tracy Farmer. So definitely a bit of a family affair for this runner. This will be the first time on the turf, has taken money in each of the first 2 starts to no avail, but is slowly but surely getting better and better, and maybe the move over to the grass is what this one is asking for. It's 6-1, maybe a middling price that you want to consider in a spot like this. As far as the pace is concerned, I think it could go a few different ways. Some of these horses are so lightly raced, it wouldn't stun you to see someone be a little bit more forward than what you've seen from them so far in the afternoons. My guess, just based on the debut, would be that the 11 Seminole is sent hard from the outside. Is it enough to clear to the front? That remains to be seen. It depends what some of the other runners do as well down toward the inside. But I would think the 11 figures prominently early on. Beyond that, it's a little bit of a guessing game. I would think the 3 Go Victory is probably pretty close. And I mentioned this is one of Kaiten Bradar's win bets that we made at the beginning of the day. At 17-1, the debut, this horse was trying to get onto the turf. It didn't work out. Ran on the sloppy sealed going, draw line through it. Second time out, long at Ellis Park, on the dirt, blinkers go on, shows pace, gets tired. Now, you've got a route under your belt. This is going to be the second time with the blinkers on, and you take a look at the mare, Risky Mischief. She won her first try on the grass. I believe it was her 3rd or 4th try overall. So there's some parallels here, and Twirling Candy we know can do anything as a stallion. So at 17-1, another horse that I think if you're kicking off the pick 4 or you're playing any of the other races or any of the other wagers, I should say, maybe one to consider at a bigger price than nearly 20-1. I'll circle back to the horse that I put on top. That's the 6 Kilbari for Troy Wismer's barn. There was just enough in that debut that made me think maybe there's a little something here. I like that they make an equipment change. I don't expect him to suddenly be winging it on the front end. But if he can just stay a little bit closer to the front, not get completely outrun early on, I think Kilbari is one that can outrun his odds at 22-1. He's one of the longer shots in the field, as a matter of fact. But I think that's the kind of race that you're looking at in here, as the 4 horse has asserted himself as the favorite. That's Conroy, one of a couple in here for Rusty Arnold. I mentioned that turf debut last time out. Thought it was a good effort. I don't really believe there should be such a discrepancy between the 4 at 5-2 and the 9 Silver Jewel at 11-1. I think they're probably a little bit closer than that as far as overall ability is concerned. Specifically, if you watch the replay of that race from August the 1st, Silver Jewel just makes this wild brush down the backside, and to be able to maintain that momentum, I think speaks volumes about sort of the tenacity this horse has. Now maybe I think getting back to firm turf would probably be beneficial as well. You can ignore the first 2 tries. One preceded a layoff. The second one was first time long, and it was off the layoff. I'd expect this to be the best version of the 9 Silver Jewel. Is it good enough to hit the board? We'll find out in just a few moments as the field is getting ready to go for race number 8. It kicks off the late pick 4 here on what's already been a memorable opening day at Kentucky Downs, the first of 7 race days that we have over the next 2 weeks. So you can see the field getting ready to go. We've had a fantastic day of wagering so far, and hopefully it's just the tip of the iceberg. Maybe we've got one of those bombs getting ready to come through, whether it be here or in one of the final 3 races. And speaking of, this kicks off the late pick 4, but the next race, race number 9, kicks off the new $3 late pick 3, something you're absolutely going to want to take a look at. Even if that chalked out, it's going to return something nice. Fields hit the starting gate for race number 8. To get you the load and get you the call of the 8th race here from Kentucky Downs, let's send it to Michael Rona.
Good on you, Matt. The loading process getting underway. Jas has the inside stall. Jas moving in. Carita's Folly a little uncooperative behind gate 10. Now consents to move in. Here comes Baytown Da Vinci. Family Crest about to come up. Family Crest, one of 2 first-time starters in the field. The other being Uncle Anthony. Now, Family Crest looked to have gone forward but backpedaled, preceded into line by Go Victory, and now they've got Family Crest locked away. Conroy, strongly fancied, enters gate 4, Mambo Man the next, followed by Silver Jewel. Here comes Patriots Quest, 3/4 of the field in the gate. Kilbari and Seminole loading simultaneously, and Uncle Anthony to complete the line. 1 mile for these 2-year-olds. Ready to go. Racing. Uncle Anthony was slow to move on debut, and Kilbari, despite the addition of blinkers, is showing no pace at all, drops out last. Jas with Conroy are the 2 early front runners from Family Crest, who shows some debut dazzle. Go Victory is handily positioned, and so too is Seminole on the outside from Baytown Da Vinci, and then comes Carita's Folly in the orange colours. Mambo Man's beginning to improve. Uncle Anthony's out wide on the track as they descend the hill right-handed. Patriot's Quest is back towards the tail. And back about 6 lengths off then to Kilbari. 5/8 of a mile left to go. Jas by ahead to Conroy. 1.5 lengths Go Victory parked third on the inside. And Family Crest in the lime cap is just in behind horses. And Seminole's going up out wide to a level third. Back on the fence, Baytown Da Vinci travelling 6th in front of Carita's Folly. Silver Jewels out very wide with 3/8 of a mile to go, 7 lengths off the speed. At the head of the others comes Uncle Anthony, clear of Patriot's Quest and Mambo Man, and 5 lengths to Kilbari. On the swing for home, 5/16 of a mile left to go. And Jas and Conroy have been disputing it since the opening of the gate. Jas with a slender advantage on the inside. In fact, he's doing better work now than Conroy and pulls 1 length clear, 3/16 from home. Back in third is Seminole as they come past the 8th pole and bend uphill. And it's just the leader for Keith Asmussen. Here comes Carita's Folly with a stout rally, but has too much work to do. And Jas is going to come home 3 lengths clear. Carita's Folly second. Seminole was third, and Family Crest to debut fourth.
No doubt about the winner as Jas gets the job done with those big white socks out there on the front end beneath Keith Asmussen. Ultimately going away in the end. It looked like for a moment one of the off-the-pace runners would give him a stiff challenge, but quickly turned him away. Long, leggy Son of Justified of a Giants Causeway mare. You want to talk about want to run all day? That's a pedigree that screams longer. Good effort here. Career start number 2. Scores. Another one that comes out of that August 1st race at Ellis Park. Maybe the one I didn't talk enough about. Jas getting the job done, looking the part here, showing some pace, and he's going to return 10-1 odds. Really nice performance here. Nice job from Keith to put this one forwardly placed and leave no doubt about it. The rest of the field is going to get close, I think, for second. I don't want to speak out of turn. We'll wait and see as they come back by again, but no doubt about the winner. Ears up, Love and Life at the end here at Kentucky Downs is Jas, Son of Justify. You would like to think he's probably off to something bigger and better down the road. Final time of 1:37.12 seconds. We'll take a look and see how that stacks up against the other mile race that we saw earlier in the program. But this is a nice performance for a horse that you see the way that he was moving at the end. You get the impression that he's still kind of learning a little bit. So good to see that not only is he learning, but he's obviously got ability. Another forward move would be expected down the road with some more experience. So you get a good look at the winner who's going to come home, I would say, to the tune of $22, but it's going to be considerably more than that because we're playing for the $5 minimums. Jas over the 10, Carita's Folly. Over the 11, Seminole. Over the 7, Family Crest. The unofficial order of finish in race number 8, 1, 10, 11, 7. Final time, 1:37.12. This is only the second mile race that we've had on the program. The first mile race came all the way back in race number 1, the opener. So I'll go back and take a look at the final time for that one just to get an idea. But based on the visuals, this looks like an up-and-coming type who seemingly, again, with a bit more experience, you're going to still see better and better from this runner. And for him to win this early on over a demanding turf course like this, I'm sure the connections are thrilled. And we'll see how he comes out of it. But this was a very nice performance here. Carita's Folly, I thought acquitted himself quite well. Coming from off the pace in a race where there really wasn't a ton of running from the back of the pack. Did a good job there. And then Seminole, I'd have to go back and watch the entirety of the replay. But taking all the money early on, then floating up a little bit to be the second choice at 4-1. To finish third, I think a credible performance. First time stretching out to 2 turns, and I say 2 turns, it's a mile. First time routing, let's put it that way, and first time on the turf as well. Family Crest rounding out your superfecta. First timer for the Riley Mott barn, another Justify, who ran quite well here on debut. There's a little bit more dirt in that family, so maybe you end up seeing this horse at Keeneland on the main track, but they've got options going forward, as they do with the one Jas, who looks the part out there. That looks like all racehorse Nice job from Keith there. The 8-5 favorite, I didn't see any obvious excuse for Conroy. Another one that when you watch the race one time, it's hard to really draw major conclusions from, but you'd have to go back and take a look at 8-5. I didn't think there was any major issue, but maybe I'm mistaken there. We'll wait and see when we get the replays to come back up. In the meantime, headed to the winner's circle. Here's a look at the son of Justify. Going to get his picture taken in start number 2 after, let's say, an educational debut at Ellis Park on August the 1st. He got his education and then some here today. Jas, much more forward, getting the job done. Everybody getting the picture taken there. 10-1, the off odds there. So if you've been playing along in this pick 6, this is the third leg of the sequence. Maybe we haven't had the crazy big numbers, but this has not been an easy sequence to be alive in with 3 legs still to go. And the same can be said about the late pick 5. If you beat an even money favorite, an AG Bullet, in the ladies turf sprint, then you come here and you get a 10-1 shot, and you've still got 3 full fields to come. So if you're alive, you're off to a good start in the late pick 5. If you're alive in the pick 6, I would say you're doing better than off to a good start. You're probably going to start, maybe it's too early to sweat, although it is 90 degrees outside. We're all sweating. But point being, if you're alive at the halfway point, you're probably sitting on a nice piece right there. Good luck the rest of the way as you get a good look at Jas. He'll come back, get a little bit of a bath. I'm sure everybody will wait and see what the next move is for him. Who knows? Depending on the pace and the numbers that come back, maybe a stakes try down the road. Race has gone official, $55.50 on top. If you back the 1 horse, $22.50. If you back the 10, Carita's Folly to place. Seminole with Flow aboard, $11.90 to show. Family Crest rounds out your superfect. If you played the super for a dime, you got just under $600 coming back your way. How about that mid-card pick 5? 13 and change. When I say 13 and change, 13,000 and change coming back your way. That's nothing to sneeze at here on opening day. And hopefully you can parlay that into some more winnings here because we still have quite a bit of good action to come, especially from a wagering standpoint. The late pick 3 of the $3 variety with a low takeout of 15% kicks off here in race number 9. We have 29 minutes until the 9th. Currently in the early wagering, the 12 horse is your 9-5 favorite. See what we get from the 12, that being Sheriff Bart. Much more to come. Stay with us here at Kentucky Downs.
Racing. Uncle Anthony was slow to move on debut, and Kilbari, despite the addition of blinkers, is showing no pace at all, drops out last. Jas with Conroy are the 2 early front runners from Family Crest, who shows some debut dazzle. Go Victory is handily positioned, and so too is Seminole on the outside from Baytown Da Vinci, and then comes Carita's Folly in the orange colours. Mambo Man's beginning to improve. Uncle Anthony's out wide on the track as they descend the hill right-handed. Patriot's Quest is back towards the tail. And back about 6 lengths off then to Kilbari. 5/8 of a mile left to go. Jas by ahead to Conroy. 1.5 lengths Go Victory parked third on the inside. And Family Crest in the lime cap is just in behind horses. And Seminole's going up out wide to a level third. Back on the fence, Baytown Da Vinci travelling 6th in front of Carita's Folly. Silver Jewels out very wide with 3/8 of a mile to go, 7 lengths off the speed. At the head of the others comes Uncle Anthony, clear of Patriot's Quest and Mambo Man, and 5 lengths to Kilbari. On the swing for home, 5/16 of a mile left to go. And Jas and Conroy have been disputing it since the opening of the gate. Jas with a slender advantage on the inside. In fact, he's doing better work now than Conroy and pulls 1 length clear, 3/16 from home. Back in third is Seminole as they come past the 8th pole and bend uphill. And it's just the leader for Keith Asmussen. Here comes Carita's Folly with a stout rally, but has too much work to do. And Jas is going to come home 3 lengths clear. Carita's Folly second. Seminole was third, and Family Crest to debut 4th. Racing. Uncle Anthony was slow to move on debut, and Kilbari, despite the addition of blinkers, is showing no pace at all, drops out last. Jas with Conroy are the 2 early front runners from Family Crest, who shows some debut dazzle. Go Victory is handily positioned, and so too is Seminole on the outside from Baytown Da Vinci, and then comes Carita's Folly in the orange colours. Mambo Man's beginning to improve. Uncle Anthony's out wide on the track as they descend the hill right-handed. Patriot's Quest is back towards the tail. And back about 6 lengths off then to Kilbari. 5/8 of a mile left to go. Jasper ahead to Conroy. A length and a half go. Victory Parked third on the inside. And Family Crest in the Lime Cap is just in behind Horses. And Seminoles going up out wide to a level third. Back on the fence, Baytown Da Vinci travelling sixth in front of Corrito's Folly. Silver Jewels out very wide with 3/8 of a mile to go, 7 lengths off the speed. At the head of the others comes Uncle Anthony, clear of Patriot's Quest and Mambo Man, and 5 lengths to Kilbari. On the swing for home, 5/16 of a mile left to go. And Jas and Conroy have been disputing it since the opening of the gate. Jas with a slender advantage on the inside. In fact, he's doing better work now than Conroy and pulls 1 length clear, 3/16 from home. Back in third is Seminole as they come past the 8th pole and bend uphill. And it's just the leader for Keith Asmussen. Here comes Corrito's Folly with a stout rally, but has too much work to do. And Jas is going to come home 3 lengths clear. Corrito's Folly second. Seminole was third, and Family Crest to debut fourth.
They're off.
From humble beginnings to royal accolades, the never say die spirit lives in us all. Never Say Die Bourbon.
Experience the world's largest sports book at your fingertips.
I'm Derek Stevens. I'm a lifelong sports bettor and owner of Circus Sports. We built this platform for bettors that want high limits and total transparency.
Featuring tight money line splits, lowest holds, and exceptional live customer service.
Hi, how may I help you today?
Download your new bookie today, Circus Sports. Start betting like a pro.
21 minutes to post for race number 9, and then there were three races remaining on this card, and as announced, the Travers Stakes coming up in just a couple of minutes. So a lot of excitement coming up over a short period of time, and if you're like me and still looking to hit that winner on top, there is still time with some very good racing left here at Kentucky Downs. We have seen kind of a mixed bag. Some horses coming from off the pace. That last race, we returned to the way we started with a horse on the front. 7 furlongs, though, the first time we've run the distance, comes up in this 9th race, which is a first-level allowance race for 3-year-olds and upwards. So while we've been dealing primarily with 2-year-olds today, with a few exceptions, this race kind of turns the corner, so to speak. As we start to direct our attention to the paddock and to what's going on here in the 9th race, a note about the Travers Stakes. Right now, Golden Tempo favored, and the first time since all his glory in Louisville that the public is back on his bandwagon strongly. We'll see if he can keep his streak going. A 1.25 mile distance certainly in his wheelhouse, and I am on the favorite in this race, but boy, what a race it's going to be with Renegade, the Puma, and others, some emerging horses as well, could make their mark today. Same is true here at Kentucky Downs, though a little bit more form to go off of in this particular race. Our favorite at 2-1 is the 12 Sheriff Bart for Bill Mott with Jaime Torres aboard, a previous runner at Kentucky Downs back in August of 2025, just 1 year ago. In a career debut, he finished 3rd after showing speed through much of the race. Now, he, in order to break his maiden, changed tactics. At 7.5 furlongs, a 2-turn configuration at Gulfstream Park, he broke his maiden pretty nicely and came from off the pace to do it. And since then, he has not shown typically as much early speed as he did earlier in his career. At the 7 furlong distance today, I think he probably will be toward the middle, if not the back of the pack here. But it's going to be fun to watch and see if he shows a little bit more turn of foot coming here to the wide open spaces that can sometimes inspire horses to show a little bit more speed. They just kind of remember their youth with the wide open spaces and kind of take off also down the hill at times. So I think the key for Sheriff Bart is going to be position early and getting in a comfortable rhythm in those earlier stages of the 7 furlong sprint without losing too much for that finish and losing touch with some of the front runners. I went to the 8 at 6-1 currently. That is Unitas. He's usually right around that price as the most recent starts at this level. So that's about what I was hoping for. A front runner for sure. I think he provides the most speed of anybody in this race. But I don't know if anybody's necessarily going to run with him. And I love the cutback here. It's not a big cutback from 1 mile and 1 1/16, but enough so that I think he can settle a little bit more than he has had to of late. That could be the key here. I don't expect him to be very far away from the lead, but I just think the way he could do it might be beneficial with the 7 furlong distance, that he won't have to scramble quite as much to maintain his position, and he won't clearly have to carry his speed quite as far. He's been training very well going into this, apparently, over at Ellis Park for Peter Urton, and Florent Giroux looking for his 2nd win of the afternoon. Again, a little bit cold on the board at 6-1, but certainly a price I like for a horse who has front-running abilities, and I think we'll like this turf course. Another horse that I thought at a price was real interesting is the 5 Gypsy Art for Wesley Ward. Just 1 for 7 lifetime, but Exit Saratoga. We've seen so many winners today that ran their last start at Saratoga. Beaten 3 1/4 lengths in a pretty tough allowance race at 5.5 furlongs. He's another that strikes me as benefiting from a little bit more ground to work with. Showed a lot of promise real early in his career when he was 2nd in Stakes Company at Colonial, 3rd at Woodbine. Ran into some good horses as a 2-year-old. Went to the sidelines after his most recent start of 2025 in November, and then didn't return until April, but was able to break his maiden at Churchill as the favorite against a solid enough group And I thought his second place finish against Allowance Company, his first try against Winners at 5 furlongs, was a very solid effort as well. If he repeats those races, I think he is a top contender here at 7-1. 9-2, the 6, Repentless, getting a little bit more play. First time lay 6 for Kelsey Danner. Sort of went the wrong direction after debuting in a winning effort here at Kentucky Downs at the 7 furlong distance. He sat a stalking trip, was really professional, got the job done clearly at 25-1 odds, the type of horse who loved the course and was just ready on the day. But unfortunately, after that, was kind of thrown into the deep end and wasn't able to come back with that type of effort. He struggled a bit in the Bourbon Stakes, in all fairness, in Graded Stakes Company, and then came back and finished a solid enough third on the dirt. I really feel in watching him that he prefers or enjoys the turf a little bit more, at least from the limited opportunities we've had to see him. 1 start on the dirt, 2 starts on the turf. I thought he looked a little bit more comfortable on the grass. But his most recent work, August 20th at Turfway, was very, very sharp, perhaps signaling some readiness. When I look at him in the paddock, he looks like a cool customer who seems pretty happy to be back here in Franklin, Kentucky. So the 6, Repentless, very nice appearance, and at 9-2, a horse I would definitely include. And then, as I mentioned, the 12, the favorite, I think it has to be respected for sure. His last second place finish was a very good one. And while we've talked a lot about the Saratoga horses and the Saratoga form, Ellis Park also right up there with a lot of winners over time. Here, that form does seem to hold up, especially the last few years. So I give the 12, Sheriff Bart, some credit, but I don't know that I like a short price on anybody in this race. I think it's that type of a race, extremely competitive and deep. Among the others in here that are getting a little overlooked, the 7, Bluegrass Town at 6-1, probably where he should be for a Brendan Walsh horse, but at the same time, I thought he might be bet down just a little bit more. He's coming out of a pretty tough allowance race at Ellis, and the course was yielding, so I don't think you can hold that effort against him. He was able to break his maiden at 5.5 furlongs, and he's actually kind of a handy horse. Without an abundance of speed types, need the lead types, I thought Bluegrass Town could take advantage of that. His only start at Kentucky Downs last September was his second try, his first on the grass. He kind of ran evenly, but was able to improve off the effort. So I think if he continues to improve here, he's a contender at a decent 6-1 rather. This one is the type of race where I really feel like you got to take a look at him in the paddock, because any one of a handful of horses could have a big run. There's another look at Unitas. He's been pretty well behaved. Given his style to go to the front, he's a high energy type horse, and at times he can show that energy pre-race, but right now he's looking very settled, and just waiting to get his chance to get out there on the walking ring a little bit, strut his stuff around there. Not a lot of surprises on the board. It seems the bettors really have settled on 2 horses in the 6 and the 12, and everybody else is a pretty generous price at this point. Your third choice is a toss-up between the 7 and the 8 at 6-1, and either one of those horses could end up as one of the top contenders before it's all said and done, but again, steady on the favorite at 5-2. Let's see if we can glean more information from Jess down in the paddock.
Yeah, Kate, and I was just having a good look at 8 as you were mentioning, just to see how the behavior was of 8, and has come out and has been a real pro, has been pretty settled and relaxed as they take their way around. And to be fair to all of them, they all look good. I was looking forward to seeing a handful of them, especially the 6, Repentless, who's been off for a long time, to see how he strips. But he looks well, he looks fit enough. He's been off for a long time. So fair credit to the connections to get him here looking really well against this, race-hardened and battle-hardened group of horses. 8 Unitas, as you mentioned, a horse that led the Ellis Mile last time and was caught at the 3/16ths, that held for third, first time since April. This horse, I thought, would be the one to catch. He's the only leader in the field. The cutback to 7 furlongs is exactly what he wants, and I think that will really benefit him. So 8 Unitas is a horse with plenty of upsides if you're happy to go with him. There are a few in here that have a fair bit of form from Kentucky Downs, and the number 7 Bluegrass Town was a good fourth here last year, and this horse who was fourth in the a mile race on August 1st, and I think potentially, if anything, might just need another run under the belt to get back into the swing of things. Was ran plenty of times at the latter stage of last year, but as mentioned, has only had the one run this season. But 7 Bluegrass Town certainly has good form from Kentucky Downs, which is a positive, as does Rocky's Joy, also a horse that, horse number 9 is a horse who ran well here at Kentucky Downs last year. Is big odds this year around, but the form just goes to show that potentially is not really as on top of his game as he had been coming into it this time last year. I'm intrigued to see, as I said, the horse number 6, Repentless, who has been off since that tailed off Bourbon Grade 2 run in October, so 10 months. But this barn knows how to win fresh. I think that's a real positive, knows how to get a horse really ready for an occasion like this. And as I said, looking really well in his skin, but also looks fit. They've done, I'd imagine, plenty of work and gallops to get him into this frame of mind and into the stage. And a couple of others that as I can hear the Travers is in the back of my mind, and someone's going to have to update me because sounds like a good finish, Kaiten, but you might be able to update us.
Jess, they are turning for home, and right now it's Napoleon Solo and Sea Strike fighting it out on the lead, but not far behind them is Golden Tempo trying to make a little bit of a race out of it. Also Leading Change making a nice run. Still just a few jumps to go, and looks like Leading Change gets the win for Brad Cox and Manny Franco, now undefeated in 3 starts. Appropriately enough, a son of Gunrunner here, who's bred by the Windstar Farm and Wathnan Racing. So a big victory for Manny Franco, who has had quite the meet at Saratoga. We may see Manny Franco before it's all said and done on a few occasions here, as he has made a trek to Kentucky Downs from time to time and done very well. Right now 5-2 on the 12 as we continue. Not much change, and I'm a little surprised at that because I thought this was a wide open race, but again, the bettors really seem to have made up their minds. The 6 and the 12 are the 2 horses getting all the support. The 6, Repentless, certainly capable of showing some speed and capable of handling the course, and I guess that is a big plus. He also made a nice appearance in the paddock, as Jess mentioned. First time Lasix, lightly raced off the layoff. Yet at Hazelwood, top rider, finalist for the Eclipse Award last year, and has continued among the top riders in the nation as a journeyman rider in terms of victories. Riding here for the first time today, his first visit to Kentucky Downs, but a rider who impressed at a very early stage of the game, and on a seemingly well-spotted horse who, again, continues around the paddock in a very professional manner, despite the layoff, very relaxed, easygoing. And Bluegrass Town, the 7, who's right there with him in terms of, actually, the 7 is at 6-1, the 6 is 9-2. Bluegrass Town, second start off the layoff, also equally laid back. I love to see that. I just think horses that are able to handle the paddock and not lose their cool have a real advantage, kind of saving it for the race and saving it for the warm-up and out on the track. So look at our favorite, who's cool in the shade. We've got some big fans there in the saddling enclosure to keep them cool as well. And if we can suss out anybody at a little bit of a price, the 10 at 13-1, Intuitive Wisdom was, I thought, not without a shot. Another horse who has some early speed and is cutting back in distance just a little bit. He was able to break his maiden at Churchill for maiden 50,000 and did it the right way, forwardly placed throughout and drew off with confidence, then came right back in his first try against Winners and led much of the way before fading just a little to 4th. He was beaten a couple lengths for all of it, clearly likes the grass. Now we'll see handling Churchill Downs and Ellis Park if that carries over to Kentucky Downs. Got a glimpse of the 2 Flat Out Blessed, who went by with Adam Beschizza. And as you can see, again, a fairly well-mannered group on the whole. Nobody acting up or running their race before they get out there. But for some reason, I just keep being taken by the 7. Bluegrass Town just keeps catching my eye. I just love that kind of lanky way he's walked around, very relaxed and calm, like a stroll in the park. With about 6 minutes as they head out, we will still have time to take a look at the horses in the post parade one by one. And again, remember, this is 7 furlongs, our first 7 furlong race of the meet, with the rail at 50 feet. Race kicking off pick 3, the last pick 3 on races 9, 10, and 11. We'll pause for a moment and pick it up with the field.
Out they come for race number 9. A 7 furlong allowance for 3-year-olds and up. Opening a $3 pick 3. There is also $5 win place show wagering, $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, 10-cent superfecta, and $1 double options. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
And a chance to meet the field one by one as we start with Miracle Mark at 10-1 on the rail for Joe Sharp. Axel Concepcion aboard, 3rd in the slop, and returning to the turf after a long time away. He does have a win on the grass a ways back. Number 2 is Flat Out Blessed with Adam Beschizza for Joe Roberts. Horse has recently changed barns. Was a winner in his most recent start at Louisiana Downs. There's a look at the 1 Miracle Mark going by, and right behind him, Flat Out Blessed, a big price, one of the bigger prices on the board, despite his win last out. It was on the dirt. He only has a couple of, actually 3 previous tries on the turf, with a couple of close finishes there in the mix. The 3 is Capanaparo, who is ridden by Dylan Davis, another long shot, but don't tell him. He looks pretty bright in the post parade, ears pricked, ready to go, exiting Stakes Company, so a little class relief. On to the 5 Gypsy Art, who comes out of an allowance race at Saratoga, was beaten 3 1/4 lengths for Wesley Ward, but I thought made up some ground and didn't have the easiest of trips. He ran a little bit greenly, and he's also had some troubled trips in his most recent starts, but if he puts it together and gets lucky, I think he could be a factor. We saw Repentless go by at 4-1, and there's Bluegrass Town. Again, 7-1 on a horse who I just kind of like the looks of. Unitas, the 8 at 6-1, could be the pace setter in the field. Tends to be very quick off a 3rd place finish last out. Rocky Joy, James Graham was 3rd on the dirt, but I think looks to be better on the turf. Intuitive Wisdom at 15-1 for Nick Vaccarezza, another who could show some speed. Forum going by for Rudolph Brissett, adding Blinkers is 11-1, and Sheriff Bart completes the field. He's our favorite on the outside by Oscar Performance. 1 previous try at Kentucky Downs. It was a 3rd place effort in his career debut. And he continues to dominate the betting at 2-1. Meanwhile, the price coming down just a little on the 5. Gypsy Art now 9-2, 3rd choice, clear 3rd choice in the wagering behind the 6 at 4-1. I kind of think you're going to see those 2 horses battle it out for the spot behind the favorite, but no doubt about who the bettors like to win this race. That would be Sheriff Bart, although we've only seen a couple of horses who were favored hit the winner's circle today. So it's been a good day for those who play against the favorite, that's for sure. There's the 11 going by. That's Forum, who adds Blinkers. Off of a 1 1/16 race at Ellis Park, showed a little speed and then flattened out completely. I bet we'd see this horse a little bit more focused. maybe even a little bit more relaxed in the early stages. We're going to take a brief pause for those joining us on Peacock, but stick around. We'll have this race and more coming up. And with a minute to post, again, the 5 and the 6 battling it out behind the 12, and otherwise you are going to be well rewarded all the way around. And I truly think that it's hard to make a strong case for any one single standout in here. Most have had limited opportunities on the turf, and those that have run on the turf haven't necessarily fared that well for various reasons. One of the more consistent performers overall as far as turf record is concerned is the 5, Gypsy Art, and you get 4 to 1. Again, a pretty generous price. And then if you get past him, you get 5 to 1 or better on everybody else in the field. The 8 also getting some play now. That was not the case earlier. He's down to 5 to 1, so he's fighting it out with the others for that spot right behind the favorite. Unitas could set the pace, but I'm almost wondering if with the shortening up of distance, his ability to relax would make him a better factor if he could just kind of maybe sit forward but not necessarily on the lead and be able to catch his breath. The 7 furlongs could just suit him right in between and be the perfect distance for him. And for those rejoining us on Peacock, you are just in time as the first horses are approaching the starting gate. Again, this is a 7 furlong event with the rail 50 feet out. Your favorite is the 12 at 5 to 2. Sheriff Bart on the outside for Bill Mott with Jaime Torres. I'm on the 8, Unitas, whose price has dropped a little bit. He's 5 to 1 currently. But if you beat the favorite here, you are going to be well rewarded all the way around. With that, so we'll hand it off to Michael Rona for the rest of the load and the call of the 9th. Good luck to all of us.
Thanks very much, Caden. Loading process underway with Miracle Mark and Bluegrass Town, joined by Flat Out Blessed and Unitas. Capana Paro is the next in, named for a river in South America. Rocky Joy linking up, Gypsy Art and Intuitive Wisdom. The newly blinkered Forum in the all lime colours as one of the outside gates. Repentless moving in, making his 3-year-old debut off a 10-month layoff. He won his career debut this course and distance at 25 to 1. Sheriff Bart the last in. 7 furlongs racing. And Rocky Joy gets the best of the start, leads Intuitive Wisdom and Forum, followed closely by Capana Paro on the inside. And up there too is Unitas between horses running 5th. Sheriff Bart has the white colours out wide, 6 lengths off the early speed. Repentless midfield on the inside of Bluegrass Town. And they're followed well back in the field by Miracle Mark. Gypsy Art is one of the last, and Flat Out Blessed is at the tail of the field with a half-mile left to go. Whereas Rocky Joy dictating terms, half a length Intuitive Wisdom. And they're followed closely by Forum out 3 wide. Then a length away, Unitas in the 4 path, and by golly, Jaime Torres has posted in no man's land on Sheriff Bart. The all-white colours, he's going to be fanned extremely deep when they reach the top of the stretch. Capana Paro's in behind a wall of horses in the red and yellow colours. Bluegrass Town is alongside him. Now a couple swinging very wide, including Gypsy Art and Miracle Mark. Meantime, Rocky Joy, who has set the tempo from the opening of the gate, has kicked on nicely. Comes past the 8th pole with a very useful advantage. Miracle Mark is beginning to get home in a big hurry. Rocky Joy looking for somewhere to lie down. Miracle Mark's trying to peg him back. Rocky Joy holding the lead. Rocky Joy all the way from Miracle Mark, with Repentless getting up for 3rd, Gypsy Art 4th.
Rocky Joy and James Graham for the victory, and judging by the reaction down on the apron, a very popular victory. I would imagine at a pretty nice price. I didn't see his closing odds, but boy, he was dominant. switches to his inside lead down the stretch, but it doesn't matter. He had that commanding lead down the stretch, and no one could catch him, though the one Miracle Mark did give a good try for it. But when you have that kind of a pad deep in stretch, you are in a very good position. You can see Axel Concepcion there in second, bearing down with Miracle Mark trying to close the gap, but Rocky Joy holds on like Rocky and gets the win to run his record to 2 for 25 lifetime at odds of 20-1. And closely followed by the 1 at 7-1. We are going to see some of our best payoffs of the afternoon.
Biggest winner of the day, no doubt about that. And if you're alive in any of the multis, I kind of had acknowledged that prior to this race. You know, you were starting to maybe sweat a little bit. Now you're in full sweat mode if you connected with this horse, because this is going to blow things up in a giant way if you're alive in the pick 6. Certainly if you're alive in the late pick 5. Don't forget, this kicks off the late pick 3. So you're sitting on something nice if you had this horse on your ticket.
You know, Rocky Joy hadn't switched to the dirt, and he didn't win, but it certainly served him well to get him back into the winner's circle. It had been a long time between visits, though he had come up with some solid enough races to make him a contender in here, always at big prices. But you look back, usually having to dip down into a little bit lower level to get closer. He rises to the occasion, and though he had 2 prior tries here at Kentucky Downs, he obviously saved his best for this $180,000 purse.
And sometimes it boils down to that, right? We can go through and handicap all you want, and I know some folks like to go back and say, oh, what did I miss? In my opinion, you probably didn't miss much. Getting back here, he'd run well on one occasion in the 2 starts here locally, but based on the recent form, 20-1, good on you. You deserve that if you ended up backing him in here, and I don't mean that as sort of a knock. It's just sometimes they just are feeling good today.
No, the only thing I can say, probably wouldn't have had the horse, but I did think that this was the type of race that you didn't want to settle on the favorite. This was a race where really any number of horses had a shot. And, if you had him, well done. And this is going to be our first opportunity to see the benefit of that $5 win wager in play, because you're just going to collect a very handy return on investment with this one.
It's going to be a healthy exacta as well. I thought Joe Sharp's runner ran quite well, running second there. Miracle Mark, if you gave him another 1/8 of a mile, maybe he gets there. But, this is a horse that they tried to get on the turf last time. It was washed off the claim, and you come back here, it works out. Great opportunity. Couldn't quite get there, but nothing to sneeze at, finishing second in a race for $180,000.
Brownwood Farms and Jose Arana. And again, as I mentioned, a lot of celebrating on the apron when Rocky finished ahead at the finish. 9-1-6-5 to finish out the superfecta. The 5 with Ben Curtis at 6-1, and Repentless ended up at 7-2.
Let's take a look at the winner's circle. Everybody getting their picture taken. Jimmy Graham up there for Brownwood Farm. And, this is an outfit, again, perhaps a little unfamiliar with the trainer. This used to be Paulo Lobo's operation, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So this is a group of folks that know what they're doing. They can go out there and they can win races. And, look, he was a big number today, I think, based on the recent form. But it just goes to show it only takes one. We said it time and time again today. Maybe that's the one that you ended up connecting on. And not only are you made today, you're made for the meet, and maybe you're made for the year with 107.85 on top.
And how about Brownwood Farm? Not only the owners, but the breeders of this one. So again, you double your pleasure with the son of Kittens Joy, 6-year-old out of an elusive quality mare, notching his 2nd career start. But, very useful horse with earnings of closing in on $300,000 going into this race, and now he wins back almost 3/4 of his lifetime bankroll with the 1 win.
The one thing, if you really wanted to kind of red board it and go back and say, well, what did I miss? You take a look at the giant returns. Now, you're not seeing that incorrectly. That is accurate. 107.85 on top. Maybe he's just 1 turn at heart on turf. He's got a lot of 2-turn races on his page. His 1-turn races, they're fairly good. So maybe he's just been waiting for this all along.
It very well could be. That's the thing. Between the switch to this course and the opportunity to try something different can sometimes trigger a real big wake-up in horses. No doubt, certainly did here. With that payoff, the exacta returns 194.07. But if you hit the $5 to win, 107.85, our first 100-plus score of the meet. And I doubt it will be the last.
Look at the pick 3 right there. Keep in mind, this is all part of the pick 5 and the pick 6. $900 for 50 cents. This is the kickoff leg of the $3 late pick 3. That, or even if it went chalk for the final 2, it's going to be enormous given the low takeout and the high base bet. Again, well done. Good on you if you connected here, because this is going to set the stage for boxcar payouts.
Yeah, this will be fun going forward with the next, because we haven't seen the bombs away until now, and I think that it's possible that looking ahead, the sort of looked that way. The nature of the card, the last few races, I thought looked really potentially unpredictable with a number of horses that had a shot.
It was only a matter of time, and kind of to that point, we've already seen a heavy favorite lose here today. Coming up in race number 10 in 24 minutes' time, we have an odds-on favorite in Laganos. I have no issue with him being the favorite. Odds-on probably fits the bill as well, but he's got some salty old veterans he's going to have to deal with in a spot like this. Tread lightly at 3 to 5.
It's going to be the tight spot overnight handicap coming up with Steve Asmussen having the 3 to 5 favorite, looking for the hat trick today.
Seven furlongs, racing. And Rocky Joy gets the best of the start, leads Intuitive Wisdom and Forum, followed closely by Kapanaparo on the inside. And up there too is Unitas Between Horses running 5th. Sheriff Bart has the white colours out wide, 6 lengths off the early speed. Repentless midfield on the inside of Bluegrass Town. And they're followed well back in the field by Miracle Mark. Gypsy Art is one of the last, and Flat Out Blessed is at the tail of the field with a half-mile left to go. Whereas Rocky Joy dictating terms, half a length Intuitive Wisdom. And they're followed closely by Forum out 3 wide. Then a length away, Unitas in the 4 path, and by golly, Jaime Torres has posted in no man's land on Sheriff Bart. The all-white colours, he's going to be fanned extremely deep when they reach the top of the stretch. Kapanaparo's in behind a wall of horses in the red and yellow colours. Bluegrass Town is alongside him. Now a couple swinging very wide, including Gypsy Art and Miracle Mark. Meantime, Rocky Joy, who has set the tempo from the opening of the gate, has kicked on nicely. Comes past the 8th pole with a very useful advantage. Miracle Mark is beginning to get home in a big hurry. Rocky Joy looking for somewhere to lie down. Miracle Mark's trying to peg him back. Rocky Joy holding the lead. Rocky Joy all the way from Miracle Mark, with Repentless getting up for 3rd, Gypsy Art 4th. 7 furlongs, racing. And Rocky Joy gets the best of the start, leads Intuitive Wisdom and Forum, followed closely by Kapanaparo on the inside. And up there too is Unitas Between Horses running 5th. Sheriff Bart has the white colours out wide, 6 lengths off the early speed. Repentless midfield on the inside of Bluegrass Town. And they're followed well back in the field by Miracle Mark. Gypsy Art is one of the last, and Flat Out Blessed is at the tail of the field with a half-mile left to go. Whereas Rocky Joy dictating terms, half a length Intuitive Wisdom. And they're followed closely by Forum out 3 wide. Then a length away, Unitas in the 4 path, and by golly, Jaime Torres has posted in no man's land on Sheriff Bart. The all-white colours, he's going to be fanned extremely deep when they reach the top of the stretch. Kapanaparo's in behind a wall of horses in the red and yellow colours. Bluegrass Town is alongside him. Now a couple swinging very wide, including Gypsy Art and Miracle Mark. Meantime, Rocky Joy, who has set the tempo from the opening of the gate, has kicked on nicely. Comes past the 8th pole with a very useful advantage. Miracle Mark is beginning to get home in a big hurry. Rocky Joy looking for somewhere to lie down. Miracle Mark's trying to peg him back. Rocky Joy holding the lead. Rocky Joy all the way from Miracle Mark, with Repentless getting up for 3rd, Gypsy Art 4th.
Handicapping is more than just reading the program. Race Lens from Equibase is a research platform that helps you dig deeper into every race. You can customize past performances and build your own handicapping angles. Race Lens gives you data-driven insight to help you make better decisions, so you can bet smarter. Sign up now at racelens.equibase.com. Race Lens, powered by Equibase.
And they're off.
We get that look that we're going for when it comes to this.
In Franklin, Kentucky, we've got 17 minutes until race number 10. We'll be going the mile distance in Caton. We've got some salty old veterans getting ready to tangle here. You brought up the sort of new wagering options here. This late double is always one that you want to sink your teeth into, especially when the nightcap is seemingly a bit of a scramble. And in this race, even with a heavy favorite, I don't think it's just a gift-wrapped race for Laganos. I think he's going to have to earn it.
I agree, and I think that his position down on the inside isn't necessarily the ideal spot because he has some speed, but it's sort of darned if you do and darned if you don't. You don't want to have to use too much early speed, and yet if you don't do something quick out of the gate, you could find yourself in a really bad position in a full field like this with some talented runners. I tried to beat Laganos. I respect him. I respect Steve Asmussen coming in here with a horse who loves this track and who has been performing really well, although a little disappointing in the 4-star Dave. I just think it was a little bit tougher competition than what he can excel at. And he didn't run badly. I just don't think he's quite on par with the deterministic, for example. But back in this type of a spot, for sure, he does deserve the edge as far as class is concerned. I thought, though, that given the position and that this isn't the easiest handicap in the world, I would take a shot and try to beat him. I went to the 3 Maycox Bay just because, in part, I knew the price would be right. And I also think he's a horse who's a little sneaky at this distance.
You and I have the underneath 3, basically the same, just kind of shuffled around a little bit. I do wonder if you and I are approaching our picks the same way, though, in the fact that you've got Maycox Bay. I handicapped the race with him probably being the pacemaker in here, going to the front. And then I thought that perhaps Publisher, the 10, would be the one to sit just off of him. And if you want to tell me that you're kind of over Publisher's antics in his game, so be it. I mean, he's often a bridesmaid, very infrequently the bride, but he's always had enough ability that makes me think that there's still some untapped potential here. And the fact that this is where you're going to debut on the turf, I know there's a lot of money at stake, don't get me wrong. But he did have a turf work at Saratoga a little while ago. And I'd be very curious to know if there was something that the connections saw and said, you know what, let's take a shot at Kentucky Downs on opening day. He's 8-1. He should be forwardly placed. Will he handle the grass? I don't know. I can't tell you definitively, but I'm happy to gamble and find out on a horse that clearly has some talent.
Well, here was the thing. The Son of American Pharaoh ran good enough on the dirt at a high enough level that you kept him on the dirt for a while. Now he is in deep waters and isn't able to win, so you try something different, and he's certainly bred for it. He's by American Pharaoh. I think the pedigree is there to say that maybe he likes it, maybe he jumps up and is just as good, if not better, on the turf, and the timing is very good coming off the layoff as well. That workout, though, does maybe suggest that, yeah, they have seen something there, and I like him a little bit. I mean, I did not use him in my top selections, but I could certainly see him running a big race in here, and I don't think you can throw him out of the mix, especially given his sire line and that you get a Hall of Famer like Mike Smith.
Laganos is clearly the horse to beat in here, but there are some other options in here. Caitlin and I have talked about a couple of them. Let's talk about a few of the other runners as well. You know, Chasing the Crown is one of those sort of old, hard-hitting veterans, blue-collar type. 6 for 25 overall, has a victory here locally at Kentucky Downs, has actually been in the exacta twice. I do wonder a little bit at this point. He's run into Laganos on 3 straight, and he has not gotten his measure. I have a hard time seeing why today things would change. But at 6-1, if you wanted to just tell me you wanted to bet him versus the even money favorite, have at it.
It would be a matter of perhaps Laganos losing a step and for whatever reason Chasing the Crown coming off the bench and running big fresh. And he's done that. It's not unprecedented. He won this race or a similar type of race last year around this time at Kentucky Downs, going the mile distance, very similar circumstances. I think this field is tougher overall than the field that he beat last year, although there are some commonalities, but he runs well fresh, and that's a big plus. He also can sit, I think, a pretty nice type of trip here at the mile distance, saving some ground under Ben Curtis and sitting off the pace setters. Now, pace is an interesting thing here because there are horses who, you know, as you said, Publisher, I think is going to be forward. I certainly think that my horse is going to be forward. But everybody else is a little bit of a guesswork. Hershey used to be a horse who showed quite a bit of speed. Of late, he's been settling a bit more than I anticipated, but, you know, he ran a very good race at Kentucky Downs. He was second, but it was against Brilliant Birdie, who's, you know, stakes caliber, graded stakes caliber horse. So I'm not going to hold the last race against him in the Green River. I would want a good price on him, perhaps maybe a little higher than the 7-1, but I think he has a shot. I respect him as well.
Another pace factor is probably the 13 would be my guess, the horse that draws in Silent Heart, who has been showing big speed in his last few starts. Jess and Andy are down in the paddock right now getting a good look at this group of runners getting ready to go the mile distance. Ladies, who looks good?
Well, I know we're going to get to Hershey because that's the horse that Andy likes, but knowing the Asmussen camp as well as you do, number 10 Publisher, talk to me about the thinking behind getting this horse on the turf. He's a Kentucky Derby runner from the past. This is a new test to him. Why do you think he has the attributes for it?
I'd say so, Jessa. I mean, Steve likes to let the dice roll here for sure. I mean, it's no question the wins are well rewarded here at Kentucky Downs with the big purses, but I think Publisher getting onto the grass here makes a ton of sense. I mean, pedigree-wise, it makes sense. He's by American Pharoah. American Pharaohs really do well here at Kentucky Downs, and the horse handled the turf course beautifully in his gallop yesterday. Just completely unfazed, very confident, and just looked a picture, moving beautifully over the track.
Yeah, and he's got a good feel to line up against some horses that just know what to do at this track. Laganos is the obvious one. Look, this is a horse that the Asmussen barn also know obviously so very well, a regular here at Kentucky Downs. So that's going to be hard nut to crack for Publisher in his first run on the turf.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Publisher for price, interesting. Like that he can be forwardly placed. With that said, don't necessarily trust him with as long as the stretch is here, and especially at that end bit with the little hail and the wire can be a little bit tricky. And we know Publisher is a horse who doesn't always like to get his picture taken. So with that being said, the stablemate Laganos certainly looks sharp and is a horse for the course. 4 runs here at Kentucky Downs, 2 wins, a second, and he is in the form of his life. So certainly a respectable favorite here, and certainly looks the part here for trainer Steve Asmussen. But there were certainly a couple others who caught my eye as well, Jess. The number 4, Hershey. I love this horse. I've always loved this horse. I think back in May, he needed the race off the layoff. Second time off the layoff, ran a huge second. And then last time out at Ellis, I just think he resented the good turf course, and he drew post position 12 of 12. And as Caitlin mentioned, he's kind of just been a little bit tardy in his races. Hopefully today he can show a little bit more speed with the fact that the rails are out. But physically, Hershey looked fantastic, and the number 2, Chasing the Crown, caught my eye as well.
Yeah, and look, we touched on the fact that the Kentucky Downs form is obviously going to be a benefit. And Rocky's Joy in our last race at such a big price had that Kentucky Downs form. Chasing the Crown won't be the same price that Rocky's Joy was, but this horse also a successful horse here at Kentucky Downs in the past. He's chased Laganos home in 3 of 4 this year. A nose at Churchill, that was the closest run, but now meets his nemesis getting £6. We forget that's a benefit when you look at these handicaps.
Yeah, that certainly is. That £6 could certainly make a big difference. And I feel like Mike Maker has really pointed Chasing the Crown for this race. Again, one of his best lifetime races was when he ran last year here at Kentucky Downs off a similar kind of layoff in a similar kind of race. And he won handily that day under Tyler Gaffalione. But obviously, Mike Maker targeting him for this, keeping him fresh into this race. And Ben Curtis gets the mount, but he certainly looks fit here.
I just want to finally mention 13 Silent Heart, who gets in, and this might be interesting from a pace perspective. The pace could just hot up, and we'll see how Flo Giroux does from that draw 13, what this horse will do trying to get out and get to the front. That's the best way that this one likes to run. So a very interesting looking setup we have here, Andy.
A certainly interesting group, to say the least. $500,000 on the line for a stakes caliber group of handicap horses. We'll send it back up to Matt and Caton.
It is post-parade time.
The field is parading for the 10th. The Tight Spot handicap. 1 mile for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch 7 Quattrocento, scratch 8 West Hollywood and 9 Lambeth, along with 11 I Know, and 12 Hiding in Honduras. Number 13 Silent Heart will take his place in the field. This race opens a $5 late double. There is also $5 win place show wagering, $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, and 10-cent superfecta. The post parade is led by number 1, Lainos, trained by Steve Asmussen and ridden by Julien Leparoux. Number 2 is Chasing the Crown, prepared by Mike Maker. Ben Curtis has the riding assignment. Number 3, Maycock's Bay, trained by Michael Stidham, has Brian Hernandez Jr. for company. Number 4, Hershey, is owned by Helen Pitts-Blassie. Edgar Morales is aloft. 5, Samud, conditioned by Brendan Walsh. Danny Sheehy does the steering. Number 6, Sea Singer, is trained by Michael McCarthy, ridden by Yetsit Hazelwood. 10, Publisher, the second Asmussen trainee. Mike Smith is the rider. And number 13, Silent Heart, is the second Maker trainee. Florent Giroux has been engaged. That's the field for the Tight Spot handicap 1 mile the journey in the penultimate race on opening day.
Michael, thank you. As you can see, the horses getting ready to go here. 5 minutes to get your wagers in. Wherever you've been watching, however you've been playing, thank you for doing so. Special thank you to those watching on Peacock all day long. All right, Caton, talk me through the winning trip for your top pick in here, Maycock's Bay.
Well, I think Maycock's Bay hits the blocks running and hopefully gets away from the gate cleanly and is able to kind of get into a comfortable rhythm. I'm almost hoping Laganos settles a little bit so that Maycock's Bay can just not have to worry about pressure from either side and rather can at least only have to worry about the horses to his outside. I think that there is a real threat with Silent Heart to push him a little harder than would be ideal. But that said, I kind of have confidence that he's able to settle when asked. I mean, though he has mostly won or run well on the lead, he does have a win in Allowance Company on the dirt. And I think my theory is a horse, especially a turf horse, that can settle on the dirt, can settle on the turf. He just always has struck me as a pretty talented horse as well. If you look at his running lines and the horses he's competed against, when he ran on the grass in Allowance Company at Keeneland, he ran into Just a Touch. And Just a Touch is, I think, a top-notch horse who actually, I think, has turned out to be a much better turf horse than people anticipated. I think he's another level turf horse, personally. And he ran within 3.5 lengths of him after leading all the way. He ran into Bishop's Bay on the dirt. He was running against Hall of Fame in the mine shaft, where he finished third. So I don't think he's one-dimensional from style. I do think he has the quality to hang with the big boys, so to speak.
I kind of handicapped it thinking that the 3 is going to show some speed. Your top pick, Maycox Bay. The minute the 13 drew in, Silent Heart, the pace complexion to me changed considerably, because that seems like a proper speed type. And it's not to say that he would just basically be the uncoupled stablemate to set up for Chasing the Crown, but I think Mike Maker's got a bit of a two-headed monster in that you can go to the front if you don't stop, great. If you just soften up the other pace, it helps set up things for the 2-horse in here. So I think the 3 and the 13 are going to go. My hope would be that you end up seeing Publisher tuck in just behind those 2. And if they go just fast enough, Publisher is the one that gets the jump. If he can handle the turf, he's ahead of the likes of Chasing the Crown and anyone else. And perhaps it's enough to hold off Laganos in deep stretch. But, you know, the more and more you talk about it and you try to draw this race up in your head, the more it seems like Laganos in all likelihood works out kind of the candy trip that he'd be looking for. He's proven here. He's arguably the best horse in the race. There's a lot to like other than 4 to 5.
Right. Chasing the Crown is proven here as well, and that's a big plus for him. I mean, it's an unknown for Maycox Bay, but I have such a high regard for Mike Stidham and the work he's done, and also the horse is a high-quality horse for Godolphin, a homebred. It's worth noting he was the beaten favorite last time out, but I thought the group of horses he ran against in the Connaught at Woodbine is a top level. GT 500 in particular, I thought was a really, really good horse. And he took it to him, took his best shot on the lead, but maybe was a little bit faster than would have been ideal. That's going to be the key. I mean, how fast he has to go in the early stages of this race. If he can settle again just a little bit, I think it will make a world of difference. But the 13, I wasn't happy. Let me put it this way. We put our picks in before you knew for sure who was coming in from the Alsos. I wasn't excited when I saw that Silent Heart drew in.
If you like a speed horse and then a speed horse draws in off the AE list, that's a bit of a sad trombone. Like, oh, no, this is not what we're looking for. Although, who knows? It still could end up working out. That's why they run the race. Before we send it to Michael for the load and the call, you briefly mentioned Hershey. I don't know what to make of this horse because on his best day, he is absolutely good enough to win. But his recent race just left me wanting.
For sure. I don't know what the excuse was. Perhaps the given the ground wasn't to his liking. I do think he's a horse who likes it firmer the better. He ran well when he finished a half a length to Lambeth at Churchill. If he duplicates that race, if he comes back with it, I think he's a strong contender.
It's a $500,000 handicap. We're going to go the mile distance here in race number 10. It kicks off the late double. Caton likes the 3 Maycox Bay. I like the 10 Publisher. Michael Rona is going to get to the load and call. It's the 10th from Kentucky Downs.
And the first couple have moved in. Lainos to gate number 1. He's named for an ancient Greek wine carafe. The 4 to 5 favourite, winner of the Tapit Stakes last year and second in the Grade 3 Mint Millions Invitational, both from the far outside post position, has the rail draw to deal with in this 1 mile tight spot handicap today. Racing. Lainos bounds out briskly. Maycox Bay is away alertly, and Hershey going up a close third. They're followed by Silent Heart in the hot pink colours, chasing the Crowns along the inside. Samud splits that pair. 3 lengths to Sea Singer back near the tail with Publisher as they top the rise and bend downhill to the right, where it's Maycox Bay making the running as many anticipated. Maycox Bay getting along at a very strong clip. Silent Heart moving into a clear second, but 3 lengths in arrears mid-race. Hershey is 2.5 lengths back third. Leperoux guides Lainos off the rail in the black and white colours, and Samuda's posted deep, with Chasing the Crown back along the inside. Publisher is towards the tail of the field as they come down past the 3/8 pole. And this tight spot handicap, where the lead is a big one for Maycox Bay, 5 lengths from Silent Heart, and 2.5 more. Hershey travelling third. Lainos the outside, and Chasing the Crown's improving along the fence. Samud spots the speed, 10. Sea Singer and Publisher, the last two, as heads are turned for home. Maycox Bay in front. Maycox Bay by a couple of lengths from Silent Heart. Chasing the Crown in the yellow cap, and Hershey's on the outside. Lainos, the black colours, angling in behind horses with plenty of work to do, as Maycox Bay still shows the way, but it's a diminishing lead. Here's Chasing the Crown throwing down the gauntlet. Chasing the Crown heads Maycox Bay close to the wire, and Chasing the Crown wins the tight spot from Maycox Bay, with Silent Heart third, Hershey fourth.
It's a 23 exacta in race 10 here at Kentucky Downs, as Chasing the Crown gets the job done for the Mike Maker barn off a little bit of a layoff here. Had already proven himself locally. Second victory in 4 lifetime starts here.
Yeah, he's able to turn the tables not only on Lainos, but some of the others as well. This is a big performance for Chasing the Crown, who comes off the bench and runs huge here. Obviously loves this course, but I also thought got a good setup given the pace, which was very solid for Maycox Bay. Maycox Bay actually runs pretty well,
very well
in defeat, hanging in there as long as he did. You could see he was getting just a little bit tired in mid-stretch, and yet he holds on and holds off everyone else before it's all said and done. Little late changing leads, and I think that makes the difference. Part of that's fatigue, and part of that is confusion on this course, but it makes a difference.
I wonder a little bit for him. I think Brian did the right thing, try to break this race open. He just got a little short at the end with the uphill climb. It's hard to say, but I wonder if a little bit shorter might be good for Maycox Bay as well, because he's got that proper speed. He's just getting a little bit short at the end of some of these races. Not getting short at the end is this horse on screen. 6-1, generous price on Chasing the Crown. Just an old, hard-hitting veteran. You know, maybe he's not of the grade 1 level anymore. He did finish third in the Pegasus back in 2025. But on his best day, he's still got a little bit of zip on the fastball.
Very interesting to see how this race unfolded with Silent Heart opting not to go after the pace setters. And I think that was in part a wise move, because at Maycox Bay, trying to kind of run everybody else off their feet, Silent Heart didn't engage in that, and as a result was able to come up for show, but certainly taken out of his game a little bit by his inability to be able to be on the lead, which is where he's been so effective. So a nice change of plan for Silent Heart to round out that the trifecta rather. And Hershey comes up with a nice run, but not quite, just not quite there. I don't think he's quite at his best yet, or what we've seen in the past, and yet he does close out the superfecta.
Be curious to hear about Laganos, because he was in a position, you heard Michael Rona in the call mention he was in the black silks. He was kind of perched in a really nice spot, I thought, and then when they really started running, he just kind of emptied out. So be curious to see what sort of everything afterward is with Laganos. Not that it made a difference with Publisher, but he got pinched horribly at the start. I don't think he was traveling very well anyway. But just point being, if you want to kind of give him an excuse, I don't think the start did any favors.
Second win of the day for Mike Maker, who is always one of those dominant trainers that you have to look out for, and a pretty good price at that at 6-1 with Ben Curtis, picking up his first win of the meet, son of Skip Shot, who has got a lot of supporters there. David Staudiker and Paradise Farms group there leading him into the winner's circle for a nice return, 6-1 over 6-1.
I don't know. We haven't spoken to anyone here in-house yet. I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're looking at a pick 6 carryover, would be my guess, with a couple of odds-on favorites losing. The pick 5 is going to be enormous. If you're alive, now, yes, full sweat. Take the jacket off. We have a guest joining us right now. He's taking his jacket off because it's far too warm. If you're alive in the pick 5, I tell you what, you're sitting on a stack of cash if you can connect in this nightcap.
Those pick 3s are going to be pretty healthy.
They're going to be huge.
As well.
Everything here. We were patient. Earlier, we had logical horses. You still got nice returns, but logical runners. And I'm even going to go as far as to say we've had logical runners here, but they've just been good prices in races where you've had heavy favorites who just come up a little bit short.
Yeah, we were kind of right on this with the Chasing the Crown in Maycox Bay. Just need it in a little bit different order, but I will take this as we get almost $40 on Chasing the Crown, almost $20 to place. You see on Maycox Bay, $19.25 to place, and the 13 at 6-1. So 6-1, 6-1, 6-1, $15.35. That end pick 3. I just saw was a pretty healthy payoff.
It was over 600, I believe, almost 700.
Almost a $60 payoff on the exacta. Yeah, 696.44 on that pick 3.
And in last race, the pick 3 that wrapped up, if I'm not mistaken, was just under $1,000. So,
yep.
Yeah, I would be very, very surprised if we have
building exponentially.
Yeah, slowly but surely chipping away. I would like to think that you're probably looking at a pick 6 carryover. We'll wait and see once everything pops up. But there's a look at your official results as Chasing the Crown gets it done. $39.90 on top. 19.25 coming back from Maycox Bay. Good call there, Caton. He ran too well to lose. And then Silent Heart rounds out your trifecta, $15.35 for every 5 you bet to show on that run of the exacta for $1, just under 60. We talked about that pick 3. Take a look at that for 50 cents, a shade under $700. So with 23 minutes to go until the 11th and final here on opening day, it's all to play for if you're alive in any multi-race sequence. Congratulations to get to this point. Now hopefully you can get this thing home. It doesn't get any easier, though. 6.5 furlong, 2-year-old maidens. And we've got a tepid favorite right now in the 3-horse. How about that? The 3-horse Malibu Dancer.
Wow.
The firster from Mark Cassie's barn opens up at 3-1.
Racing. Lainos bounds out briskly. Maycox Bay is away alertly. And Hershey going up a close third. They're followed by Silent Heart in the hot pink colours. Chasing the Crowns along the inside. Samud splits that pair. 3 lengths to Sea Singer back near the tail with Publisher as they top the rise and bend downhill to the right, where it's Maycox Bay making the running as many anticipated. Maycox Bay getting along at a very strong clip. Silent Heart moving into a clear second, but 3 lengths in arrears mid-race. Hershey is 2.5 lengths back third. Leperoux guides Lainos off the rail in the black and white colours, and Samud is posted deep, with Chasing the Crown back along the inside. Publisher is towards the tail of the field as they come down past the 3/8 pole. And this tight spot handicap, where the lead is a big one for Maycox Bay, 5 lengths from Silent Heart, and 2.5 more. Hershey travelling third. Lainos the outside, and Chasing the Crowns improving along the fence. Samud spots the speed 10. Sea Singer and Publisher the last 2 as heads are turned for home. Maycox Bay in front. Maycox Bay by a couple of lengths from Silent Heart. Chasing the Crown in the yellow cap. And Hershey's on the outside. Lainos, the black colours, angling in behind horses with plenty of work to do as Maycox Bay still shows the way, but it's a diminishing lead. Here's Chasing the Crown throwing down the gauntlet. Chasing the Crown heads Maycox Bay close to the wire, and Chasing the Crown wins the tight spot from Maycox Bay with Silent Heart third, Hershey fourth. Racing. Lainos bounds out briskly. Maycox Bay is away alertly, and Hershey going up a close third. They're followed by Silent Heart in the hot pink colours. Chasing the Crowns along the inside. Samud splits that pair. 3 lengths to Sea Singer back near the tail with Publisher as they top the rise and bend downhill to the right, where it's Maycox Bay making the running as many anticipated. Maycox Bay getting along at a very strong clip. Silent Heart moving into a clear second, but 3 lengths in arrears mid-race. Hershey is 2.5 lengths back third. Leperoux guides Lainos off the rail in the black and white colours, and Samud is posted deep, with Chasing the Crown back along the inside. Publisher is towards the tail of the field as they come down past the 3/8 pole. And this tight spot handicap, where the lead is a big one for Maycox Bay, 5 lengths from Silent Heart, and 2.5 more. Hershey travelling third. Lainos the outside, and Chasing the Crowns improving along the fence. Samud spots the speed 10. Sea Singer and Publisher the last 2 as heads are turned for home. Maycox Bay in front. Maycox Bay by a couple of lengths from Silent Heart. Chasing the Crown in the yellow cap. and Hershey's on the outside. Lainos, the black colours, angling in behind horses with plenty of work to do as Maycox Bay still shows the way, but it's a diminishing lead. Here's Chasing the Crown, throwing down the gauntlet. Chasing the Crown heads Maycox Bay close to the wire, and Chasing the Crown wins the tight spot from Maycox Bay with Silent Heart third, Hershey fourth.
I'm speechless. We have an unbelievable group of partners, great horsemen, and this has been an unbelievable journey.
Breed and race in Kentucky. It's the ultimate home field advantage. Only 6.8% of U.S. racing takes place in Kentucky. But from their 5 racetracks, they account for nearly 20% of total purses and 17% of total wagering. And out of the 405 U.S. graded stakes, 93, a staggering 23%, take place in Kentucky. Breed them, raise them, race them. We all win.
1954, one of the biggest races in the country.
The 175th running of the Epsom Derby, Britain's famed classic.
Watching that race was Winston Churchill and Queen Elizabeth II.
And they're off. Coming up fast on the outside, the American Colt, a 33-1 shot.
That horse shocked the whole world.
Born in Kentucky, the big winner is Never Say Die. First American to win the Derby since 1881.
Kentucky provenance, English character.
"16 minutes here until the 11th and final on opening day at Kentucky Downs." Kate, and it's been one to remember, and for some folks, depending on what pools you're alive in, it might be a day to remember for the rest of your life.
It's crazy. The pick fives, as predicted, life-changing.
Life-changing. The pick six, as we kind of alluded to, not only is there going to be a carryover, some are paying 3 out of 6. So it just goes to show, while you didn't have monster returns, with the exception of that 9 horse there a few races back, it's just been a very difficult handicapping puzzle. You'd expect nothing less from the racing here at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, and while we've seen some big payoffs, I have to say that the racing has been pretty formful.
Yeah.
We haven't necessarily had that many favorites win, and yet we've had a lot of horses, second and third choices, that have come up with big performances. So you can't say that there were that many horses that were just out of left field that you couldn't see coming.
No, I was going to say, but basically I would say you could argue the entire day, the horses that have won have been reasonable. You haven't had a horse that you look at and you go, I don't know where that came from,
right.
But, which sometimes happens, and that will happen, I'm sure, over the course of the next week and a half, 2 weeks. But in the here and now, if you're alive in anything, best of luck. I would guess, based on the Will Pays, that the 5-horse ends up being your favorite come post time here in the nightcap. That is Just Peachy for the Rudy Brissett barn, who up at Saratoga ran quite well, made a big move into the hottest part of the pace, got a little bit short at the end. 9-2 second choice right now, but all indications based on the pick 3, the double, pick 4, would be that the 5 will be your favorite come post time. The horse that I picked on top and that you picked second in here, though, is the one that's taking a lot of early money. That's the 8 Candy Illusion for Doug O'Neill. $600,000 purchase as a 2-year-old in training. That was back in March. I couldn't help but notice those gate drills at Keeneland. Most recently, 3 works back. They kind of stick out off the page. There's pedigree there to suggest that this is going to be a horse that can handle the surface and should be forward. And at 4-1, I'm going to take this as a positive that he's being bet like this.
I agree. And I think that workout at Keeneland, July 24th on the dirt, is a pretty eye-catching type of move. He's followed it up with some equally good, solid, strong works, including most recently out of the gate once again. When you see a young horse going back to the gate several times after seemingly good efforts in the morning, to me, it's a sign of intention. Trainer wants to just double check and make absolutely certain you've done everything you can do to make sure this horse breaks well and also has that level of fitness that you really can't get except in racing. Now, I still think that horses who have experience in this field have a little bit of an edge because they have that race under their belt. That's kind of why I ended up with the 7 Olympic Bell instead of the 8 Candy Illusion. Olympic Bell raced at Ellis Park on August 7th, went off at high odds, and obviously outperformed, finishing second, beaten just 4 lengths for all of it. Very fast pace early, and she made a good run. I think she will improve. Brendan Walsh's horses tend to improve race to race, and I thought she would be the type that would do so. So I pretty much gave her the edge over the 8 Candy Illusion strictly because of her having a race versus anything else. Otherwise, I think Candy Illusion definitely looks interesting, and the tote board is bearing that out. Just Peachy is another one, though, you can't underestimate. Makes sense to me to be favored. She was favored last time and beaten just a length for all of it at Saratoga. Cuts back from the mile and a 16th, and a big, big angle, I think. Horses who have those longer races under their belt that come back here in particular, cutting back in distance, you know they're going to have a fitness edge.
They're going to have the bottom. For that uphill climb, you don't have to worry about them emptying out. And I think the other thing that's interesting about the 8 taking the money that she is, and really any of the first-timers being bet the way that they are, your experienced horses, the horse you put on top, Olympic Bell, and the 5 Just Peachy, they've run fairly fast, all things considered, already. So to suggest that you want to go back a first-timer, I'm not trying to talk anyone out of it. I'm in on the 8 as well. But effectively, you're banking on them coming out and running a fast race here on debut.
Exactly.
Which I don't want to say is impossible, but you're asking a lot.
It's hard to do.
Yeah, you're asking a lot for a first-timer to come right out of the box, spot experience to horses, not only spot experience, but experience to horses that have already registered some pretty good numbers.
Yeah, and as expected, Just Peachy just clicked to favorite at 7-2. She looks just peachy.
Yep.
We'll say that. Horse we didn't mention yet that I used in my top 4, the one Reflection. I probably would have been more inclined to use this horse a little higher if she hadn't drawn the rail, but I think while maybe the rail here isn't quite as daunting as the rail on most traditional racetracks, for a first-time starter, I still don't love it. I think everything kind of has to go right out of the gate. And without that horse to either side of you to kind of help propel you forward, it becomes a taller order. Daughter of Jackie's Warrior. I've been really impressed with the Jackie's Warriors right off the bat. No surprise, exceptional racehorse. But the Mare Retro is a daughter of Giants Causeway who won first time out at Del Mar. I think the pedigree is there. I like the solid workouts, and Cherie is 21% with her first-time starters.
Both siblings of Reflection have won on grass, so the pedigree is there. I don't know that she'll be the star of the barn based on the performances today, even if she wins. We saw what Englishman did earlier up at Saratoga, and Golden Tempo a good third. But Reflection, I think an interesting candidate in here at a price at 11-1. Jess Stafford is down in the paddock here with us for the 11th and final. Jess, what can you tell us about all the first-timers and the experienced runners lining up?
Yes, well, when you have essentially half of the field, first timers. What you see is what you really want to gather and take in when it comes from a handicapping perspective. How fit and ready these horses look. Do they look like they might benefit from this run? And as you touched on, Reflection, the one horse is the type that I really wanted to have a better look at, just finishing off getting saddled. But I did take a really good look at the horses with the form to their name, like the number 5, Just Peachy, who is looking super fit, as you'd imagine. This is a horse that comes off the back of 2 very solid runs, by Golden Pal out of a Galileo mare, just bred for the turf, and has already shown it. And actually cutting back in distance will really benefit it. And now I'm seeing number 1, Reflection, coming out. Looks like a lovely model. Looks like a horse that's built to be at this distance. There's a sprinting trip, and there's a lot of strength behind the saddle there, a proper backside of a sprinter. So a lot to like about Reflection as this horse makes its way out for the first time onto a racetrack. A couple of the others for the first time starters, number 12, Golden Palm, a daughter Bolt Doro for Jose D'Angelo. And I thought this one, it looks like again, she's ready to go. Definitely looks physically a type that when I saw her coming out, she looked professional, looked like she's had plenty of prep into her to make sure that she's nice and fit for this occasion. And Jose D'Angelo, a trainer I like to follow with the first-time starters. And then another one to touch on is number 8, Candy Illusion by Twirling Candy out of Tisway Mare. And I thought the 8 looks smart in its skin again, looks pretty fit, very well turned out and relaxed. I always am super impressed by maiden horses who are as relaxed as this when it comes to right at the end of the day. They're probably lucky that they don't have the heat that some of the 2-year-olds had earlier on the card. But all in all, a really nice bunch of horses. And I'm going to give a small but tentative selection to number 8 by the way that she's looking on first up.
Moving on to the track for the 11th and final race on the programme. A 2-year-old filly maiden at 6.5 furlongs with the rail at 50 feet. $5 win place show wagering. This is a $5 exacta race. There is 50-cent trifecta and 10-cent superfecta wagering, and you can wager a 50-cent super high 5. The rider of number 10, Breadcorn, Yetsit Hazelwood. Hazelwood on number 10. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through 16, as well as number 6, Vesper. Vesper is scratched.
Michael, thank you. Post parade begins here with Reflection. We just heard Jess's thoughts on this runner going up for Cherie's Barn on debut. Life's Mystery, one that you don't want to totally sleep on. Mom won in her second lifetime start. The second dam was all turf as well at 7-1.
She's been acting up a little bit
Yes.
in the post parade. The 3 Malibu Dancer for Mark Cassie is by Jimmy Creed, who does well with his turf first-time starters. Dylan Davis to ride. Kissed You Anyway sits on the board at 60-1, beaten 4 1/4 lengths on the turf, but does have some experience.
This horse would trigger a pick 5 carryover, the only one that's not covered in the pick 5. There's a look at the 3-1 favorite, deservedly so, and Just Peachy making a good impression out on the course. Take the 6 out, that brings you to the 7, Olympic Bell for Brendan Walsh. This is one, if you're just giving me the prices on offer, I think you have to respect her at 5-1.
Yeah, she's my top pick in here. Let's hope she runs big. The 8, Candy Illusion, who just like the looks of, daughter of Twirling Candy, makes her debut for Doug O'Neill. Brian Hernandez up 7-2 currently, and all the early money kind of spotting her.
Goose Quill, another firster for the Cassie. Barn 2-year-old daughter by Constitution out of a Smart Strike mare. A little chilly here on debut at 15-1. Then you get to the 10, Breadcorn, who I thought the debut was actually pretty good. Yetsit Hazelwood picks up the mountain here, 12-1.
The 11 horse at 40-1, another long shot who has a really nice pedigree and from a barn who knows how to win with first-time starters. Where's the Law, daughter of Tiz the Law, worked out of the gate at Ellis Park in pretty good fashion. At 12, Golden Palm as at 8-1 for Jose D'Angelo. Good sire of early winners, and the dam West Palm Beach also threw a was a first-time starter winner herself. The Golden Palm is a little quiet on the board despite some good workouts at Gulfstream, including on the synthetic there. And again, Jose D'Angelo, usually pretty sharp at placing his horses, figuring out which horses to bring from South Florida.
Yeah, that Tapeta drill certainly stands out, 46-2 back on August the 9th. There was a gap there after that, but if she's here and she's being bet, she's probably in with a good chance. At odds of 8-1, you can see the horses making their way toward the back stretch there. We're going to go the 6.5 furlong distance. It's been a common theme throughout the day. We know the Grade 1 fillies and mares stop the clock in 1:16 flat. The fastest 2-year-old race so far at the distance is 1:17 flat. So you're going to have a good gauge going forward the rest of the way as the sun is slowly making its way down here in Franklin, Kentucky.
You know, that is something to keep in mind, especially when we're dealing with maiden 2-year-old fillies and some first-time starters. As the sun starts to go down, you get some unusual shadows on the course. And you also sometimes get the course to play a little bit differently because obviously the temperature shifts a bit, which we're really excited about because it has been a warm afternoon and we're due for some more warm temperatures tomorrow. But with the sun starting to go down, you'll start to see a little bit of relief as far as that is concerned, and it can make a difference as to how the track plays.
When I got in last night, it was one of those things that during the day it was really warm, and at night it's beautiful, 70 degrees, this, that, and that. And then you get out here again, and you don't want to wish summer away. But you go, if you could just turn it down a few degrees, it'd be greatly appreciated. We got around 90 today. We have a few days next week. Knock wood, looks like weather is supposed to stay away as far as rain is concerned. But we got a few days next week that look like they're going to get almost to 95.
All right, Ben Curtis off the victory in the last race, maybe heating up at just the right time as the temperatures start to dip. I think this horse is interesting at 11-1. I mean, again, I don't love the post position, but I do love a lot about her. She's got a great pedigree. She's shown a pretty solid workout pattern, and first-time starter for Cherie, 21%. I mean, pretty strong stats, and Cherie has done good work here at Kentucky Downs.
If this filly wins and you're alive in the pick 5, you're going to cash for just under $100,000. It's been that kind of day, and these are the best kind of days to me, where you get a lot of results that they make sense. When you go back and you kind of do your diagnostics and you say, what did I miss, what this X, Y, and Z? There wasn't a crazy horse here today that blew things up. It was just a steady diet of 6-1 shots. And that to me is the best kind of gambling that you can have, especially on an opening day where you come into it. The track played quite fairly, I think, top to bottom. And you've had all horses that, you know what, if you sat there hard enough, you said, okay, I can understand it.
You know, a big day of racing across the country, but I think a real sign of things to come is tomorrow. In addition to more racing, we have a lot of familiar names coming in. We'll have Flavien Prat, Jose Ortiz coming back into the mix. I just think we're going to see perhaps the best yet to come, even though this was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, business is going to pick up. We've already got some overnights out for next weekend. We know next Saturday is a big day. We're going to have the likes of Burnham Square and last year's Breeders' Cup Turf winner Ethical Diamond running against one another, among other European shippers. That's going to be a fantastic race. The Nashville Derby is next Saturday as well. So there's plenty to look forward to. We're just kicking things off here at Kentucky Downs for the 2026 meeting. As you see a 5-2 favorite right now in Just Peachy. I think it's warranted based on the first 2 starts. I have no issue with anybody backing her at 2-1. I went to the 8. And the fact that she continues to get bet, I'm taking that as a positive. I think there's some signal there at 7-2. Your top selection in here, the 7 at 5-1 in Olympic Belle. Do you want her to kind of lag back and try to make a run, or do you want her to get involved early on?
Well, I think coming out of a 5-furlong race with a pretty fast pace, she's going to find herself perhaps a little bit closer than she was. But I don't really need to see her on the lead. I just want to be comfortable and in striking position. I think with the 6.5 furlongs, that's going to be the key. She was big odds that day. She's getting bet a little bit relative to where she started. And with that pace, I would not be shocked to see her, you know, just a couple lengths off the leaders as opposed to where she was before.
We won't know the official number for the carryover until after this race goes official, but we are going to have a Pick 6 carryover into day number 2 here at Kentucky Downs. First things first, we got to wrap up the 11th and final. The horses are approaching the starting gate. That means for the final time on this opening Saturday, we send it to the voice of Kentucky Downs. He's done a fantastic job all day. Michael Wrona, take it away.
Thank you kindly, Matt. Olympic Belle and Candy Illusion are the first 2 into the gate. Reflection standing behind gate 1, having a bit of a think about it. One of a host of first-time starters, half a dozen of them facing the starter for the first time, and Reflection is reluctant to load. An 11-1 shot. Assistant starters link arms behind Reflection, who moves in now. Life's Mystery about to come forward. Next couple, Malibu Dancer and Goose Quill. Followed by Kissed You Anyway, Breadcorn and Just Peachy. And the last two will be Where's the Law and Golden Palm. The sun dropping low on opening day. A light cloud cover in the last hour or so. Much appreciated. Racing. And Breadcorn is away alertly, together with Life's Mystery on the inside. It's Life's Mystery, one of the leaders, with Kissed You Anyway, with Just Peachy striding up to third. Olympic Belle has the white with red cap. Malibu Dancer on the inside. Golden Palms posted extremely wide as they work into that first turn and race past the 5/8 pole. Next is Candy Illusion in the white with green cap outside of Breadcorn. They're about 6 lengths off the pace, clear of Where's the Law. And about 3/8 from home, back near the tail is Goose Quill, and Reflection's tailed right off. It'd be 15 lengths behind the second last horse. In the direction of the top of the stretch, Life's Mystery on the inside, just leading Kissed You Anyway. Followed into the stretch by Malibu Dancer tucked in behind them, and Olympic Belle is in close attendance. Golden Palm deeper out in the orange cap and sleeves, and even wider Candy Illusions trying to close in, and Just Peachy in behind those. Life's Mystery from Malibu Dancer, followed by Olympic Belle. Just Peachy still making some headway, and so is Candy Illusion down the outside. Malibu Dancer on the inside has the lead. Just Peachy and Life's Mystery with Candy Illusion all boxing home, but Malibu Dancer is a debut winner, defeating Candy Illusion. Just Peachy's in a photo for third with Life's Mystery, just in advance of Goose Quill, who was doing some useful work down the outside late.
Well, we had mentioned that Malibu Dancer opened up as the favorite when the tote opened here for the 11th and final, for good reason. Getting the job done on debut for Mark Cassidy and Dylan Davis. She gets the job done at a nice price.
She kind of had a cozy position on the inside early, but was able to steadily advance. And by the time they turned for home, was clearly in the garden spot, able to coast. There was a point where I thought that the 7 Olympic Belle or the 8 Candy Illusion would have a shot. Candy Illusion made a nice bid. It was just a little too late to be able to close the gap. And also, I think for many of these horses, including her, running in spots versus leveling off and just getting to business. But you can see that Malibu Dancer didn't break all that sharply, and yet, even after being rushed a little bit, was able to settle and then come on again.
Opened up as the favorite, ultimately goes off at 12-1. A giant way to wrap things up here on opening day. You touched on the 8. I thought to be honest, she was farther back than I thought she'd be with those workouts. You know, she was mid-pack. She was always moving well, and she tried at the end. Couldn't corral this one. You got a late charge as well from the 5, Just Peachy. Just a little too late. The photo sign is up there for who ultimately finishes second. But the winner, Malibu Dancer for Dylan Davis, a good debut for the daughter of Jimmy Creed out of a Malibu Moon mare. And sometimes you just got to kind of follow the breadcrumbs. She opened up as the 5-2 favorite in the wagering, and she floated up from there. Doesn't always work out, but sometimes there's signal in that, something to take note of the rest of the way here.
Yeah, a nice effort considering she was a first-time starter facing horses with experience. In fact, first-time starters run 1-2 in here. The
sort of cold watering of the race, not to completely poo-poo it, but the final time of 18.32 is much, much slower than what we saw from any of the other 2-year-old 6.5 races. But to your point, you mentioned it, maybe difference in conditions right now.
It's interesting. I wouldn't have believed it unless I have seen it over time.
Yeah.
But as the temperature dips and it gets a little bit less sunny and less bright, it seems like somehow the ground just absorbs that and releases and becomes not quite as tight as it was and conducive to those faster times. So I think that was a part of it. But I also would say, I think the 2 was involved in the photo in kind of that group of horses that were there for second, third, and fourth. I think that this won't turn out to be necessarily quite as strong as perhaps some of the earlier maiden races across the board. But you never know. That doesn't mean you don't have really good horses as individuals coming out of it.
Well, and that's just the thing. You can sit here and say on the day the number won't come back as fast as others. That doesn't mean that down the road this isn't going to end up being a very productive group. There's a look at your top 5 for those of you that played the Super High 5. Malibu Dancer, the 3 on top of the 8, Candy Illusion on top of the 5, Just Peachy. The 2, Life's Mystery, who had been acting up a little bit when they first went out there, finishes 4th. And then Goose Quill rounds out your Super High 5, the 9 horse at 18-1. There's a look at everybody getting their picture taken. Well done. Congratulations to the connections of Malibu Dancer, who, as far as the pick 5 is concerned, $266,000 if you played it for $1. So $133,000 if you played it for the 50 cents. We already talked about the pick 6 carryover. The pick 4 is going to come back just under $40,000 for $1, and then the pick 3 for $3. Almost $22,000 here to wrap things up today.
Whoever had that pick 4, well done.
Oh.
That's some handicapping.
But we talked about it too, though. I mean, with the exception of maybe her, but it was a field that was littered with first-timers. You didn't have anything completely bonkers leading into it. You just needed to have the right horses in the right spots, and you're rewarded nicely. That's the beauty of racing here at Kentucky Downs.
And we will say that is Blue Creval Racing, Hugh Daly, and Quintessential Racing for Tina Cassie. So Mark Cassie and Tina getting a little extra bang for their buck here with the win by Malibu Dancer under Dylan Davis.
That is going to put a bow on opening day here at Kentucky Downs. However you've been watching, thank you for doing so, especially those of you checking us out for the first time on Peacock. For Kaiten Bradar, Jess Stafford, Andy B. and Cone, I'm Matt Bernier. We're done for the day. Tomorrow we'll have a special guest join us. Nick Luck will be here for a little while to help out with the proceedings, and we look forward to diving into a Pick 6 carryover on day 2 of the 2026 meeting here at Kentucky Downs.
Pole. Next is Candy Illusion in the white with green cap outside of Breadcorn. They're about 6 lengths off the pace, clear of Where's the Law. And about 3/8 from home. Back near the tail is Goose Quill. And Reflections tailed right off. It'd be 15 lengths behind the second last horse. In the direction of the top of the stretch, Life's Mystery on the inside, just leading Kissed You Anyway. Followed into the stretch by Malibu Dancer tucked in behind them, and Olympic Bell is in close attendance. Golden Palm deeper out in the orange cap and sleeves, and even wider Candy Illusions trying to close in, and Just Peachy in behind those. Life's Mystery from Malibu Dancer, followed by Olympic Bell. Just Peachy still making some headway, and so is Candy Illusion down the outside. Malibu Dancer on the inside has the lead. Just Peachy and Life's Mystery with Candy Illusion all boxing boxing home, but Malibu Dancer is a debut winner, defeating Candy Illusion. Just Peachy's in a photo for third with Life's Mystery, just in advance of Goose Quill, who was doing some useful work down the outside late. Much appreciated. Racing. And Breadcorn is away alertly, together with Life's Mystery on the inside. It's Life's Mystery, one of the leaders, with Kissed You Anyway, with Just Peachy striding up to third. Olympic Belle has the white with red cap. Malibu Dancer on the inside. Golden Palms posted extremely wide as they work into that first turn and race past the 5/8 pole. Next is Candy Illusion in the white with green cap outside of Breadcorn. They're about 6 lengths off the pace, clear of Where's the Law. And about 3/8 from home, back near the tail is Goose Quill, and Reflections tailed right off. It'd be 15 lengths behind the second last horse. In the direction of the top of the stretch, Life's Mystery on the inside, just leading Kissed You Anyway. Followed into the stretch by Malibu Dancer tucked in behind them, and Olympic Belle is in close attendance. Golden Palm deeper out in the orange cap and sleeves, and even wider Candy Illusions trying to close in, and Just Peachy in behind those. Life's Mystery from Malibu Dancer, followed by Olympic Belle. Just Peachy still making some headway, and so is Candy Illusion down the outside. Malibu Dancer on the inside has the lead. Just Peachy and Life's Mystery with Candy Illusion all boxing home, but Malibu Dancer is a debut winner, defeating Candy Illusion. Just Peachy's in a photo for third with Life's Mystery, just in advance of Goose Quill, who was doing some useful work down the outside late.